Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Harry Potter led Hogwarts in a new wizarding war? Part 2. Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original story's link in the descriptions. Please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. The search for fugitive Harry James Potter continues this week after he failed to appear at Hogwarts for his 7th term. The 17-year-old, wanted for questioning in the murder of former headmaster Albus Dumbledore, was last seen in early August at a wedding hosted at the residence of Arthur Weasley, an employee of the Ministry of Magic. When questioned about Potter's whereabouts, Mr. Weasley told us, "We had no prior knowledge of Mr. Potter's crimes when the invitation was extended. We have cooperated fully with the Ministry's efforts to locate him, and we urge him to turn himself in at once." Mr. Weasley's youngest son, Ronald Weasley, also spoke to reporters about his former classmate. "I knew Harry Potter at Hogwarts," he said when confronted at Platform 9 3/4 2 days ago. "He was always reckless and impulsive. I hope he sees reason and stops this madness before he hurts somebody else or himself." Ronald was among the hundreds of students returning to Hogwarts School this fall, which has implemented mandatory attendance for all magical children aged 11 to 17. According to newly installed headmaster Severus Snape, the era of fear and uncertainty is over. Hogwarts has improved its security to make sure deranged individuals like Mr. Potter are no longer allowed to roam the castle undeterred. Parents can rest assured that their children are safer now at the school than they have ever been. The bounty for Harry Potter's capture and delivery to Ministry officials, dead or alive, has been raised to 100,000 galleons. Citizens with knowledge of Mr. Potter's whereabouts are encouraged to dash. Harry threw his copy of the Daily Prophet onto the floor in disgust. "I can't believe even the Weasleys have turned against me," he spat as Stare the house elf collected the paper at his feet. "After all that talk of protecting me no matter what, I'm sure they don't really mean all of that," Hermione offered diplomatically, who had already read through the morning paper herself. "They have to say that kind of thing to save face and protect the family. I'm sure they had a really hard time right after the wedding." Harry sighed and rubbed his temple in frustration. His scar was prickling, as it had been doing for the past few weeks without reprieve. Voldemort was getting increasingly frustrated with something. Was it still Harry he was after, or something else? The Prophet was no doubt under Ministry control by this point, so their obsession with locating Harry probably reflected Voldemort's wishes as well. "Any news here in Bulgaria, Victor?" asked Harry, turning to Crum at the head of the table. He was reading the Bulgarian wizarding paper, brow furrowed in thought. "They have made very few statements about Britain so far," Crum muttered. "Our minister claims to be neutral, so long as the VAR does not come to Bulgaria." But it did come to Bulgaria," Hermione said uncertainly, "didn't it? Death Eaters came and threatened you in your own home which they deny," Crum shrugged. "I have told my contacts in the Ministry about the incident, and they told me not to worry. They will not assist the Dark Lord if he continues to harass me." "And do you believe that?" asked Harry. "I do not know," Crum said frankly. "I think they are hoping that they are not put in that position. But I worry that they will given if threatened directly. But surely they would have no reason to help you know who," Hermione said nervously. "You aren't a suspect, right? I haven't seen your name anywhere in the Prophet, aside from a mention about attending the wedding." "I have received some interesting questions from my contacts recently," Crum admitted. "They are curious if I am involved somehow. I deny it, of course, but I wonder if the Dark Lord continues to have eyes on me." Harry and Hermione shared a concerned look at this. "Well, we'll just continue being careful then," said Harry. "I'm sure it's just nerves. If they thought we were here, they would have come by now." "Yes, perhaps," Crum said noncommittally. He pushed back his chair to stand from the table. "Come, let us begin our training." Crum had been putting Harry through a daily dueling regimen for the past several weeks. Harry fared well in the early sessions, but found himself increasingly outmatched by the older and more experienced Crum the more they fought and learned each other's fighting patterns. Harry always prided himself on his dueling ability, but found himself frustrated as Crum bested him again and again. He was just too quick. His spells coming a fraction of a second faster than Harry could erect a shield charm. How are you so quick? Harry panted after getting revived from yet another stunning spell to the face. Durmstrang had a very popular dueling club, Crum shrugged. Karkaroff favored the students that won the most matches, so it was very competitive. I've asked not even the strongest dueler in the school. That's encouraging, Harry thought bitterly to himself. If he was no match for a second-rate Durmstrang student, surely he would be able to take on the most powerful dark wizard alive. And even if he could match Crum's talent level, he would still be far behind the curve. This isn't getting me anywhere, Harry muttered after yet another exhausting session with no successful hits on Crum. I don't feel like I'm learning anything. Because you are still holding on to Dumbledore's teachings, Crum chastised him. Your spells are not powerful enough to cause me trouble. You just block everything I cast anyway, Harry sighed. Dark spells cannot be blocked so easily, Crum retorted. I will need to use more energy to counter it with dark magic of my own. I only know a handful of dark spells, said Harry. And I'm not casting an unforgivable or sectum sempra against you. Try the Bonebreaker curse to start, Crum offered. Just do not aim for my head. Are you mad? Harry laughed. You would willingly let me break your bones? I've broken hundreds of bones playing Quidditch, Crum shrugged. And Stera can mend them for me at once. It is no problem. Harry shook his head, incredulous. He had to admire Crum's dedication to Harry's training, even sacrificing his own body in the pursuit of Voldemort's demise. It emboldened him to keep trying, to not let such a sacrifice be in vain. They resumed their duel, with Harry mixing in the Bonebreaker curse with his usual barrage of spells. He could feel the heat of the nasty curse coming off of his wand, the raw power careening towards Crum, who was forced to divert more attention towards the sickening spell. It was a frightening and thrilling addition to his arsenal. Harry managed to distract Crum with a combination of stunners and body binds to the upper body before landing a bone breaker to his right leg. Crum yelped in pain and collapsed to the ground. Harry immediately felt guilty and rushed forward to help. But before he reached the man, Stera had appeared to do her work. Seconds later, with a loud crack, the bone had reset itself, and Crum was getting back to his feet. Are you all right? Harry asked, concerned. Go again, Crum grunted, waving him off. You will not get lucky like that against me again. They ended the session a few duels later, during which time Harry managed to best Crum in roughly half their bouts. The dark magic of the Bonebreaker had indeed given him more offensive firepower to contend with Crum's speed and agility. It is an improvement, Crum acknowledged as they retired to the kitchen for drinks. You are a powerful wizard, Harry. You just need time to grow. I'm still not nearly as fast as you, said Harry. That will come with time, Crum replied. Of course, if you do not have the time, there are ways to cheat. Cheat? Harry repeated, intrigued. There are ways to permanently improve your body and mind, said Crum. Potions and blood rituals. They are risky and may have side effects, but you will improve quickly. Harry considered this. He would confer with Hermione on the matter. She had encountered many books on blood rituals in the secret library, but hadn't gotten around to them yet. In fact, at that very moment she was in said library, rigorously going through Karkaroff's collection in search of useful tips and techniques for Harry's development. She usually disappeared into these books from early morning until deep into the afternoon, by which time Harry and Crum had usually tired themselves out with training and Quidditch out on the miniature pitch. But when Harry went to find Hermione in the library after lunch, she was not studying one of the heavy tomes from the shelves. Instead, she was flipping through a small picture book with a worn leather cover. What you got there, Hermione? Asked Harry. The book Dumbledore gave me, Hermione responded. I'm looking for clues. Don't bother, Harry groaned. He had nothing useful to leave me with. Otherwise, he would have given me more than just a stupid snitch. Dumbledore left you a snitch? Asked Crum curiously. Yeah, Harry muttered. Bloody worthless memento, if you ask me. You are aware, Crum said, looking serious now, that snitches are often used to smuggle small items? There was a scandal in the European Quidditch League last year because referees veer using them to transport contraband across borders. That got Harry's attention. And you think Dumbledore might have done the same? He asked. Worth looking into, Crum shrugged. Minutes later, Harry had retrieved the snitch from his room, and he, Hermione, and Crum were examining it in the drawing room. Crum had his wand out, muttering diagnostic spells as he held the snitch between his thumb and forefinger. "It has several protective enchantments upon it," he announced. "I suspect it is meant to be voice-activated." "How?" asked Harry. "He didn't give us any kind of code to say." "It is no matter," Crum shrugged. "Dark magic should be able to break through the protections." He tossed the snitch into the air and immobilized it with a freezing charm. Harry and Hermione backed away as Crum took aim, firing several crackling bolts of energy at the snitch. The first few bolts ricocheted harmlessly off the glowing shell, but one finally connected, causing the snitch to crack down the middle and break neatly in half, both halves clattering to the ground. Harry leaned down to pick up the small object that had fallen out of the snitch. It was a small golden ring, inset with a pitch-black stone. "I've seen this before," Harry muttered. "Dumbledore was wearing it all last year. But why would he need to smuggle it to me?" Hermione gently took the ring from Harry and examined it. Then she gasped. "I recognize this symbol," she said. "Wait here." She handed the ring back and rushed from the room. Harry and Crum looked closer at the black stone on the ring, which was carved with a small symbol, a circle inscribed within a triangle, with a vertical line running through it. "That is the mark of Grindelwald," Crum growled. "Why does Dumbledore possess this?" Hermione rushed back into the room with the picture book she'd been reading earlier. "Look," she said, flipping it open to a chapter titled The Tale of the Three Brothers. "The same symbol is scribbled in the margins here. I didn't know what it was until now." "What does it mean?" Harry wondered. Clearly he wanted us to look into the symbol. "That is magic that even Karkaroff considered too dark," Crum warned. "The sign Vass considered worse than a swastika ad. Durmstrang. Whatever it is, I would not mess with it." Harry slipped the ring onto his finger, examining how it looked resting there. He half expected something to happen, for some great revelation to hit him by putting it on, but he felt nothing. Still, he liked the lightweight feel and the sight of the dark stone against his skin. "Keep looking into it, Hermione," he said. "It has to mean something." Harry did not sleep well that night. His mind was still preoccupied with the mysterious ring, and the symbol that Crum said was associated with Grindelwald. Why would Dumbledore have given him something with such a dark association? Of course, such questions were not the only thing keeping him up. His scar continued to prickle uncomfortably. Voldemort remained consumed with something. Harry sensed his frustration, his simmering rage. All he could do was hold Hermione tightly and practice his occlumency to block the intrusions as best he could. He and Hermione had not discussed their new sleeping arrangement since it began. Neither of them acknowledged it during the day, nor did they exchange words while wrapped in each other's arms under the covers. Harry preferred it this way. He didn't know where his true feelings lay with Hermione and didn't want to be the one to ask and make things awkward. He took comfort in her presence, and she must feel the same. That was enough for him. Hermione remained preoccupied with her studies in the library, to the point that most meals saw her at the kitchen table with half a dozen books littered around her. Once you get past the dark nature of the magic involved, it really is quite simple, she remarked one evening while perusing blood rituals for the bold over dinner. "It's like a mixture of ancient runes and potions." It seems that both disciplines are rooted in similar fundamental properties of magic. "I performed a handful of blood rituals myself prior to the Triwizard Tournament," Crum remarked. "They veer not as unpleasant as I expected." "Really?" asked Harry, intrigued. "What did they do?" "Small improvements here and there," Crum shrugged. 20/20 vision, heightened smell, that kind of thing. Just don't tell my Quidditch League officials. They're technically banned for players." Harry chuckled at this. "But there are more complex ones, yes," he said. "That give you even stronger benefits?" "Oh yes, there are many recipes for all sorts of effects," Hermione said, looking troubled. "Become an animagus of your choice, earn immunity from poisons, gain the ability to regrow lost limbs, but the consequences are severe if you get even the smallest thing wrong." Harry considered this. Desperate times call for desperate measures, right? He grinned. That was obviously the last thing Hermione wanted to hear. "Oh, Harry, you can't go messing about with blood rituals." Hermione huffed. "I mean, some of the small ones perhaps, but these can permanently damage not just your body but your soul." You know who tore his soul into 7 pieces? And he's the strongest wizard alive, Harry shrugged. I figure I can beat mine up a little if it means saving the world. Hermione turned to Crum for help. Surely you can't agree with this, she implored him. Tell him it's not worth the risk. Crum merely shrugged impassively. That is every man's decision for himself, he said. If he wishes to walk the path, he must decide to do so alone. The path, Harry repeated. What's that? Karkaroff spoke of it vaguely, said Crum. There are certain rites many dark wizards have gone through to test their strength and willpower. A series of tests designed to cull the weak and allow the strong to reach their full potential. Harry couldn't believe his ears. How had they gone this long without Crum mentioning this path once? It sounded like exactly what he needed to go through to reach the next level of his training. Where is this path? He demanded. Where do I need to go? I do not know, Crum admitted. Karkaroff once told me that one must seek out the pool of knowledge to find the way. But I do not know of such a pool. Harry looked to Hermione. Ever heard of it? He asked. I haven't, Hermione frowned. Is it a physical pool? Or a metaphorical one, perhaps? I have no earthly idea, said Crum. But know this, Harry Potter. Karkaroff spoke also of the dangers of the path. He knew of several other wizards who attempted it, but they did not make it. They died, Harry asked. Worse, said Crum. They lost their minds. They live on to this day, broken shells of men, lost to the madness of VOT they found. If you intend to walk the path, beware of VOT, you may find it your destination. Silence settled over the table at this morbid warning. Harry certainly didn't like the sound of whatever fate befell these men, but he also wasn't sure what other choice he had. Had Voldemort walked this path before him? Had Grindelwald perhaps done the same? Or even Dumbledore? Harry twirled the black stone ring on his finger, over and over, deep in thought. Was this what Dumbledore intended for him after all? Was the symbol meant to push him down the path, to fulfill his destiny? My dear boy. Harry looked up at the vaguely familiar voice and nearly fell out of his seat at what he saw. Albus Dumbledore was standing across the table from him, casting a judgmental eye upon him. This is not the path that I intended for you, Dumbledore said, a disappointed tone in his voice. I meant for you to destroy the Horcruxes and face Tom with your soul intact. It is the only way. Harry shakily stood from the table, staring at his old headmaster. He appeared more corporeal than a ghost, but only just. His body appeared solid and whole, but he had a vague distance about him, like he was truly far, far away from here despite his physical proximity. What is this? He demanded. Harry, what are you talking about? Hermione asked, looking alarmed. Crum also looked perturbed by Harry's sudden outburst. You can't see him? Harry demanded, pointing directly at Dumbledore. No, Harry, they cannot. Dumbledore smiled sadly. Only you can see and hear me, for it is you who summoned me. Summoned? Harry wondered. He looked down at the black stone he had been spinning around his finger a moment ago. The symbol engraved at its center was glowing white. Was it responsible for this apparition? Tell me what to do then, Harry demanded. And don't be cryptic now. What am I supposed to do? Die, Dumbledore said with a sad smile. You must walk willingly into Voldemort's arms. It is the only way to defeat him. Harry laughed hollowly. You expect me to believe that? He said. Is this another one of your mind games, old man? I've had enough of them. Dead men tell no lies, Dumbledore said with another smile. I have no reason to lie to you, Harry. My only job now is to summon you home, to where you belong. Your parents are here, my boy. And Sirius. They love you dearly, and they miss you dash. Shut up, Harry bellowed. He picked up his dinner plate and hurled it at Dumbledore. But the apparition vanished as quickly as it appeared, and his plate shattered against the opposite wall, leaving Harry to glare at nothing. Harry, Hermione gasped. What's gotten into you? Harry was so agitated that he hadn't noticed his scar beginning to burn. Suddenly, before he could explain himself, it burst open in blinding pain. Harry yelped and collapsed to the floor, slipping unwillingly into the Dark Lord's mind. I will not ask again, boy, Voldemort screamed. Tell me the truth. Crucio. The boy screamed and writhed in pain on the floor, crashing in a chair and table legs of the empty Hogwarts classroom. Severus Snape watched on impassively, standing guard at the door. I don't know, the boy wailed. They didn't tell me, Dash. You were their closest friend. Do not deny it, Voldemort snarled. Your classmate Draco Malfoy told me so. Now surrender there, whereabouts, or die. He slashed his wand again, and Ron Weasley screamed even louder from the pain. He could not withstand this much longer. The might and fury of the Dark Lord would either break his will or his sanity. It was merely a question of which broke first. Please stop, Ron cried. I'll do anything. Anything, Voldemort sneered. You can end this right now, Mr. Weasley. Just tell the Dark Lord what you know. Or perhaps I shall have Severus go and fetch your younger sister. We'll see how much pain she can take, Dash. No, Ron cried. His whole body was trembling, but he managed to sit up and face Voldemort directly. They left with Crum, he said, utterly defeated. Victor Crum. I don't know where they went, but he'll know. Find him. Voldemort considered the feeble boy swaying slightly before him. I can see that you are not lying, Ronald Weasley, he said. The Dark Lord rewards those who help him. Your family will be spared. Ron collapsed to the ground unconscious, whether from pain, defeat, or relief, or a mixture of all three. Voldemort turned to the door, where Snape raised an eyebrow at him. Come, Severus, Voldemort said softly. Round up the others. We have urgent business in Bulgaria. Harry jerked upright. Both Hermione and Crum were hunched over him, looking concerned. VOT has happened? Asked Crum. We have to go, Harry stammered, struggling to his feet. What? Hermione said nervously. I thought we agreed it was safest here, Dash. Not anymore, Harry said, panic starting to rise in his chest. We've been compromised. He's coming. Harry, you're not making sense, Hermione frowned. Who's coming? Voldemort? Harry shouted in her face, making both her and Crum jump. He knows we're here, and he's coming directly to us. We have to leave now. Already Harry could hear faint pops of apparition in the distance, as Death Eaters arrived at the perimeter of the property. He didn't know if Voldemort would be among the first wave, trying to break through the protective enchantments. But as soon as he arrived, it would only be a matter of time. Crum rushed to a nearby window to peer out onto the grounds. He's right. There are intruders, he said. We must evacuate. Hermione remained rooted to the spot, frozen in fear. But how could they have? She said meekly. There's no time, Hermione, Harry said, shaking her shoulders, lightly to jar her from her stupor. We need to gather the essentials and go. Victor, do you have an escape route? Yes, said Crum. We will use the emergency port keys. Meet me in the kitchen in 5 minutes. The wards should hold that long. Harry took Hermione's hand and ran from the study, headed for their bedroom. He wouldn't have time to gather all of the various clothes and books he'd strewn about the house over the past month. He needed his cloak, Hermione's enchanted handbag, and whatever else they could scoop up in the next 30 seconds or so. Distant echoing bangs told him the assault on the wards had begun. Quickly now, Hermione, Harry said when they reached the bedroom. He leapt to the floor beside the bed and began grabbing everything within reach. Hermione finally seemed to come to her senses, because she too began hastily gathering loose garments and supplies. Leave the books, Hermione, Harry pleaded as he turned to see her attempting to force heavy tomes into her handbag. We don't have the time for non-essentials. These are essential, she protested. Harry groaned and rushed over to help her cram the thick books into the magically enlarged space. Once they had done so, he took her hand once more and sprinted towards the kitchen, leaping down the steps 4 at a time. Crum was waiting for them by the kitchen table, an old hairbrush placed in the center. Ready, he said. We will touch it on the count of 3. They all hovered one hand over the port key, hearts thumping wildly with fear. 1, 2, 3. Harry, Hermione, and Crum grabbed the hairbrush, and Harry immediately felt the jerking sensation behind his navel. But something wasn't right. They remained firmly rooted in place, the port key vibrating furiously under their palms. What's happening? Hermione whimpered. Crum swore loudly in Bulgarian. Port key travel has been deactivated, he said, abandoning the hairbrush and rushing back to the window. That means the Bulgarian ministry is involved. They must have been cooperating with them all along. So, what do we do? Harry demanded. We're surrounded. Before Crum could answer, Harry's scar burst open again, and he found himself standing on a hillside overlooking Crum estate. My lord, said Yaxley, approaching with his head bowed low. The Bulgarians have trapped them within the house, but we cannot breach the wards. They are a Gringotts creation. Voldemort chuckled softly. Did Potter believe he could hide from the Dark Lord behind wards created by inferior beings like goblins? I will handle the wards, Yaxley, he said. Prepare to attack. Yaxley nodded and slinked away as Voldemort drew his wand. A burst of dark energy erupted from the Holly wand, crashing into the wards around the property, illuminating it like a great golden shell. The wards crackled and flared under the force of the spell, though they continued to hold, a testament to their strong design. But they were no match for a Dark Lord of Voldemort's caliber. He channeled every ounce of his hate and frustration, his rage at the boy who had eluded him for so long, into the waves of dark magic rippling from his wand. The great golden shell began to emit a low screeching sound, as though verbalizing its displeasure. Then, it began to crack and splinter. The golden threads of magic woven together began to unravel. Then, it burst in a brilliant explosion of millions of beams of light, raining down upon the grounds as the Death Eaters charged. The wards are down! Harry yelped in fear. They're coming! Crum waved his wand and yelled, Dominus Protegus. They heard a great grinding sound in the distance. Moments later, Harry heard yelps of surprise as the Death Eaters charging up the lawns were met with some unpleasant surprise. That will buy us some time, Crum said. Come to the secret exit. Crum led the way into the storage room beside the kitchen, tapping a shelf to reveal a hidden passageway. He ushered Harry and Hermione inside before sealing it behind them. It was pitch black and Harry had no idea what lay ahead, but he knew that Voldemort lay behind him, so he hurried on, clutching Hermione's hand tightly in his. His scar continued to burn painfully, but he fought against it, forcing Voldemort out of his mind, focused on his escape. They stumbled out of the dark passage into a cold and drafty room. Crum twirled his wand to provide them some light. They had emerged in the broom cupboard next to the Quidditch pitch. We must fly, he said, rushing to grab 3 firebolts from the rack. I will go first and distract them. Then you two head for the boundary until you can disapparate. Won't they attack you? Hermione moaned in fear. Don't worry, Crum said with a reassuring wink. It is my job. I welcome them to try. Crum mounted his broom and aimed his wand at the closed door to the grounds. Harry, take me with you, Hermione whispered in Harry's ear. Harry pulled her onto his broomstick and wrapped her arms around his torso as he too prepared for their mad dash to freedom. Now, Crum bellowed. With a bang, the doors flew open and he shot out like a cannon onto the grounds. At once there were shouts of surprise and jets of light fired after him into the sky. Crum neatly dodged and weaved through them, circling to the other side of the grounds to draw their attention away. Here we go, Harry said, kicking off hard. The two of them shot out of the shed and into the frigid evening cold. They were not spotted immediately. Harry had time to scan the grounds to get his bearings. A dozen or so Death Eaters were scattered across the property, half trying to curse Crum, the other half struggling with what looked like stone soldiers charging at them. Harry realized that the many statues and sculptures littering the grounds had come to life and were defending the house from the intruders. A spell whizzed by Harry's ear, and he flattened himself against the handle, aiming for the dark woods to the east of the estate. Several more spells came in their direction, but they were too fast, too far away to be caught. They might get out of this yet. You cannot escape me, Harry Potter. The voice came from inside and all around him. Harry's insides froze at the cold, chilling voice. Voldemort was right beside him, flying alongside the firebolt, sneering at the two of them. It is futile. Surrender yourself to me, or the girl dies too. Harry struggled to reach his wand, but Hermione's iron grasp around his waist prevented him from drawing it. They were doomed. Voldemort raised his own wand, aiming at the two of them, suspended in air. Boom! There was a colossal explosion as Crum Manor exploded, with such force that even Voldemort was knocked off balance. Crum must have had additional tricks up his sleeve, in case of an attack. Harry willed his firebolt to go faster. Any moment now Voldemort would regain his composure, and it would be the end. Then, Harry felt as though he passed through an invisible waterfall. If that wasn't the anti-disapparition ward, he didn't know what was. There was no time to question it. He grabbed Hermione from behind and launched both of them sideways off the broom as Voldemort's killing curse barely missed him. Harry heard only Hermione's screams and the whistling of the oncoming trees before he twisted in midair and disapparated, leaving Voldemort's scream of rage many miles behind him. Operation Lightning Strike, March 7th, 2003. Hermione. Wildcat, this is Otter. If you receive this transmission, I will be at Ground Zero tomorrow at 0930 for an important mission. I may require an extraction if things go wrong. Contact Team Alpha and tell them to be ready for action in the area. I'll be in touch soon. Otter out. Hermione strode briskly and confidently through downtown London, looking straight ahead, her disguised face wearing an expression of serene calm. All around her were employees on their way to work for the day, witches and wizards in their formal robes, marching down the high street together. The main roads were reserved for them now. Muggles were relegated to the winding side streets, not permitted to mingle with the elites of society. Ferrymen lined the roads, patrolling, ensuring that the superior magical race made it to their destination safely. Hermione glanced up as they passed the Black Tower, looming large above Britain. Carved of enchanted stone and rising thousands of feet into the air, it was a mammoth landmark, erected overnight by the Dark Lord as a reminder of his dominance over the lowly peons below. Heavy clouds obscured the very top of the tower, where Voldemort himself resided. Clouds, Hermione knew, that were formed by patrolling Dementors, ensuring a pervading sense of gloom and doom for all below. She ignored the creeping cold, tickling her mind, and pressed forward with the crowd. The mass of people split into two as employees of the tower turned off towards their destination. Security was tighter there, and more ferrymen stood idly by, watching for odd behavior. Fortunately, the tower was not Hermione's destination. Not today. She continued forward with the majority of the crowd, headed a few blocks further downtown to the Ministry of Magic. It was no longer the concealed underground facility it once was. The entrance was opulent and gaudy, drawing all eyes with its great glass-domed entrance in the middle of what was once the Muggle business district. Hermione eyed the great golden statue rising high within the dome, over 50 feet tall, a tall, handsome wizard, posing majestically in his splendid robes as a multitude of people bowed at his feet. Muggles, naturally dressed in rags and looking up with wonder at the superior being lording over them. Above the statue, a great flashing marquee declared the new official motto of Great Britain, "Magic is might." Hermione followed the crowd towards a row of fireplaces, one by one stepping through the grate and spinning away. She patiently waited her turn, keeping her expression blank and ignoring the many guards pacing between the rows, searching for anyone who didn't belong. The strategy to go unnoticed here was the opposite of a Muggle on the streets. You had to blend in by being loud and confident in your movement, to send the signal that you are important and not to be trifled with. No ferryman would risk harassing such a person, for fear that they actually have the power to punish their abuses of power. Hermione reached the front of the line and stepped into the spinning flames. Moments later, she appeared in the Ministry atrium, its black stone floors and vaulted ceilings unchanged as ever. She continued forward, past yet more ferrymen watching like a hawk, daring them with her confident aura to stop her. Fortunately, no one did, and she arrived at the security stand. "Place your wand in the receptacle," the board security wizard said when she reached the front of the line. Hermione reached into her robes for her wand, but as she moved to place it in the identification device, she pointed the tip at it and thought, "Confundus." She then placed her wand in and watched as the security wizard frowned at the device. "Odd," he muttered, smacking the side of it. "Bloody thing's not working. Is there a problem?" Hermione asked sharply, raising an eyebrow in mock displeasure. The security wizard looked up at her, eyes resting on the silver badge pinned to her breast, the one that signaled she was a high-ranking official. Sorry, ma'am," he stammered. It'll be only a moment. I have a meeting with Thickness in 10 minutes, Hermione said. Perhaps you'd care to explain to him why I am late. The security wizard blanched. He punched a button, and Hermione's wand spat back out of the receptacle. Have a good day, ma'am, he said, bowing slightly. Hermione grabbed her wand and continued on into the ministry. She released a slow, relieved breath she was in. Now it was a matter of completing what she came here to do, then getting the hell out before anyone asked too many questions. Hermione stepped onto the nearest lift, which was only half full. Administration level, please, she said loudly, and a wizard near the controls punched the button for her. She realized with a jolt that she recognized the man, Seamus Finnegan, her former classmate. His back was hunched and his face was weathered by years of hardship, and he avoided eye contact with everyone else in the lift. As a half-blood, he was technically permitted to be a part of wizarding society, but he was still considered lesser, still faced nearly as much harassment as the muggles outside these halls. Hermione desperately wanted to reassure him that she was still fighting, that this war was not lost yet, but she didn't dare. Hermione stepped out at her level and strode quickly down the hall. She didn't know exactly where she was going, but she kept her pace brisk, rapidly taking in the passing signs and placards to get her bearings. Department of Muggle Government Regulation. Department of Muggle Crimes Against Wizards. Department of Information Control. She paused at a juncture, staring around, unsure where to go. A large poster caught her eye in a nearby window. Hermione approached it slowly, eyes narrowed in vague recognition, then nearly toppled over in surprise. It was a photograph of her, but not one she had ever seen before. Her eyes were closed, blood dripping down her face from the eyelids, as she hovered menacingly in midair. Her hair stood on end, crackling with static electricity, and currents of black energy spread from her fingertips. Even Hermione had to admit it was a terrifying sight. Her desperate escape from the Manchester Enclave had forced her to resort to a spectacular display of power to catch her pursuers off guard. But the caption underneath the photo surprised her even more. Hermione Granger, undesirable no. 1 inch. Number 1? She thought, perplexed. Surely Harry would be number 1. Voldemort has wanted him dead for years. He's still out there somewhere. We would have heard something by now if he wasn't. So why am I now the Ministry's top priority? It didn't make a ton of sense to her. Though judging from the ominous photo, perhaps recent events had brought fear to someone high up in the ranks, and they wanted to deal with her as soon as possible. Can I help you? A voice called out from her right. Hermione turned to see a tall wizard in handsome gray robes leering at her from the doorway of the office she was staring at. Hermione's heart dropped in awe. Your cover isn't blown yet, she reminded herself. Play cool. Yes, actually, she said curtly. I'm looking for the Department of Magical Youth Registration. I have a meeting with the director this morning. The Auror frowned at her. I believe he's in a conference with Thickness at the moment, he said. Are you sure you have the right time? Yes. I'm just a bit early, Hermione said quickly. Can you point me to his office? I can wait there. It's just down the hall to the left, the Auror said, pointing in the right direction. Are you certain you wouldn't rather wait in the lobby? No, thank you, Hermione smiled. I have some work to complete first anyway. Thank you for your help. Hopkins. She noted the name badge pinned to his breast, nodding politely. He returned the gesture, returning to his office. Hermione hurried down the hall towards her destination, continuing to keep up the appearance that she knew where she was going. Finally, she located the correct department. Employees worked tirelessly at their desks, paying her no mind. Hermione strode past the rows towards the back, where she assumed the director's office would be. She finally located it. The door was locked and the lights were out inside. Hermione stole a look around the room. It appeared nobody was paying her much mind. But better safe than sorry. She silently activated the site and closed her eyes to feel the magic in the room. And it was a good thing she did. She detected an anti-tampering ward erected around the door, which would no doubt alert the director if anyone tried to break in. Hermione ran her fingers through the threads of magic, wondering how best to disentangle them and deactivate the ward. She decided that would be too complicated and consume too much of her magic. So she simply pushed the ward to the side, safely out of the way on the nearby window. She then wordlessly unlocked the door and slipped inside, unseen, shutting it behind her. Hermione glanced about the space. The desk was cluttered with documents, and a large map of Britain was pinned to the wall. Pins were placed at key locations on the map, which she assumed marked suspected locations of Muggle-born enclaves. Hermione saw green pins over Manchester and Liverpool, confirming her suspicions that both locations had been discovered. The others all, thankfully, remained red. They had narrowed down the city, but not the enclave itself yet. "We're running out of time," Hermione thought as she studied the map. "But it's not out yet." Hermione turned her attention to the rest of the room. A large file cabinet sat in the corner, with a placard that read records. She quickly opened it and began rifling through folders within. The cabinet appeared to contain case files, each pertaining to a different location of suspected Muggle-borns being sheltered. The locations were alphabetized, and Hermione began to pull out case files and skim them for information. Cambridge searched NW and SW quadrants with no luck. Questions F and G. Weasley, who promised to keep an eye out. No leads yet. Liverpool apprehended H. Abbott with group of underage magic thieves. Captured and euthanized 21 of suspected 50 children. Abbott remains at large. London, no new leads. Suspected large group somewhere in SW/diagonal H. Granger top suspect, wanted for questioning. Top search priority. Hermione's heart sank at the news of the Liverpool children. She knew chances were slim that they would survive, but hearing confirmation of their deaths still tore a hole in her heart. It only decreased the odds that the Manchester children had made it, but she still had to know for sure. She reached the end of the top drawer and moved down to the next to resume her search. "Who the bloody hell are you?" Hermione froze. She had foolishly kept her back to the door while perusing the file cabinet and hadn't noticed when someone entered the room. She slowly turned, heart hammering, mind racing with excuses she could use to talk her way out of this jam. But her brain went numb when she saw the director standing in the doorway. He wore a neatly pressed purple ministry uniform, adorned with silver pins and stripes that indicating his high ranking. Hermione almost didn't recognize him at first, but the flaming red hair and light blue eyes were a dead giveaway. "Why you?" she said weakly. "Do we know each other?" asked Ron Weasley. "What are you doing in my office?" I was sent by Mulciber," Hermione stammered, thinking quickly, "to check on the progress with the raids." Ron's eyes narrowed. "Mulciber was killed in the Manchester sting last week," he frowned. His hand hovered over his hip, where his wand was no doubt hidden from sight. Hermione's heart sank. Of all the names she could have chosen, she picked the one she had blindly killed during her desperate escape from the rubble of the Enclave. "Ah," she said nervously. "I thought it was him, but maybe I was mistaken. You have 5 seconds to explain yourself before I call for security," Ron warned. Hermione didn't know what to do. She didn't want to have to hex Ron. It would attract far too much attention and make her escape incredibly difficult. She was surrounded by Aurors and ferrymen on all sides. Desperate, and seeing no other option, she sighed and wordlessly dropped her glamour, allowing Ron to see who she really was. Ron nearly toppled over in shock. "Hermione?" he hissed. "What, how?" "Please, Ronald," she pleaded with him. "I can explain everything. Just give me a chance." Ron stared at her, wide-eyed, rooted to the spot. Then, seeming to come to his senses, he quickly shut the door behind him and drew the blinds so that no passersby could look in and see the fugitive in his office. "What are you doing in the ministry?" he demanded in a hushed tone. "Do you realize how much danger you're in?" "Of course I do. I've seen the posters," Hermione snapped. "I had to find out what happened to the children at Manchester." "To the Creevies." "The Creevies are dead," Ron said, without a trace of emotion. "Made it halfway to Azkaban before they plotted an escape, but they didn't make it far. Probably a better fate in the end." Hermione nodded sullenly. She too would probably choose death over a lifetime of horrors behind bars at Azkaban. "And the children?" she asked, trying not to get too hopeful. "In the tower," said Ron. "I don't know what happens to them from there. It's outside my jurisdiction." Hermione wasn't sure whether to be relieved or dismayed by this news. The children could still be saved after all, but what horrors awaited them inside the Black Tower? She'd heard of many Muggles and Muggle-borns taken inside, and none were ever heard from again. She shuddered at the thought. Hermione, Ron continued, stepping forward cautiously. This can't continue. You know the ferrymen will keep hunting you until they find your hiding spot. The Dark Lord wants you dead at any cost. I have children to protect, Ron, Hermione said. What would you have me do? Run, he said sternly. Get as far away from Britain as you can. There's nothing but trouble here for you now. I can't abandon the children, said Hermione defiantly. I have to stay and look out for anyone who needs protection. And I need to be here when Harry comes back. Ron gave her an incredulous look. You don't seriously believe he's still alive? He scoffed. Even the Dark Lord has given up on Potter ever showing his face again. Give it up, Hermione, he's not coming back. I don't believe that, Hermione said quietly. I can't. Ron considered her for a moment. Listen, he sighed. I can protect you. I have a place you can stay. I'm high enough rank now that the ferrymen won't bother me at home. You can change your name and appearance. We can forge you a family tree. Hermione stared at Ron in disbelief. She recognized the look in his eyes, the same one he'd given her at the wedding. The quiet desperation, the fleeting hope that he still had a future with her. You can't be serious, she breathed. After what you did. Ron's expression fell. You can't still be mad about that, he muttered. You've no idea the power of the Dark Lord. What would you have me do? Let him kill me and my entire family. I'd sooner die than hand him the war on a silver platter, Hermione spat. You have no idea how far back you set us. Easy for you and Harry to say, said Ron. You two don't have family to worry about. I did what I had to do to protect them. That's where you're wrong, Hermione glared. I do have a family to worry about, and I'll do whatever it takes to protect my children. She struck without warning. Ron reached for his wand, but her stunning spell hit him squarely in the chest before he could raise it. In defense, he fell to the floor with a loud crash. Hermione could only hope that her hasty muffling charm on the door had been erected quickly enough to avoid drawing attention. She had to move quickly now. She returned to the filing cabinet and grabbed the folder on the Manchester Enclave, duplicating it with a protean charm and stuffing the copy down her blouse. She then twirled her wand to lift Ron up off the floor, carefully levitating him over to his chair and depositing him there, bending him over the desk so it looked like he was sleeping. She quickly tidied up the room to remove anything that looked amiss and turned to leave. She paused at the door. As much as she despised Ron in this moment, she knew he would be killed if it was discovered that he offered Hermione assistance. So she turned and pointed her wand at him and muttered, "Obliviate." She removed his memories of the past few minutes and replaced them with a false memory of an unseen assailant stunning him as soon as he entered his office. Then, she reapplied her glamour and hastily exited the office. To her horror, someone was there to meet her as soon as she left, the Auror named Hopkins. "Is Weasley in there?" he demanded. "I need to see him urgently." Yes, but he's fallen ill," Hermione stammered, thinking quickly. "I would give him a few moments to recompose himself." Then she hurried away, feeling Hopkins' suspicious gaze following her from the department. It was only a matter of moments now before Ron was discovered unconscious and somebody sounded the alarm. She had to put as much distance between herself and the danger as possible. Hermione fast-walked to the nearest lift and crammed her way in despite it being full. The doors clanged shut, and the lift began to descend back towards the atrium. It paused a couple of times to deposit employees at their various departments, and each time, Hermione was certain somebody would rush in and grab her. She quietly made her way to the back of the lift car, hoping to draw as few eyes on her as possible. Finally, the lift made its final stop and began to descend towards its final destination at the atrium. "I may just get out of this yet," Hermione thought. Then, to her horror, the lift shuddered to a stop, and a far-off alarm began to sound. "The Ministry is under lockdown," an automated voice blared over a loudspeaker. "All employees are to remain where they are until a search can be conducted." The other occupants of the lift car groaned loudly at this. "Third time this month," somebody grumbled. "What do they think Granger is? Just gonna waltz in here or something?" The other employees chuckled appreciatively at this. Hermione's mind raced, trying to think of a way out of this spot. Surely the lift wouldn't be operational again until a ferryman could intercept it and check all of the occupants. She doubted her simple glamour would be enough to fool a thorough search effort, especially with so many witnesses. She had to find a way out of this lift, and quickly, ideally without raising suspicion. Only one idea came to mind, and it was a risky one. Fortunately, all eyes were facing forward, and she was alone in her corner. She closed her eyes and silently transfigured her clothes into an official ministry uniform, recreating the silver pins and stripes she'd seen on Ron's own robes. Then, she stepped forward to the front of the lift, roughly pushing other occupants aside. "I do not have time for this," she snapped, putting on her best high and mighty voice. Then, she aimed her wand at the lift control panel. The lift began to move again, descending towards the atrium at normal speed. "Are you sure this is wise, ma'am?" A familiar voice spoke up from behind her. "They told us to stay put." Hermione turned and nearly lost her composure at the sight of Percy Weasley eyeing her with trepidation. "Are you questioning my authority, Weasley?" she said coldly. "I would hate for your family to come under scrutiny again." Percy went red in the face at this and dropped his head in submission. Hermione turned back towards the front, willing the lift to move faster, willing the atrium to not be flooded with ferrymen. The lift dinged as they finally arrived, and the doors clanged open. Hermione strode confidently out of the car and across the marble floors of the atrium. There were still dozens of ministry workers here, but everything had crawled to a halt as ministry workers moved from person to person checking identities. "Hey you," a crude voice shouted after Hermione. She turned to see a ferryman march up to her. "What is your business on this level?" "I could ask you the same," Hermione sneered, looking the man up and down in what she hoped was a disdainful manner. The ferryman took note of her uniform and seemed to take the hint that she had authority over him, though he still didn't look pleased about it. "Sorry to disturb you, ma'am, but we're supposed to clear everyone before anyone goes in or out," the man sighed. "So if you don't mind, why do you think I'm here?" Hermione demanded. "They've sent me to help clear the atrium. Apparently, they don't believe you can handle the task yourselves." The ferryman reddened at this comment, but it had the intended effect of directing his anger elsewhere. "We were handling it just fine," he muttered. "I'm sure you were," Hermione said snidely. "Come with me. We must see to the Flynn network." And she strode confidently across the atrium again, with the nonplussed ferryman scurrying along in her wake. Fortunately, now that she had an escort with her, nobody seemed willing to bother her. She drew the eye of several other ferrymen along her way, but they all returned to whatever they were doing. "It's actually working," Hermione thought, heart still thumping in her chest. She was halfway across the room now, the fireplaces that would be her escape just within sight. "I might get out of here unscathed after all." Hermione approached the security stand, where two security wizards stood guard. "Stand aside," she ordered them. "We have orders to secure the Flynn network. We're not to let anyone through until the lockdown is lifted," one of the guards told her. "Are you questioning my authority?" Hermione growled, stepping closer to the man in a threatening manner so that he could see the stripes on her uniform indicating her rank. "I don't care what your rank is," the guard sneered. "You ain't getting through until the lockdown is lifted." "Let her through, Pharaoh," the other guard suddenly stepped in. "She has special clearance." The first guard named Pharaoh turned in disbelief. "Says who?" he demanded. "Says the manifest," the first guard said. "I wouldn't trifle with her. She could cause us a lot of trouble for stopping her." The first guard seemed torn. Neither he nor the ferryman at Hermione's side had noticed the silent confounding charm she had cast on the second guard, nor his vaguely distant expression. Finally, the first guard decided it wasn't worth the trouble. "Fine," he said, stepping aside. "Hurry along, then." Hermione walked past him towards the narrow choke point separating the atrium from the fireplace network. She could see no visible obstruction in her path, save for a light shimmer in the air that she assumed was some sort of trigger to indicate whenever someone passed in or out. No matter. Hermione and the ferryman walked forward past the checkpoint and through the shimmering air. She realized her mistake almost at once. It was as though she temporarily could not breathe. She lurched forward, coughing, regaining her breath. When she righted herself, she saw the look of horror on the ferryman's face and knew what had happened. The thief's downfall, she thought. She had read about it before, one of the many defenses used to defend Gringotts. All magical enchantments and concealments were exposed, including her glamour. She was no longer disguised. The ferryman backed away in shock. "G. Granger," he stammered. Then he turned to shout, "Granger, I've found Gr dash." Hermione blasted the man with a stunning spell, but it was too late. Every eye had turned her way, including the dozen or so guards standing between her and the flugrates. She had no hope of sneaking out now. It was time to fight. "Freeze!" several guards shouted at her, aiming their wands. Hermione quickly closed her eyes and activated the sight, reaching out into the streams of magic filling the space. She reached and reached until she found the fire magic lying dormant in the grates, waiting to be activated. She pulled them towards herself, then unleashed it with as much force as she could. Shouts of surprise and pain rang out as fire consumed the area, forcing the guards to put up hasty shield charms to avoid getting burned to a crisp. Hermione threw up the strongest shield she could and ran through the blazing inferno, relying on the sight to guide her. She sensed the teleportation magic nearby, the magic that powered the flue, and ran blindly towards it. She heard spells whizzing over her head but had no time to slow down or alter her trajectory. It was now or never. Hermione glimpsed the urn of flue powder to her left and quickly summoned it to her. She grabbed a pinch in her hand and dove headlong into a grate, praying that it would remain active long enough to take her away. "The leaky cauldron," she shouted, throwing the powder, and to her relief, she felt the spinning sensation that told her the flue had taken her away. She was spit out on the other side unceremoniously, skidding to a halt inside the pub, covered in soot. There were cries of alarm as patrons leapt back at her arrival. Hermione knew she didn't have long before she was followed. She stumbled to her feet and spun on the spot to apparate away, but merely fell back to the ground awkwardly. No, she thought with terror. They've already put the wards up. Already she could hear the pops of apparition as ferrymen arrived outside the pub. "Hermione Granger," a voice called out. "Come out with your hands up, or you will be killed." Panicking, Hermione turned back towards the fireplace, but the fire inside was glowing a hot red. "They've shut off the flow behind me," she realized. She glanced out the window to see several dozen ferrymen out in the street, all with their wands pointed at the leaky cauldron. She was surrounded. Hermione's mind raced. She had depleted much of her magic during her escape from the atrium, and didn't think she had enough left to fight her way out. Now that they had positively identified her, the Ministry would spare no resource in making sure she was captured, dead or alive. It wouldn't be as simple as the smoke and mirrors tricks she had used in Manchester. She was in real trouble. There was only one option left, one she had hoped not to have to use yet, not until Harry returned. "He's not coming back," she told herself. Ron's words had stung, but maybe he was right. "It's just me. I have to lead this war, and it's starting today, with or without Harry." She rummaged through her bag, searching for something. She finally located it and powered it on a Muggle cell phone. She scrolled through her contacts until she found the correct name and pressed the phone to her ear. "Please pick up," she thought desperately. "Please, please, please." On the third ring, the line connected. "Hello," the voice said uncertainly on the other side. "Wildcat." Hermione breathed into the receiver. "It's Otter. I need you." "Hermione?" cried Ginny at the other end. "What's happened? Where are you?" "The leaky cauldron," Hermione breathed. "It's time for Operation Lightning Strike." There was silence at the other end. "Are you sure?" Ginny said nervously. "You know there's no turning back once we dash." "I know that," Ginny said. Hermione. "It's now or never." "All right," said Ginny. "I'll send the word." "How long do you have?" "Not long," said Hermione. "Maybe 2 minutes." "Better make it 5, said Ginny grimly, and the line went dead. Hermione pocketed the phone and risked another peek out the window. The number of ferrymen outside the pub was only growing, and they were slowly advancing towards the door. Hermione didn't have 5 minutes. Not unless she could buy herself some time artificially. Hermione pointed her wand at her throat and muttered, "Sonorous." Then she angled herself to project her amplified voice at the windows. "Everyone stay back," she said, and she heard the shuffling footsteps outside freeze. "I'm armed." "So are we, Granger," a voice sneered. "You have 30 seconds to come out with your hands up, or we start firing." "I have hostages," Hermione said, glancing at the pub patrons cowering in the corner nearby. "Stay back, or I kill them all." There was a brief pause at this. "The Dark Lord cares not about casualties," the ferryman shouted back. "Their deaths matter not as long as you lie among them." Of course they wouldn't care about casualties, Hermione thought bitterly. They would level the entire block if it meant finishing me off. She would have to try a different tactic to keep the ferryman occupied until Ginny could get the word out. "I have names," she shouted. "If you let me go, I can give up the names of my partners." "The Dark Lord only wants you," said the ferryman. "We are not interested in this information dash. There are over 1,000 Muggleborns hidden across Britain," Hermione said, "and I know where all of them are. I will hand them over to you, if you just let me go." That certainly got the attention of the ferrymen. "Where are they, then?" one of them demanded. "There are 53 in Manchester," said Hermione quickly. "Protected by Colin and Dennis Creevy." "You think we're stupid?" the ferryman scoffed. "We captured them weeks ago. And 200 in Liverpool," Hermione went on. "Protected by Hannah Abbott." Again there was a pause. "We caught 20 of them last month," the ferryman said dubiously. "You say there are 200? 217. To be exact," Hermione lied. "I can tell you exactly where the rest are hidden." "We have been combing the city for weeks," the ferryman said begrudgingly. "Tell us where they are, and we may let you live." "They are at 35 Windsor Lane," Hermione said, making up the first address she could think of. "Under an old Calvinist church on the south side of town." The ferrymen seemed to be conferring amongst themselves. "We will send people to verify that claim," the leader said. "Now come out peacefully, and we can discuss the locations of the others." "How do I know you won't kill me on sight?" Hermione called out. "I want some kind of guarantee." "No guarantees," the ferryman snarled. "Come out now, or we will destroy the leaky cauldron and everyone inside it. Then you'll never know where the others are." Hermione cried. "I swear, I can tell you where they all are hiding dash." "Last chance, Granger," the leader snarled. "I'm going to count to 10, and if you aren't out here, you will be destroyed." Hermione's mind raced as the ferryman began to count down. She was all out of gambits. All except for one. "Wait," she said as the leader reached the count of 8. "Harry Potter. I can give you Harry Potter." There were nervous chuckles from the gathered crowd at this. "Potter is dead," the ferryman scoffed. "The Dark Lord is convinced of it." "He's alive," Hermione cried. "And he's here in Britain, plotting the Dark Lord's downfall. And I know where he is." The ferrymen seemed unsure of what to do. "Then tell us," the leader said skeptically. "Not until you guarantee my safety," said Hermione. "Otherwise his secret dies with me." Silence fell again. Hermione reached out with the sight to listen to their hushed conversation with an extension charm. What if she's telling the truth? We can't trust her. She's just trying to save her own skin. But if it is true, if Potter is truly out there dash, it matters not. Our orders are clear. Capture or kill Granger at all costs. Fine, but it's your ass if you're wrong. I'm not. Potter is a myth. Now fall back in line and prepare to attack. That was bad news. Hermione knew her time had run out. She would have to fight now and hope for the best. She readied herself for the incoming battle, trying to envision a scenario in which she survives. Then she heard it, the sound of distant voices approaching from somewhere unseen. She dared another peek out the window, and the ferrymen had turned their attention to the street. They appeared nervous by the appearance of something. Hermione leaned back into her extension charm. "The hell is this? Muggles? Tell them to bugger off. Oi, you lot, clear out." But Hermione could hear a great swell of angry voices nearby. She craned her neck as much as she could to peer down the street and saw a large mob of angry Muggles, each brandishing a firearm. The hair on the back of her neck stood on end. Even as a witch, it was a formidable sight. The ferrymen didn't seem to realize the danger they were in, shouting at the Muggles to disperse as though they were cockroaches to be squashed. "Clear the streets now, or be executed," a ferryman shouted. "The Dark Lord will not stand for dash." He was drowned out by the overwhelming roar of gunfire. The ferrymen, not recognizing what they were up against, threw up shield charms, but they were quickly punctured by the hail of bullets and cut down to the street. A few managed to survive by conjuring thick walls to defend themselves, but it took only a matter of seconds for the majority of them to be wiped out. Hermione dashed to the door. She knew the element of surprise would help the Muggle forces tremendously, but once the wizards wised up to what was happening, the tide would shift dramatically. She summoned as much of her remaining magic as she could and erected a steel barrier before herself and dashed out into the street. Bullets pinged off the wall as surprised Muggles took aim, but she quickly crossed over to the building across the street and dove inside. She cut her way through to the back, blasting down walls and doors in her path, and emerged in a back alleyway. She heard the fierce chaos of warfare happening on all sides as Muggles and ferrymen clashed, the smell of smoke and blood rising in the air. She had to find a way out of the anti-disapparition wards before her magic was depleted. Hermione turned right, away from the majority of the noise, and began running down the alleyway. The sound of gunfire directed her path, desperately searching for a path through the chaos, away from the bloodshed happening just out of sight. She glanced over her shoulder to ensure she was not being followed, and she ran directly into somebody. Hermione crashed to the ground, quickly stumbling to her feet and aiming her wand at the offending party. "Ginny," she exclaimed, helping the redhead to her feet. "You made it! What the hell is going on?" Ginny demanded, flinching instinctively as an explosion rocked the next street over. "Are we fighting or not?" "We're running," Hermione corrected. "We have to get out of here before the ferrymen find me. I have stolen information, Bombarda Maxima," Ginny bellowed, wand aimed over Hermione's shoulder. There was a loud bang as a nearby wall exploded, obstructing the path of two wizards sprinting in their direction. "No need to tell me twice. Lead the way, Otter." Hermione led Ginny down more alleyways, doing her best to keep her head low and avoid attention. Every time they passed a junction, she saw more fighting and destruction. The entire area had descended into chaos, with armed Muggle forces clashing with wizards who had finally begun to fight back. The sound of gunfire was slowly being replaced with more ominous sounds. The terrible scorching sound of fiend fire, the sickening zaps of killing curses flying left and right, and other nasty curses Hermione didn't want to be on the receiving end of. They emerged at a cramped intersection, which appeared to be unmarred by the fighting thus far. Hermione and Ginny crouched beside a low wall, catching their breath as Hermione tried to get her bearings. "We must be close to the ward boundaries now," she panted. "We can disapparate there. Make a run down the high road, you reckon?" Ginny suggested. "That would be the fastest route," Hermione agreed. "Risky if we get spotted, though." "Your call, boss," Ginny shrugged. Just then, a group of armed Muggles rounded the corner, spotting Hermione and Ginny crouched with their wands held aloft. One of them exclaimed, "We got two witches over there." "And no, wait," said Hermione, a feeling of dread settling in. "We're with you. Citizens against witchcraft," the man shouted, and the crowd roared in solidarity with the battle cry. Hermione swiftly conjured another barrier to block their incoming bullets, then dragged Ginny backwards down a different alleyway. Now they had problems on both sides. Ferrymen trying to capture their priority target, and Muggles eager to mow down any magical being they encountered. They must be close now. The wards can't have covered that many blocks. They emerged on a new street and continued running. Scattered fighting continued throughout the area, with the vastly outnumbered and unorganized wizards forced to retreat under the overwhelming number of the Muggle forces. Hermione spotted a ferryman disapparate to safety a block ahead of them, and knew they were close to escape. Finally, mercifully, she felt the cool air shift as they passed through the invisible wards. "Time to go," Hermione said, grabbing Ginny's hand and twisting on the spot to disapparate. The last thing she heard before they vanished was a shout of surprise and a single gunshot ringing out. They landed in a heap in her office back at the Enclave. Hermione sat up to assess herself. Aside from some bumps and bruises, she appeared unscathed. She was overwhelmed with gratitude. Gratitude that she was alive, that she had the information she sought, that she had the foresight to prepare a backup plan in case things went south. She had hoped to save the Muggle forces as a surprise asset for when the real war began, but it remained a successful mission in her eyes. "You arrived just in the nick of time," Hermione quipped. "Any later, and I would have been dash." She turned to Ginny and froze. The redhead lay prone on the ground, twitching slightly, blood spurting out over her face from a fresh bullet hole cut into her eye socket. Essence of thought. A/N. Hello, everyone. Like many of you, I've been busy playing Hogwarts Legacy over the past few weeks. I'm currently deciding how much of the newly established canon from the game world I'm going to incorporate into this AU. So my updates may be slower than usual as I plan ahead with new information in mind. Hopefully you'll start to see some influences from the game reflected in this story, even if it's as minor as new Hogwarts locations or familiar surnames. January 1st, 2015, Evangeline. The new year dawned frigid and windy at Shell Cottage. Eva found herself alone when she awoke late in the morning, looking across the room to find Victoire's bed empty. Somewhere in the distance, she could hear playful laughter as the youngest Weasley children spent quality fun time with their older sister. Victoire clearly had a strong bond with her younger siblings and wanted to maximize the time she had with them before she had to return to Hogwarts. That was fine by Eva. She was used to much quieter holidays, solitary affairs where she could catch up on sleep, homework, and reading. She finally felt as though she had a handle on the Hogwarts curriculum and was now looking ahead to her OWLS in the spring. No time like the present to prepare for her toughest academic challenge yet. She got out of bed and headed downstairs for breakfast, planning to return to her room for much of the afternoon to get some work done. The entire family was downstairs when she emerged. Victoire, Dominique, and Louis were in the sitting room, playing a game of exploding snap. Bill was in the kitchen, accepting a plate of food from Fleur. "Good morning, Evangeline." Fleur beamed when she walked in. "Hungry?" "Yes, thank you," Eva admitted. She sat at the opposite end of the table as Fleur bustled about the kitchen preparing a plate for her. Bill picked up a copy of the Daily Prophet and began reading while munching on his breakfast. Eva glimpsed the headline from across the table. Minister Granger announces new Muggle outreach program in Boston, Massachusetts. "I had an idea this morning, Bill," said Fleur as she brought Eva a plate. "Tomorrow is last day before Z girls return to school. Perhaps we could visit Diagon Alley for some shopping? It would be good to get Z children out of Z house." "Can't," Bill grumbled. "I have to visit the ministry tomorrow. Some stupid regulatory meetings with the Department of Magical Finance." "Perhaps I could take Z children myself then?" Fleur suggested. "You can join us after you are done." "That could work," Bill shrugged. "I'll try to get out of it early." "Actually, Mr. Weasley," piped in Eva, "would it be all right if I came with you to the ministry?" Bill looked down his newspaper at her in surprise. "Are you sure, Evangeline?" he asked her. "It's quite boring in there, I promise you." "I've always wanted to visit," Eva shrugged. "I've read a lot about British politics, you see, and I'd like to see it for myself." "I see," said Bill. "Well, I can get you into the ministry as a visitor, but I wouldn't be able to show you around dash." "What's this about the ministry?" asked Victoire, as the three hungry Weasley children barged into the kitchen. "Evangeline wishes to visit tomorrow," said Fleur as she prepared breakfast for her brood. "Perhaps you can accompany her, Victoire." "Sure," Victoire said brightly. "Dad's taken me loads of times. I know where all the good food spots are." "Can we come too, Daddy?" asked Louis hopefully. "Your mother is going to Diagon Alley while I work," Bill told him. "I bet if you ask her nicely, she'll take you and your sister to Fortescue's." Dominique and Louis turned excitedly to Fleur. "Can we, Mum? Can we?" Dominique asked. "I suppose so," Fleur smiled, throwing an exasperated look at her husband for suggesting the ice cream parlor. "We can all meet for dinner after." The family chattered excitedly about the upcoming field trip. Eva felt relieved that the Weasleys hadn't asked her too many questions about her true intentions at the ministry. She actually had some things she wanted to do while she was there, things she wanted to keep private. For one thing, it was her dream to shake Minister Granger's hand and tell her how much she meant to her. An innocuous enough gesture, but one she didn't need getting back to Headmaster Potter. For another, she wanted to check on the status of the investigation into her parents' murder. If anyone would have information about them, it would be the British ministry, who cared more about Muggle lives than most of the wizarding world. But the third and most important reason was the most essential to keep to herself. Ever since her incident at Slughorn's Christmas party, she had been determined to brew the potion of omniscience for herself. Most of the ingredients she knew she could find at Hogwarts, but there was one ingredient that would be trickier to obtain: essence of thought. It was heavily regulated and couldn't be purchased from any private seller, legally at least. The only known place where the substance could be found was at the British Ministry of Magic in a place called the Department of Mysteries. Eva was determined to see if she could get her hands on it before returning to school for the winter term. The next morning, the house was abuzz early as the family prepared for the journey. Eva was up and ready an hour early, too excited to sleep in. "Victoire, we're going to be late," Bill chastised his eldest daughter when she stumbled down the stairs for breakfast. "I have a meeting in 20 minutes. Yeah. Victor croaked tiredly, grabbing a piece of toast from the table. Am coming. It was another 15 minutes before the family was gathered in the living room around the fireplace. "Bill, you go ahead," Fleur sighed, still attempting to wrangle a fussing Louis into his overcoat. Bill led the way through the grate and into the green flame. Eva followed shortly after him, and Victoire, spinning away into darkness. She emerged moments later on a bustling street, with pedestrians all around them headed for work. "Dad, why didn't we flew directly into the atrium?" Victoire asked. "We have to use the visitor's entrance today," Bill said hurriedly. "Now come. We're running late." And he led the way down the busy street into the heart of downtown London. But Eva hesitated. Something about the road she was standing on seemed oddly familiar to her, like she'd seen pictures of it in a book somewhere. Her question was answered when she spotted a bronze plaque on a nearby wall. This site commemorates the site of the Battle of the Leaky Cauldron, resulting in the loss of 43 magical and 357 non-magical lives on March 7th, 2003. "Oi, Pruitt, move it or lose it," Victoire shouted from down the street, and Eva hustled to catch up. Eva could tell that most of the pedestrians walking among them were fellow witches and wizards. There was no mistaking those flowing robes that no Muggle would dare to wear. But that wasn't the only distinguishing factor. Eva noticed how most of the foot traffic stuck to the sidewalks while the magical community strode straight down the middle of the street. Shouldn't it be the other way around? Eva wondered quietly. The non-magical population outnumbered them nearly 20-1 after all. But why keep separate in the first place? Perhaps it wasn't an enforced segregation, but a preferred one, and she recognized the familiar resentment of the faces on the sidewalk she made eye contact with. The Muggle crowds dispersed the closer they got to the ministry and its familiar glass-domed facade. Eva knew that the exterior, once designed as a symbol of opulence and superiority over the Muggles, had been converted into a wizarding museum at the behest of Minister Granger, meant for Muggles and wizards alike to come and learn about the history of magical cooperation with the outside world. But not a single Muggle entered the ornate lobby with the rest of the crowd. And why should they? Eva couldn't imagine why anybody would want to spend the day learning the history of how the magical world had repeatedly kept their powers to themselves. The crowd of ministry employees crossed the lobby towards the fireplaces, guarded by a group of lazy-looking wizards in shining purple robes. "Identification?" one asked in a bored tone as Bill and the two girls approached. Bill waved his wand to display his ID number above his head. "And two guests," he explained, gesturing to Eva and Victoire behind him. The guard shrugged and stepped aside, granting them access to the fireplaces, which they stepped through into the atrium of the ministry itself. Eva wondered at the marvelous black marbled floors and vaunted ceilings as Bill hurried them through the security checkpoint. "Right, I'm late for my meeting," he said, glancing at his watch nervously. "You two behave yourselves, understood? I'll try to meet you for lunch, but otherwise you're on your own. I trust you can find your way to Diagon Alley if you need something from your mother." "Come on, Dad, we're not kids anymore." Victoire rolled her eyes. Bill clearly didn't agree with this logic, but he had no choice. He bade them farewell and hurried off towards the lifts. "Right then," Victoire said, clapping her hands together. "What first?" "I dunno." Eva shrugged, secretly trying to find an excuse to shake Victoire off and explore on her own. "Maybe we can see if they give tours on a workday?" "Uniquely," Victoire scoffed. "That's kind of what the museum upstairs is for. Oh, I know. Let's go bother Uncle Percy." "Sorry?" asked Eva. He works on the administration level, Victoire explained. He'll tell us he's too busy, but that's rubbish according to Dad. He just sits behind his big desk all day filling out paperwork. We can convince him to show us around. All right, sure. Eva agreed, and Victoire led the way towards the lifts. She wasn't eager about having another Weasley around to have to dodge, but at least she was getting closer towards her goals. Besides, she might be able to get some answers from someone as knowledgeable as Percy about the ultimate goal she sought in the Department of Mysteries. Eva and Victoire managed to hop into a half-filled lift, which began transporting them upwards towards level 1. Why is it that your dad and Uncle Fred are still close with Percy? Eva asked as they waited to reach their destination. Your aunt made it sound like he's some kind of traitor. Oh, don't mind what she says when she's drunk, Victoire said dismissively. She considered anyone who wasn't on the front lines a traitor. The real adults recognized what had to be done to survive the war. That's what Dad says anyway. And you agree with that? Eva asked innocuously. Victoire gave her a surprised look, eyebrow raised. Why the sudden interest in politics? She asked. That's boring adult nonsense, if you ask me. I try not to worry myself with all that. Eva just shrugged and decided to drop the subject. And yet, you don't question why the family doesn't talk about your other two uncles, she thought with a silent laugh of incredulity. If anything, she felt like drunken Ginny had spoken more truth about the war that night than she'd heard any adult admit to since arriving in Britain months ago. The lift finally deposited them at the administration level, and Victoire led the way down the busy corridors towards Percy's office. It was wedged in one of the back annals of the floor, a quiet wing full of stone-faced witches and wizards silently filling out paperwork at their desks. Victoire stopped in front of a door and knocked. Eva took in the placard on the door. Percy Weasley, Director, Department of Magical Ordnance and Regulation. The door swung open, and Percy stuck his head out, surprised. Victoire, he exclaimed. What are you doing here? Where are your parents? He scanned the hallway around them, as though looking for them. Dad's in a meeting with the goblins, Victoire explained. We came to see you, Uncle Percy, to see if you would show us around. Ah, said Percy, scratching the back of his neck. Well, you see, terribly busy, much to do, couldn't have come at a worse time. Paperwork won't fill itself out. It was my idea, Mr. Weasley, Eva piped in. I told Victoire I was interested in working here at the ministry, and she thought you might like to show me what it's like. You never told me you were interested in Dash, Victoire protested. But Eva stepped roughly on her toes to get her to shut up. You want to work here? Percy asked, eyebrow raised. It's terribly boring. I'm afraid, Dash. Oh, I don't mind, Eva said, forcing an easy smile. I've always been interested in regulations and whatnot. Hearing you and Bill talk about it over dinner the other day was illuminating. Eva could practically hear the confusion radiating from Victoire's brain. But Percy appeared to perk up at this. You don't say, he said. I've never met anyone else who enjoys the minutiae of government quite like I do, besides my wife, of course. You know, on second thought, I may be able to spare some time for a quick tour. Excellent, Eva beamed. I look forward to learning more about what you do here. Are you mental? Victoire hissed seconds later as Percy led the way deeper into the department. He must be the worst tour guide on the planet. He'll spent 20 minutes lecturing us on the history of every pillar in the atrium. We can guide him towards the more interesting stuff, Eva whispered back. But she soon shared Victoire's concern, as Percy spent the first 10 minutes of their tour explaining the history of the Department of Magical Ordnance and Regulation and its many exciting legislative victories over the centuries. Which is precisely why our office is required to sign off on cauldron thickness standards, Percy was saying animatedly during a long-winded diatribe on the follies of governmental corner-cutting. When I think of the many lives I've saved indirectly through robust fact-checking and careful attention paid to the minor details most other departments would rather skip over Dash. Say, Uncle Percy? Victoire chimed in. Many we could tour some of the other departments on your floor? Ah, yes, said Percy absent-mindedly. I suppose it is important to know how all the departments work in conjunction with one another. And he finally led the way out of the area, which was starting to lull Eva to sleep with its monotone gray schemata and lifeless workers toiling away at their desks. Percy explained the function of several other obscure departments as they strolled down the hall. Eva was amazed at how specific some of them were. Department of Alchemical Registry? Department of Interdepartmental Communications? It felt like a parody of a bureaucratic hellscape, one that made Eva regret claiming to want a ministry job more and more by the second. As they passed by yet another department, Eva was drawn to a large poster of Hermione Granger hanging on the wall. She recognized it at once, her official minister's portrait smiling, confidently and posing in a smart pantsuit. Her first thought was one of pride, a strong leader watching over her loyal understudies. But upon closer inspection, she noticed the burn marks peppering the portrait, the telltale remnants of a standard stinging hex, which commonly peppered the walls of Hogwarts as students took aim at their fellows when teachers and prefects weren't looking. Just as she recognized this, she felt a buzz of magic fly past her ear and saw yet another mark appear on the portrait. "Nice shot, Everett," a nearby worker exclaimed, high-fiving his desk mate, who had successfully hit Granger in the ear with his hex. "Mind the children if you don't mind, Mr. Everett," Percy chastised the man in passing, though he didn't sound entirely bothered by the vandalized poster itself. "Is Minister Granger quite popular around here, Mr. Weasley?" asked Eva innocently, already suspecting that she knew the answer. "It varies from department to department," Percy shrugged. "On the whole, I'd say most tolerate her, though there is a faction that finds her deeply unpleasant and wishes to expel her from office. There have been a number of attempts at a no-confidence vote in the YEA I, though Granger always seems to wriggle out of it. Is she here, do you reckon?" Eva asked. "Could we see her office?" "I'm afraid she spends much of her time abroad lately," Percy sighed. "Last I heard, she was in the United States, working with the Muggle president on something or other. Certainly doesn't help her popularity, mind. What do you think of Minister Granger, Uncle Percy?" Victoire pressed, eyes aglow with the prospect of juicy gossip. "I do not engage in such petty squabbles," Percy sniffed haughtily. "She is my boss, and I serve my office with distinction. My personal opinion of her would never change that." An impressive way of dodging the question, Eva silently noted. "And here we have the Department of Magical Law Enforcement," Percy said, gesturing to by far the busiest department of them all. "I try to avoid this department, if able, bunch of self-righteous prats if you ask me. Anytime they come into my office with a request, it's usually someone looking to cut the red tape and bypass regulation to get what they want. Unthinkable, really." Yes, what horror to have to visit Percy's department for any reason, Eva thought, suppressing a snicker. "Could we have a look inside?" she asked. "I suppose," Percy grumbled, though clearly he was not fond of the idea. And strolling through the department, Eva got an idea why. It was very reminiscent of the Gryffindor common room, filled with boisterous, loud conversation and a more casual, laid-back environment. Now this was a department Eva could see herself thriving in. There was a time and a place for peace and quiet, but the thought of day after day in perpetual, miserable silence was unbearable. Percy pointed out various subdepartments as they walked through the bustling space. Eva kept her eyes open for the Auror office, which she knew must be somewhere in this area. She spotted it towards the end of a long hallway, with witches and wizards in the iconic gray Auror robes striding in and out on official business. She hoped Percy would take them closer for a good look inside, but he seemed determined to spend as little time as possible in this department as possible. "That's about all you need to see here," he said, ushering them back out towards the main concourse. "Now, on to more exciting things, like the Department of Imports and Exports dash." "Oh, I think I've dropped my wand," Eva exclaimed, patting herself down exaggeratedly. "It must have just been moments ago back there." "Do you need help finding it?" asked Victoire, looking eager for an excuse to escape Percy. "No, I'm sure I know where I've left it," Eva said hurriedly, rushing back into the bustling department. "It'll be only a second." And before either Weasley could protest, she hurried back towards the Auror office, hoping she'd bought herself enough time to ask a few questions. She stood uncertainly at the door to the office. Everyone there appeared busy with something. If they weren't hustling about the place with a determined pace, they were busy at their desks, filling out reports or arguing with their colleagues over some concealed plans or another. "Can I help you with something, miss?" a voice asked. Eva turned to see a tall, kind-looking Auror standing behind her in the doorway. Sorry to intrude," Eva said politely. "I was just looking for some information about my parents." "Your parents?" the Auror asked, tilting his head in confusion. "Do they work in the Auror office?" "No," Eva said hastily. They were killed, you see, by the CAW. Oh dear, I'm sorry to hear it, the man said with a sympathetic frown. When and where did this happen? Last Halloween, said Eva. Just outside of Brisbane, in Australia. Australia, said the Auror in surprise. You're a long way from home here, miss. Yes, said Eva. I'll just transfer to Hogwarts, you see. Headmaster Potter thought I might be safer there than at Willoughby. I don't doubt that he's right. The Auror nodded with a small smile. Why don't we take a look at the files? The Auror led the way towards the back of the office, to a row of filing cabinets. Last name? He asked Eva. I mean Thomas, said Eva. She'd been posing as a pure blood for so long. She'd almost forgotten her true identity by now. The Auror flicked his wand, opening a cabinet marked T. He scanned the files for a moment, frowning. We have no record of a crime committed against the Thomas family, the man said. And I confess, I hadn't heard of any CAW activity in Australia. You're certain they were involved? Positive, Eva nodded. They spray-painted their logo outside my parents' house. Well, I'm sorry to say we have no information about it here, said the Auror. Perhaps you ought to check with the Australian ministry? I imagine they'd know more than we do. So that was it then? Eva's stomach sank as her worst fears were confirmed. Nobody was looking into her parents' murders. She'd hoped that Potter would galvanize his own people to look into it, but it seemed the Ministry of Magic simply did not care about Muggle-on-Muggle crime, no matter the motive behind it. That's all right, Eva shrugged, forcing a smile on her face and glancing at the man's name tag. Thank you for your time, Auror Longbottom. Please call me Neville. Auror Longbottom smiled at her. Best of luck to you, Miss Thomas. Eva hurried back out to meet Percy and Victoire, twiddling her wand as she approached. Found it, she smiled. Victoire looked mildly suspicious, but did not say anything else as Percy led them on to the next stop of their tour. It was another hour or so before Eva and Victoire managed to extricate themselves from Percy's watchful eye, this time under the guise of an early lunch. Well, I suppose I could eat, Victoire shrugged as they made their way back to the lower levels to the food court. Didn't get much breakfast after all, you? Sure, Eva shrugged. She was already mentally planning another escape from Victoire to visit the Department of Mysteries, though she wasn't sure that trip would take just a handful of minutes. She needed to find an excuse to disappear for at least half an hour, perhaps longer. She had no idea how tricky it would be to get her hands on the banned substance, and how many bureaucrats she'd have to talk herself past to get to it. The food court was bustling with people already, as witches, wizards, and even some goblins queued up at various stations to purchase their meal. Mum gave us some spare gold for lunch, said Victoire, proudly rubbing 2 galleons together as she scanned the menu boards. What are you in the mood for? You pick, said Eva, who wasn't particularly hungry. Victoire eventually selected the seafood stand, which had quite the long and winding line already. Eva saw this as a perfect opportunity. You know, I reckon my stomach can't handle seafood today, she said. I think I'll just get a sandwich instead. Oh, all right, a sandwich sounds fine to me, said Victoire, moving to hop out of line with her. No, you get whatever you want, said Eva dismissively. We'll each queue separately and meet at the table once we've paid, yeah? Oh yeah, I suppose so, said Victoire. Eva's hunch had been correct. The girl's craving for good seafood outweighed her desire to talk Eva's ear off while they waited. Meet you there? Eva made towards the sandwich stand, but once she was out of eyesight, she beelined for the lifts. She bought herself maybe 15 or 20 minutes, which she could maybe stretch to 30 before Victoire grew suspicious. She'd have to make up a reason why she would be returning to the table sandwichless, but she could worry about that on the way back. She was the only person taking the lift down to level 9 at this hour, and she stepped out into a hallway made entirely of smooth, black stone. It was eerily silent as she marched towards the ornate door at the end of the hall. She stopped in front of it. There was no door handle she could see, nor any other way to open it. She pressed lightly against the surface, but the door did not budge. Seeing no other option, she knocked. There was no response. Eva waited for several seconds, but no one came. She considered pulling out her wand and trying to unlock the door magically, but she had a feeling this would cause security to descend upon her within seconds. Discouraged, she turned to walk back towards the lift. But as she did so, she heard a faint click as the door slid open, and Eva found herself face to face with a figure draped in intimidating black robes, a veil covering over their face. "What is your business here?" the figure, a female, asked in a sharp voice. An unspeakable, Eva realized she'd read about the mysterious, anonymous workers within the Department of Mysteries, but had never seen one in person before. I'm here on Hogwarts business," she stammered. "Professor Slughorn has sent me in search of a rare potion ingredient. You'll want the Department of Magical Herbs and Plants on level 6, the unspeakable said coolly. "I understand that it's only kept down here," said Eva. Essence of thought? If the unspeakable was surprised by this remark, she did not show it, though perhaps that was only due to the face covering. "Come with me," she said instead. But she led the way not through the door into the department, but through a hidden side door, which sprung open when the unspeakable tapped her wand to the wall. Eva followed her into a small holding area, furnished only with a bare desk and a pair of chairs, reminding her of a Muggle police interrogation room. The unspeakable beckoned for Eva to sit. Then, with a wave of her wand, she summoned a clipboard and quill. "Have you brought a checkout form bearing the crest of a registered potion master?" she asked. I haven't," Eva said. Then, deciding she ought to elaborate, she added, "I tried to obtain one in the Department of Magical Ordnance and Regulation, but they were terribly unhelpful dash." "Oomph," the unspeakable grunted, and Eva silently prayed that Percy's department was as unpopular here as with the rest of the ministry. "What is your name?" It would be Horace Slughorn's name checking it out, wouldn't it?" Eva said hopefully. "Without a valid signature, I would need the name of the courier delivering it to Slughorn," said the unspeakable. "Right," said Eva. "Name's Evangeline. Evangeline Thomas." She said this without thinking once again, and again wondered if she ought to have used her alias. "Thomas," muttered the unspeakable as she jotted this down. "That a Muggle-born name?" Yes, it is," Eva said truthfully. Might as well not give them reason to doubt her story, even over something as trivial as blood status. The unspeakable continued to scribble something on the clipboard, making Eva nervous. She wasn't thrilled about leaving a paper trail, but hopefully her visit would only be recorded on this one document and wouldn't be widely broadcast to anyone who might cause her grief. Finally, the unspeakable waved her wand again, and the clipboard and quill disappeared. "Very well," she said. "Follow me." The unspeakable led the way back into the hall, and to Eva's astonishment, directly into the Department of Mysteries. Did that actually work? Eva thought. Would they let anyone come in and check out banned substances just by lying about whom it's intended for? But she wouldn't look a gift hippogriff in the beak, and she kept close to the unspeakable as she led the way into a circular room, lined with many doors. The door behind them slammed shut, and the room began to spin rapidly. "Best to close your eyes if you get motion sickness," the unspeakable said to Eva, who did indeed take this advice. When the room stopped spinning, she opened them again. "Tank room," the unspeakable announced loudly, and a door to their right sprang open, which the two of them entered. Eva looked around at the room they'd found themselves in. There were empty desks littering the space, and at the center of the room sat a large tank filled with greenish liquid. Eva approached the tank cautiously. Small white creatures seemed to be swimming through the tank, but as she drew near, she realized they were not creatures at all. They were brains, floating in the murky substance, ribbons of white thought following along in their wake. "Stand back," the unspeakable instructed as she approached the top of the tank. She waved her wand to conjure a small flask, which she kept suspended in air with her wand. She gently dipped the flask towards the surface of the liquid, so slowly that Eva wondered if she was deliberately wasting time. Finally, the flask dipped beneath the surface and scooped up a vial full of green liquid. The reaction was immediate. The liquid began to froth madly as the brains began leaping up out of the tank, as though affronted by the disturbance. The unspeakable quickly withdrew the flask, conjuring a stopper to close it, and backing away from the tank. After a few seconds, the frenzy ceased, and the brains began to lazily float again. "Here," said the unspeakable, handing Eva the vial. 10 milliliters of essence of thought. Handle it with extreme care. As I'm certain Professor Slughorn informed you, it must be handled with extreme care and is not to be consumed without proper brewing precautions. Got it, Eva nodded. She stared into the murky liquid for a moment, noting the light wisps of thought drifting through the haze. It was oddly mesmerizing, but also disturbing. She carefully slipped the vial into her robe pocket, adding a cushioning charm around the glass as an extra precaution from breaking it. She knew how toxic and dangerous the substance was from her research. The unspeakable led her back out to the hallway, where Eva was thankfully allowed to leave. She hurried back to the food court, where she found Victoire alone at a table halfway finished with her meal, and concocted a story about an upset stomach and needing to find a bathroom. Victoire didn't seem to buy completely, but she thankfully didn't pry too much. They wandered the ministry a bit, longer before deciding to leave and find the rest of the Weasley family in Diagon Alley. All the while, Eva continued to check her robe pocket to ensure the valuable substance was still safely tucked away, marveling at her luck in obtaining it. Things were seemingly back to normal when classes resumed at Hogwarts later that week. Eva was right back to the grind of lessons and homework, with most of her teachers regarding her with passive suspicion. Oddly enough, Ginny Weasley was not one of them. She neglected to call on Eva during history of magic lessons and pick apart her responses. Perhaps Ginny had realized she'd said too much during her drunken Christmas night and had decided to play nice with Eva for the time being to rectify that lapse in confidence. Quidditch practices also resumed in full force by the end of the first week back. Darby was enthusiastic about their strong start to the season and wanted to make sure they were fully prepared to take on Hufflepuff in a month's time. I know Hufflepuff is rather rubbish this year, but we can't rest on our laurels. Darby encouraged the team. I want everyone laser-focused on winning this match. But truthfully, Eva's mind was far, far away during practice. She kept thinking about the small vial of green liquid hidden within a rolled sock at the bottom of her school trunk. She hadn't had the time to find a proper hiding place for it, and the last thing she needed was for some nosy prefect to find it during a random dorm inspection. She needed to find a place to store the vial and begin brewing her potion. And she knew of just the right place. After a particularly strenuous practice one Tuesday afternoon, Eva declined the teams, offered to head into the Great Hall for dinner together, and snuck off to the 7th floor corridor. She located the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy and, after checking for any passers-by, began to pace back and forth past the blank stretch of wall opposite. I need somewhere to brew my potion safely, she thought. I need somewhere to brew my potion safely. I need somewhere to brew my potion safely. On the third trip past the wall, a door had appeared out of thin air. Eva pushed it open to enter the room of requirement and gasped at what she saw. It was similar to the potions classroom, but far more refined, with state-of-the-art brewing equipment and a gleaming pewter cauldron seated at the center of the room. She ran an admiring hand across its surface. She had grown so used to borrowing the school cauldrons over the years that she'd never realized how nice the state-of-the-art equipment could be. Now how am I going to find the rest of the ingredients I need? Eva wondered to herself. As if on command, a door sprung open to her right, a door that hadn't been there moments ago. She approached the door cautiously and realized with surprise that it led directly into Slughorn's storeroom, its shelves stocked with every ingredient she could ever need. Amazed, she began to pull a few items she knew she would need for her potion off the shelves. She didn't linger long, as she could hear Slughorn shuffling about behind the closed door to his office, and she returned to her own private room, shutting the door behind her. Eva placed her ingredients on a nearby table, including the essence of thought, which she'd brought with her to the locker room and concealed within her boot. No time like the present to get started, she thought to herself. The potion would take a long time to brew, with a few steps requiring several weeks of prep work, so she might as well begin the process as soon as possible. She began rummaging through a nearby cupboard for supplies she might need. Well, what have we here? Eva froze in fear at the sound of the voice. She turned slowly towards the front of the room, where she saw Roxanne Morrison standing in the doorway, marveling at the room before her. Roxanne, Eva breathed. You howded? Don't you know you need to tell the room if you want privacy? Roxanne lightly chided her with a wink. I just had to know what you were doing, sneaking around like this. Just catching up on my potions curriculum, Eva stammered. Aha, Roxanne hummed, clearly not believing her. She strolled over to a nearby table, where Eva had placed her supplies, picking up the small green vial of essence of thought. This looks valuable. Be careful with that, Eva pleaded. It wasn't easy to obtain. That's so, Roxanne mused, watching the swirling strands of memory float about inside the glass. Then, recognition dawned on her, and her eyes went wide. Is this what I think it is? If I said no, would you believe me? Eva groaned. There was a rumor going around that you asked Slughorn about this at the Christmas party, said Roxanne. Looks like it was more than a passing curiosity. Are you going to tell on me? Eva asked worriedly. That depends, Roxanne said, tapping her chin and looking at Eva with a mischievous grin. What's in it for me? Eva's stomach sank. The last thing she needed was another student holding this information over her head, threatening to expose her schemes to the headmaster. It could jeopardize everything she hoped to achieve at Hogwarts. But then, Roxanne laughed. I'm only pulling your leg, Pruitt, she grinned. I would never discourage another Gryffindor from bending the rules for a little extracurricular activity. Merlin, you look like you've seen a demiguise. Eva silently breathed a sigh of relief at this. Thanks, she said. It would not be an easy thing to explain to the headmaster. I'll say, Roxanne snorted, examining the vial again. I hear this stuff is rarer than unicorn blood. I won't ask how you got hold of it, but I simply must know what you plan to do with it. It's a side project of mine, Eva said evasively. For a potion I'm brewing. I see, said Roxanne. Without warning, she tossed the glass vial across the room towards Eva, who hastily caught it before it could shatter on the stone floor. Well, what are you waiting for? Get to brewing. You're just going to sit here and watch. Eva groaned. It could take weeks, maybe months to complete. I have time, Roxanne yawned, jumping up to sit atop the table of ingredients. I'm not the one who has OWLS this spring. Consider it my payment for keeping your little secret. Eva sighed. If that was the price she had to pay for Roxanne's silence, then so be it. She had always felt oddly at ease around the impulsive sixth year. She may exude chaotic energy, but she was also fiercely loyal and protective of those in her circle. It would just be a matter of remaining in that circle. Fine, said Eva. With a flick of her wand, she lit the fire under the pewter cauldron and began to fill it with water. Please don't crush my sapophoros beans. Roxanne stuck out her tongue playfully, but dutifully scooted aside to avoid sitting atop the fragile beans. Eva reached around her for a ladle and began to stir. I suppose there is worse company to keep, she thought to herself. Hopefully I can trust her. In the footsteps of the gods. November 20th, 1997, Harry. Sunlight crept in through the nearby window in lazy rivulets, throwing the grungy room into sharper focus. Harry hadn't slept a wink all night, eyes glued towards the door through the darkness, ready to fight, ready to flee. Certain that Voldemort would somehow find them again and burst down the door to claim them. Certain that their daring escape of a few hours before would end in their capture. But that moment had never come. Hermione stirred in his arms, breathing lightly in his ear. She had been in and out of sleep herself, Harry could tell, pretending to sleep himself as she silently sobbed and trembled with fear. But he kept her firmly held tight in a protective grasp, as a comfort to himself as much as her. He would have gone mad with worry by now if she hadn't been by his side. And any time the despair of what lay ahead of him got too much to bear, he focused on the steady beating of her heart against his chest, the slow cadence of her breathing, and felt perhaps it was bearable just a bit longer. He would have loved to lay here for hours more, but knew they had to get moving. They had taken great care to obviate and confundus the desk clerk of the tiny motel they'd selected for lodging, but they oughtn't push their luck and wait around for someone to double-check the logs or a cleaner to enter. So he gently extricated himself from Hermione's grasp and gave her a light shake of the shoulder. Hermione, he whispered, we have to move. She responded at once, sitting up with a heavy sigh and beginning to gather her things. Perhaps her sleep had been just as restless as his after all. They silently got dressed and picked up their meager belongings, as the sounds of other motel tenants streamed past their door, speaking in rapid Italian as they headed to the lobby for breakfast. Harry badly wished to join them, to indulge in one last warm meal before embarking on their journey. But it was far too risky. Ready, he asked once they had gathered everything. Hermione nodded forlornly, clutching her magically enchanted handbag to her side. Harry threw the invisibility cloak over the two of them, took her hand, and disapparated. They reappeared somewhere in the countryside, atop a hillside. Harry had spotted some miles away from the village they'd stayed in. Hermione swayed weakly on the spot, and Harry steadied her. "You okay?" he asked her. "Fine," she muttered matter-of-factly. "Where to next?" Harry had no earthly idea what they ought to do. He'd been pondering the question for months at Crum Manor and come up with no proper answer. But the last thing he wanted was to seem indecisive, like they had no plan. "Let's find a quiet spot to set up camp," he asserted. "We'll set up some wards and make a proper plan." They walked down the hillside through a small forest, which luckily didn't appear frequented by Muggles. Harry selected a quiet clearing and began to set up their tent as Hermione set up the defensive enchantments around them. Moments later, they sat within the magically enlarged interior of the tent, as Harry said about starting a fire. "I nicked some coffee grounds from the front office last night," he announced, trying to sound chipper. "Want some?" "Yes, please," Hermione muttered. Her face remained blank and expressionless, but Harry knew her well enough to be able to tell when she was distressed. Clearly, she felt ill at ease with their new situation and the way their stay at Crum Manor had ended. Harry had escaped Voldemort's clutches on numerous occasions by now, but Hermione had yet to come face to face with the Dark Lord herself, so he could only imagine how traumatic the previous night's events had been for her. Harry brewed a cup of coffee for each of them and handed Hermione hers, along with 2 small packets of sugar he'd also stolen from the front desk. They sipped the steaming beverage in silence, neither acknowledging their dire situation aloud. Harry considered how to best break the ice, but when he spoke aloud, Hermione spoke at the exact same time. "So what do you reckon we should dash? Do you think Victor is okay?" "Oh," said Harry. "Oh, yes, I'm sure he is. He's a better flyer than I am, and I'm sure he has connections to keep him safe." But his own government betrayed him," Hermione protested. "And now they can't know he was harboring us and his house." "Hermione," Harry said, giving her arm a reassuring squeeze. "Crum is extremely wealthy and has friends in high places outside his own government. Not to mention, he's a Triwizard champion who was personally trained by a dangerous Death Eater. He can fend for himself." "You're right," Hermione exhaled sharply. "Of course you're right. I doubt you know who will waste resources chasing him across Europe anyway." "Exactly," Harry agreed. "Tell you what, our first destination can be a wizarding village, so we can find a newspaper to figure out what happened." "Oh, I don't know if that's wise," Hermione sighed. "We're sure to be recognized if we visit a wizarding village. The whole world will know who we are by now and who's after us. We're better off staying with Muggles and keeping our heads down." "Fine by me," Harry nodded. "Anywhere in particular you'd want to settle?" "Italy was just the first place that came to mind when I operated us away from the manor." "Let's solidify our plan before we decide that," said Hermione. Then she fixed him with a concerned look. "We do have a plan, right?" Harry had racked his brain for an answer to that question over the past hour and finally settled on a response. "I think we should look into this path that Crum mentioned," he said. "Maybe we can find this pool of knowledge, or whatever it's called." "Oh, Harry, you can't be serious," Hermione said, dismayed. "You heard Crum. Better wizards than you and I have lost their minds on this so-called path. It's not what Dumbledore would have wanted, dash. Who cares what Dumbledore wanted?" Harry groaned. "He was raising me like a pig for slaughter. His only plan was for me to sacrifice myself for the greater good and let someone else finish off you know who." "You don't know that, Harry," Hermione said soothingly. "Actually, I do," Harry retorted. And he recounted his encounter with Dumbledore's spirit the night before, just before Voldemort's attack on the manor had begun. He expected Hermione to be shocked by this news, but she merely looked perplexed when he wrapped up his story. "But that's impossible, Harry," she muttered. "No magic can bring back the dead, even temporarily. You must have imagined, dash." "It's the ring, Hermione," he said, brandishing the black rock fastened on the gold band around his finger. "The resurrection stone? From your story, remember? It's real." Hermione gently took the ring from Harry, still looking skeptical. "It does match the symbol in the book," she muttered begrudgingly. "That means I have the stone and the cloak," Harry said, brandishing the silvery fabric before her. "And if the path can give me a hint on where to find this Elder Wand, I could become Master of Death." "But Harry," Hermione said exasperatedly, "you know the tale of the three brothers is a cautionary tale. The second brother was driven mad by the stone and committed suicide to be with his lover." "Well, there's no love lost between me and Dumbledore," Harry said with a hollow chuckle. "Not much danger of that happening, But you said it yourself," Hermione cut in. "Dumbledore wanted you to die. What if the stone is enchanted to make the user seek death? To lure them towards their own doom? All the more reason to ignore what Dumbledore told me," Harry said defiantly. "But we know the real Dumbledore didn't want you dead," Hermione argued. "He cared about you, Harry. He protected you just long enough for me to throw myself in harm's way at the proper moment," Harry said bitterly. "He didn't teach me any magic, Hermione. I had to learn it all on my own. He wanted me to stay weak and innocent and face my end like a good boy. Well, I'm not going to give up like that." "I wouldn't expect you to," Hermione said carefully. "All I'm saying is, the Hallows seem really, really dangerous." "Of course they are," Harry shrugged. "So is you-know-who, and I know I'll have to face him again eventually. So I really have nothing to lose at this point." Silence fell as the gravity of these words hung between them like a heavy weight. Finally, Hermione sighed. "I'm with you no matter what you decide, Harry," she said. "I may not like it, but I will help you prepare however you think is best." "Thanks, Hermione," Harry said with a small smile. "Why don't we take the day to organize the books we took with us and research anything we can find about this path Crum mentioned?" Hermione was more than content with the prospect of a day of research. An hour later, they sat side by side on the floor of the tent with dozens of heavy tomes strewn about the space around them. Hermione buried her nose in European magic of the first millennium, while Harry leafed through a biography of an old German sorcerer named Stefan the Steadfast, known for his pioneering research in the field of sacrificial magic. He even found a passage in which he theorized on the protective properties of a so-called sacrifice pact, which sounded eerily similar to the conditions by which his mother had fallen to Voldemort. They spent the next 3 days like this, poring over book after book for any scrap of information they could find. They only paused a handful of times to fill their canteens at a nearby stream, and once to venture back into the village under the cloak to steal a few loaves of bread from a market. At night, they slept side by side in small sleeping bags. Harry privately missed her warm touch during the night, but still took solace from the sound of her breathing right next to him. On the fourth morning, Hermione called Harry over to look at a heavy tome in her lap. "I may have found something," she said cautiously. "Look here." Harry squinted at the text she was pointing at. "Hermione, I can't speak Greek," he protested. "Right, sorry. I forgot you didn't take ancient runes," Hermione muttered. "I only know bits and pieces myself, but this passage stuck out to me. It's an account of an old Greek wizard who survived months in the wilderness by drinking knowledge in the footsteps of the gods." "Okay," Harry said slowly, trying to understand. "Is that a metaphor?" "That was the assumption at the time," said Hermione. "But if we're looking for something called the Pool of Knowledge, maybe this is a hint?" "Maybe," Harry said skeptically. The idea of drinking knowledge seemed like a common enough expression, and perhaps something was lost in translation. But even if he was being literal, how are we supposed to find it based on that vague description? "Well, it got me thinking," said Hermione, flipping several pages in the heavy Greek text. "You're familiar with ancient Greek mythology, right?" You mean like Zeus and all that?" said Harry. "You're not saying it's real?" "Of course not," Hermione chuckled. "But the ancient Greeks have long held superstitions around Mount Olympus as a sort of holy site. In fact, there used to be a magical school at the summit, and even with an abundance of wards around the site, it's entirely possible that the Muggles in the area noticed magical occurrences and ascribed religious meaning to them." "Huh," said Harry, looking at an old sketch in the book of a castle sitting atop the regal mountaintop. "Is the school still there?" "No. They had to relocate it centuries ago," said Hermione. "But Mount Olympus has long been regarded as an important magical site. Some historians even theorize there is a ley line somewhere beneath the mountain." "A ley line?" asked Harry. "A site with a high concentration of magical energy," said Hermione breathlessly. "Doesn't matter. But the point is, perhaps it could be a good place to look around for clues. It would be as good a place as any to hide a significant magical destination. I suppose it would, Harry mused, still sounding skeptical. But he didn't have any better ideas. Let's do it. They spent the remainder of their day doing as much research on Mount Olympus as possible, which wasn't easy with their limited resources. Harry wasn't much help in parsing through the various Greek books in their tiny library, and even the few they possessed didn't have much to say about the mountain itself. But the next morning they awoke early and packed the tent, before donning the invisibility cloak and operating to their third country that week. They emerged in the valley of a vast mountain range, the sun just peeking out over the summits to the east. It was fortunate they were under the cloak. A group of nearby Muggle hikers looked wildly around for the source of the loud crack that heralded their arrival, but fortunately saw nothing. Harry and Hermione crept into the cover of a tree lean before removing the cloak and discussing their plan. Unfortunately, this mountain is a popular tourist destination, said Hermione, as they watched yet another group of hikers stroll by. Luckily, it's almost winter, so it won't be as busy as usual, but we still have to be careful. It's not the end of the world if a few Muggles see us, right? Harry offered. Certainly not, said Hermione. But keep in mind this place has magical significance too, and there may be witches and wizards among the tourists. We have to be careful. They spent the next hour or so operating to various locations around the mountain, looking for a spot that Muggles would be unlikely to frequent. They settled on a small plateau overlooking the valley below, with only a single treacherous point of access to the south. They set up the tent there as Hermione began putting up the wards, adding additional anti-Muggle deterrents to the south just to be safe. Then they were off again, hiking up and down the steep mountainside. What are we looking for? Exactly, Harry asked, panting from the physical exertion. He'd grown too comfortable in the cozy confines of Crum Manor and needed to build up his stamina again. Anything out of the ordinary, Hermione shrugged. Rune signs, wards that don't belong, magic always leaves signs. Harry felt a shudder at this. He recalled Dumbledore saying something very similar when they entered Tom Riddle's cave last spring. But he held his tongue and joined Hermione in their search of the mountainside, still not truly sure what he ought to be keeping an eye out for. Hermione spent much of her time waving her wand lightly around her, muttering something under her breath. None of her spells seemed to be producing any kind of effect, but Harry didn't ask questions. He just followed a few paces behind her, pretending to know what he was doing himself. A couple times they crossed paths with hikers, but luckily they were all Muggles, who simply greeted them politely and went about their business. Harry hoped they found whatever they were looking for soon, before a witch or wizard encountered them. Their breakthrough came when they strayed off the beaten path into a more thickly overgrown section of the mountainside. After a few minutes of searching, Hermione paused with a gasp, causing Harry to stumble to a halt behind her. "Harry, look!" she exclaimed, pointing at the ground. At first, Harry couldn't see what she was referring to, but as he looked closer, he could see a faint glow emanating from beneath a tangle of vines. Hermione waved her wand to push them aside, giving them a clearer view. A symbol was carved into the mountain itself, glowing white as though it had been activated by their presence. "Is that a rune?" Harry asked, suddenly very disappointed that he had decided to skip the subject while at Hogwarts. "Yes, I think so," said Hermione. "Though I think it may be in Greek. I don't recognize it." The symbol took the form of a semicircle with a jagged right edge. Harry certainly had no clue what it represented, and knew he would be of little help to Hermione if she didn't know it. "Do you reckon it's protecting something?" Harry suggested. "Protective runes are typically much more complex than this," Hermione muttered, dropping to one knee to examine the rune closer. "This is rather basic, almost elemental in nature." Hermione was so preoccupied with the rune before her that she didn't notice the danger until it was too late. Harry himself noticed it in the corner of his eye, a split second before it happened. "Hermione, watch out," he bellowed. Hermione turned, but did not have time to react before the vines had wrapped their tendrils around her legs. She shrieked, slashing her wand down at the vines, yelling, "Relatio!" But nothing happened. If anything, the creeping vines were moving higher up her body, encasing her torso and wrapping their way up towards her head. "Harry, do something!" Hermione screamed. Harry tried a variety of spells, from Defendo to Evanesco to even Sectum Sempra, but nothing seemed to affect the vines. There was only one more thing he could think of. He didn't want to hurt Hermione, but it seemed he had little choice. Fire! Incendio! Harry bellowed, aiming his wand at the base of the vines. He expected the flames to engulf the plant, including the tendrils surrounding Hermione. She would get badly burned, but those wounds would heal. Instead, he was nearly blinded by the brilliant white glow of the rune, which seemed to swallow his spell whole. For a moment, Harry thought he had failed. But then the vines began to retract, releasing Hermione and disappearing into the mountainside itself. But they left something else behind, or rather exposed something that may have been there all along. Harry helped Hermione to her feet, and together they stood staring at the black pit that had seemingly opened up before them. They peered down into its depths, unable to see what lay at the bottom. But it was clearly their entrance into whatever secrets the mountain held for them. "Are you okay to keep going?" Harry asked Hermione firmly. "I can go on alone if you're not able to dash." "I'm fine," Hermione snapped, though her voice sounded shaky. Harry could also see thin red marks on her arms and legs from where the vines had tightly wound themselves around her. But he wouldn't argue the point with her. "On three, then," said Harry, taking Hermione's hand and inching towards the edge of the pit. 1, 2, 3. They jumped. Harry expected to fall quite a ways, prepared to use a cushioning charm once they neared the bottom. Instead, as soon as they entered the pit, he felt an odd sensation of being tilted to one side, then immediately found himself flat on his back in the darkened space. He gingerly sat up, looking around. The entrance to the pit was just a few feet away, but he was staring at the sky as though it was tilted on its axis. The pit they had jumped into suddenly a horizontal tunnel. "I'll never fully get used to magic," Harry muttered bitterly, turning to help Hermione to her feet. With a quick glance behind them, they lit their wand tips and proceeded forward into the darkness. The tunnel twisted and weaved itself deeper into the mountainside. Or was it actually burrowing straight down into the ground? Harry's sense of direction was thrown off by the altered gravity, and he decided not to think too hard about where they were going. Instead, he focused on every step forward, keeping an eye out for any kind of trap or warning. After several minutes of slow progress, the tunnel opened up to a vast, cavernous space. It was pitch black all around them, and Harry had no sense of scale for where they had found themselves. He and Hermione shared inquisitive looks. Harry raised his wand into the air and shouted, "Lumos Maxima!" A great ball of light erupted from his wand and shot out across the cavernous space, illuminating it fully for the first time. Hermione gasped at what they saw. They were standing on the edge of a vast underground lake. But unlike the one Harry and Dumbledore had visited last year, the water was crystal clear, gently lapping at their toes. And emerging from the depths were 4 massive stone statues, each rising some 20 feet out of the water, and each carved in the likeness of a different man. Only their heads and upper torsos were above water. The rest of their bodies extended down to the murky bottom of the lake, where Harry presumed their feet rested on the lake bed, some 100 feet or so beneath the surface. "In the footsteps of the gods," Harry repeated, marveling at how literal the quote had been after all. "Jew reckon these statues represent the ancient Greek deities." "No, Harry," said Hermione, pointing at the nearest bust. "Can't you recognize them? That one's Merlin, surely that one is Salazar. Slytherin, I think that might be Grindelwald there, but I'm not sure who the last one is." Harry knew exactly who the 4th statue represented. He'd seen that face only twice before, but it was burned into his mind. The first time was in a memory given to him via a diary. The second was as an apparition in the Chamber of Secrets. It was Tom Riddle, slightly older than his Hogwarts self, but certainly much younger than his current deformed state. His regal features and handsome good looks were clear, even from this impressionistic stone effigy. "That's you-know-who," said Harry. Hermione stiffened at the thought. "I don't like this, Harry," she said cautiously. These were all powerful wizards, but quite dangerous too. This place could hold some really dark magic. "You heard what Crum said," Harry dismissed her. "Dark magic may be dangerous, but it's powerful. If I'm going to get stronger, I have to stop being afraid of it. B, but look at who these statues represent. Hermione protested. All Slytherins, besides Grindelwald of course, all did great, but terrible things. You notice there's no Dumbledore here, for instance. Dumbledore never came here, said Harry. Or if he did, he wasn't vain enough to erect a statue of himself. Of course, Tom Riddle wouldn't be able to stand having 3 older wizards lord over him. He wanted to fashion himself as their equal. And now that he mentioned it, the 4th statue looked a bit set apart from the others, as though its creator had disrupted the natural triplicate pattern of the prior statues and inserted himself roughly into the fold. But what are we meant to do? Hermione asked. Swim to the bottom? Good a guess as any, Harry shrugged. He drew his wand and pointed it at his own head. Caput respirare. The bubble head charm formed itself around his head, but a moment later, it popped violently, its magic dissipating into the air. Harry frowned. Looks like this place is warded to prevent such breathing aids, Hermione noted. So, what now? Go steal some gillyweed? Harry studied the 4 statues, which seemed to be mocking him with their blank expressions. Think like a Slytherin, he willed himself, racking his brain for a solution. There must be something obvious he was missing. He didn't think the place was a trap, nor did he think any kind of complex magic was needed to proceed. The answer must be right in front of his face. There must be some kind of trick to pass through the water. Struck by sudden inspiration, Harry walked forward, wading out towards the deeper part of the lake. Harry, wait! Hermione called after him from the shore. But Harry pressed on, the water rising past his waist, past his shoulders, until he was fully submerged. He opened his eyes. The water beneath the surface seemed just as crystal clear as the air above it had been. He looked up at the surface above him and got the sudden impression that the horizon had flipped, and now he was the one above water, while Hermione was submerged behind him. He took a tentative breath and found that he could breathe quite easily, as though there was no water whatsoever. He grinned. Come on, Mione, he called behind him. Hermione cautiously strode forward after him, soon fully submerged as he was. But she kept her eyes and mouth glued shut, face slowly turning red from the effort. Finally, she peeked at him through one eye, saw his laughing face watching her, and took her first shuddering breath. This feels wrong, she said shakily, looking up at the surface above them. Try not to overthink it, Harry said. Small. They appeared to be on a winding dirt path that led down into the depths of the lake. But it felt no different than traipsing down the mountainside outside this cave. It was as though the water around them was as light as air, or didn't even exist at all. Harry could not see their destination ahead of them, but the darkness was slowly lifting as they got closer to the lake bed, and their eyes adjusted. Then they saw it, a small, glowing object at the very bottom of the lake. The 4 feet of the statues seemed to be facing inward towards it, as though standing guard. As he drew closer, Harry noticed that the ground itself seemed to be glowing in a small circular patch about 5 feet around. And when he and Hermione arrived at the glowing patch, they found themselves looking down at what looked like another miniature lake within the lake bed itself. But instead of water, it was filled with a swirling bluish-green substance, with tiny white wisps of thought drifting in and out of view, as though in a pensive. If that isn't a pool of knowledge, I don't know what is, Harry remarked aloud. Hermione stared incredulously as the small pool of mysterious liquid, dropping to one knee to get a closer look. I think I know what this is, she exclaimed. They produce this in the Department of Mysteries, though it's synthetically derived and not naturally occurring. It's called essence of thought. Hate to break it to you, Hermione, but this doesn't look naturally occurring to me either, Harry quipped, joining her on one knee at the edge of the new pool. Do you realize what this could mean? This could contain the memories of every great witch and wizard who ever visited this place. Yes, it could, Hermione said slowly. But Harry, essence of thought is extremely toxic and has a high fatality rate for the consumer. It's heavily regulated for that reason. You can't seriously be considering drinking it. I know the risks, Hermione, Harry said firmly. It can kill me if my mind is too weak to handle the information. But I have to try, or else I'll be too weak to take on you-know-who anyway. And before Hermione could protest further, Harry waved his wand, and conjured 2 flasks from midair. He dipped them both cautiously toward the surface of the pool of knowledge, filling them both with the swirling greenish liquid. He stoppered them both and stowed them gently in his robe pocket. Right then, he said, looking around, "You don't reckon it's that easy? It'll just let me take what we came for and leave that easily. Why would it be more complicated than that?" Hermione asked. "Not sure," Harry muttered. "Just a feeling. I feel like we're supposed to leave something behind. Some kind of tribute, perhaps. Or..." And once again, the solution was so simple once it popped into his mind. He pointed his wand to his forehead and slowly extracted a thin, white strand of memory, then held it suspended over the pool of knowledge. "Wait!" Hermione exclaimed. "W won't that mean the next person who comes along will know you were here?" "Sure," Harry shrugged. "That's the point, isn't it? Passing along your own knowledge for the next person to use." It made perfect sense to him. If he was going to take advantage of the great sum of knowledge of Merlin and the other great wizards of yesteryear, he might as well let the next great seeker of knowledge learn something from the inner workings of the boy who lived. Harry flicked his wand and let the silvery strand of thought float to the surface of the pool, which swallowed it whole and mixed it in with the others. The effect was immediate. Harry choked on air, which he suddenly remembered was not air at all. He was 100 feet beneath the surface of a lake, and the water was now filling his lungs as he desperately tried to suck in oxygen. He turned to Hermione, who was also experiencing the sensation, grasping at her throat as her legs desperately thrashed in the water, eyes bulging. Harry grabbed her wrist and pointed his wand to the sky, thinking, "Ascendar!" They shot upwards towards the surface, racing up the length of the 4 statues, and burst through to open air, regurgitating water and gasping for clean air. Harry clung to the nearby arm of Salazar Slytherin for support as Hermione clawed her way over to Grindelwald and took in ragged breaths. For a minute or so their coughs and gasps filled the cavernous space as they regained their breath. "That was almost as unpleasant as gillyweed," Harry quipped. Armuna detpanath. A little over an hour later, they were back in their tent, wet robes drying on a clothesline nearby. Though it was still early afternoon, Hermione took to an early bed, bundled up in her sleeping bag in the corner. But Harry was wide awake, sitting on his own bag, staring at the swirling green liquid in one of the vials, deep in thought. "What secrets can you teach me?" he wondered. "What kind of magic will I be capable of with what you can teach me?" He did recognize Hermione's point. All of the statues had been notorious dark wizards, and the thought of entering the mind of somebody like Grindelwald or Slytherin was a daunting prospect. But at the same time, the thought of his own statue one day joining the other forgave him a sick feeling of satisfaction. His memory enshrined for centuries to come. Harry Potter, the chosen one. The boy who lived. The boy who won. Now it was simply a matter of living up to the future he envisioned for himself. Seeing Red, February 4th, 2015, Evangeline. "Blimey, Pruitt, have you slept at all this week?" quipped Victoire as she joined an exhausted Eva at the Gryffindor table for breakfast. "Your eyes are bloodshot." "I'm fine," Eva muttered, rubbing her eyes with an exaggerated yawn at the reminder. "Just busy, that's all." Eva had found herself with less and less free time as the winter term dragged on. Professors were assigning more homework than ever. OWL exams were right around the corner, and Darby insisted on twice-weekly Quidditch practices to prepare for their match against Hufflepuff at the end of the month. She hadn't even had time to work on her new side project in the Room of Requirement. She would need at least 5 uninterrupted hours to begin the first brewing phase of the Draft of Omniscience. That was a luxury she couldn't afford right now. Eva also couldn't shake the feeling that she was being watched wherever she went. Ginny Weasley docked 5 points from Gryffindor after catching her eating in the halls between classes, as she'd missed lunch while doing homework in the library. Another time, she took a wrong turn towards the administration wing and was immediately intercepted by Professor Crum to point her in the right direction. Even the ghosts seemed to be conspiring against her. She was reprimanded by the Fat Friar for arriving at Gryffindor Tower 3 minutes past curfew after a late-night study session. Professor Potter was also much stricter on her during legitimacy lessons lately. "Pruitt," he said exasperatedly after she found herself trapped beneath a well-placed body-bind jinx from Candace Clearwater. A simple shield charm would have blocked that from a mile away. Your reflexes need to be sharper. Eva said nothing, simmering silently as she was released from the bind and struggled to her feet. Of course, her reflexes were shot. She was exhausted from day after day of relentless study. She wouldn't even be sitting an OWL in this stupid subject anyway. The only incentive to care about legitimacy was the vague promise of making Potter's list of favorites for the spell theory elective offered to 6th and 7th years, but Eva doubted he would like her enough to select her even if she passed the class. "Don't sweat it, Pruitt," Victoire consoled her as the class filed out for the day. "He's toughest on the students he sees potential in. He hasn't yelled at me in over 3 years." "Don't see him yelling at Calvin Hopkins much," Eva muttered bitterly. The Slytherin boy had always been Potter's favorite, the only student in the class with any semblance of success at casting and defending against mental spells. And speak of the devil. Eva ducked her head low and raced ahead of the pack when she spotted Calvin exiting the classroom, eyes scanning the crowd for her. Victoire and Chris raced after her, bemused. "Trouble in paradise with the pretty snake?" Victoire teased. "Was he that horrendous of a flirt at the slug party?" "Shut it," Eva said, face reddening. She'd made a point of avoiding Calvin ever since term resumed, partly because he seemed to be lurking nearby wherever she went. She couldn't quite explain why she was so averse to his presence. His attention towards her freaked her out, not believing she was worthy of the notice. He was like an extension of Professor Potter, constantly assessing her from afar, judging her worth as a witch, as a person. Scrutiny was the last thing she needed in such a stressful time. Her cat-and-mouse game with Calvin did not go unnoticed by the other Gryffindors, either. "I've got a bet going with Bolger about you," Roxanne Morrison said a little too loudly at dinner that night, taking the free seat beside Eva. "He reckons he'll be able to corner you two. Ask you to Hogsmeade before Valentine's weekend. I think you're nimble enough to avoid it." "Why is everyone so invested in my love life all of a sudden?" Eva groaned as the nearby Gryffindors chuckled at this. "It's not just you," Mark Bolger assured her as the rest of the Quidditch team trickled into the hall to join them. "Hopkins is being a little too obvious lately. I headed him off from taking a secret passage to catch up to you after breakfast this morning." "Thanks, I guess," Eva muttered, picking irritatedly at her collard greens. "Why don't you just tell him directly that you're not interested?" Chris offered helpfully. Every female at the table glared at him until he bowed his head in shame at the ridiculous suggestion. "Well, he can't ask you to Hogsmeade if you already have a date," Roxanne pointed out. "But I don't have a date," Eva laughed. "And I haven't noticed anyone else lining up to ask me." Roxanne leapt off the bench animatedly and took an exaggerated knee at Eva's side. "Evangeline Pruitt, will you so kindly accompany me to Hogsmeade Village in 1 week's time?" she said loudly and dramatically. "This is not helping." A mortified Eva hissed as several bemused students from other houses turned to watch the charade. But she knew Roxanne was unashamed enough to turn the joke into a spectacle for the whole hall to see, so there was no point in arguing. "Fine, sure, I'll go. It's a date." Roxanne clapped her hands together with a cheeky grin. Eva rolled her eyes and returned to her meal as the other house tables did the same, but Eva saw the whispers trickling down the Slytherin table where Calvin Hopkins was sure to get the memo. She had to give it to Roxanne. Her methods may be outlandish, but they got results. And truthfully, Eva was intrigued by the prospect of hanging out with Roxanne. They hadn't spent much time together outside of the Quidditch team, but Eva always felt oddly at ease in her presence. Her brand of chaos was a nice reprieve from the strict protocol of the school system. Plus, she owed Roxanne for introducing her to the Room of Requirement and for keeping her potion a secret. She could use more friends than just Victoire and Chris, anyway. The two Gryffindors had begun getting on her nerves lately, bickering nonstop ever since term resumed. The morning of the Hogsmeade visit dawned clear and snow-free, though the freezing temperatures remained. Eva had half a mind to call off plans and cozy up in front of the common room fire to do homework, but she was starting to get stir-crazy from the constant grind of studying. So she bundled up in as many layers as she could comfortably fit on and joined the group of excited students heading to the entrance hall. Ginny Weasley checked off students' names one by one on the way out the door, and moments later, Eva found herself in a carriage car alongside Roxanne, Victoire, and Chris. "So, anything in particular you want to do today?" asked Eva as the thestral-drawn carriage transported them down the hill into the village. Oh, a bit of this, a bit of that, Roxanne said noncommittally. Then, she leaned in closer so that Chris and Victor couldn't hear her. Maybe do a bit of potion brewing? Eva froze. Neither of them had acknowledged their last encounter in the room of requirement a month prior. I haven't had the time to work on it, Eva whispered back. Luckily, Chris and Victor were too busy arguing about whether or not the carriages were self-drawn or not to notice their hushed conversation. No time like the present, then, Roxanne winked. I'm still dying to find out what that concoction of yours does. Well, we're headed in the wrong direction for that, Eva pointed out as Hogwarts Castle disappeared from view behind them. Unless we can bring the room of requirement with us. I'll do you one better, Roxanne grinned. I know a secret way back into the castle. We can pop over and back before anyone notices. We've gone. Eva considered this. She had been itching to get back to work on the draft of Omniscience ever since term began, but hadn't found an opportunity to do so without drawing attention to herself. Now she may have found one. Yeah, right, maybe, said Eva. She had heard rumors of secret passages in and out of Hogwarts before, and the prospect of seeing one for herself was almost as intriguing as getting to work on her potion. The past month had been so boring and routine that she was itching to get into a spot of trouble, and in many ways Roxanne was the perfect accomplice to this end. The carriage dropped them off at the entrance to the village. Already they could see excited Hogwarts students running down the cobblestone streets to visit their favorite shops. So, we're the first gang, Victor announced loudly once the four of them disembarked. Zonkos. Sounds good to me, Roxanne agreed. So they headed for the joke shop, which was already overflowing with excitable teens, scrambling to get their hands on the latest gag products. Eva knew this was a dangerous place to let Victoire linger too long. Her proclivity for mayhem no doubt drew her to the more dangerous items the store had to offer. Eva sensed the watchful eyes of the store manager upon them from the railing above. Obviously, Victor had a bit of a reputation here. Eva followed along with the group as they perused the aisles, wondering how they were going to slip away unnoticed. She didn't want Victor asking questions. The last thing she needed was a member of the Weasley family to catch on to what she was doing in the room of requirement. She also didn't want Roxanne to let anything slip, not knowing if she realized just how dangerous and illegal her potion was. But fortunately, the sixth year said nothing, merely following along and feigning interest alongside Eva. Hey, watch it, Chris, exclaimed Victoire, as she was accidentally elbowed into a wall by the gangling boy. You pushed me. Well, it wasn't on purpose, Chris protested. God, why do you always get on my case about the tiniest little things? Because you have zero self-awareness and bumble around like a great oaf. Victoire oofed. You're swinging your arms around like a ragdoll, Dash. I am not. It's crowded in here, that's all, Dash. All the more reason to mind your own space. Honestly, I can't believe you refuse to take responsibility for your own actions. It's insufferable, Dash. It seemed that half of the shop had paused to watch this ridiculous argument take place. Eva caught Roxanne's eye, and the older girl subtly motioned towards the door. Time to go. Eva couldn't agree more. Hey, we're going to visit the apothecary. Eva cut in, tapping Victoire on the shoulder. Catch up later? Yeah, sure, Victoire muttered, barely acknowledging her. Then she was right back to screaming Chris' ear off, as the hapless boy attempted to defend himself from his own clumsiness. Eva and Roxanne slipped out towards the exit and managed to escape unnoticed. Sorry about them, Eva muttered as they strolled down the street in the opposite direction of the apothecary. They've been bickering loads lately. Think they're getting sick of one another. Nah, they're madly in love, Roxanne said with a sarcastic swoon. They just don't know it yet. Everyone suspects they'll be a couple by the end of term. Bolger and I have money on whether they'll be married before or after they turn 20. You and Bolger seem to wager on people's love lives a lot, Eva remarked. Anything going on between you two? Roxanne laughed heartily at this. Nah, Mark's like my little brother, she guffawed. He couldn't keep up with me if he tried. Besides, he isn't exactly my type, if you catch my drift. They made their way back to the southern end of the village towards the Three Broomsticks, where students were pouring in through the front doors to escape the biting cold. Passageways in the basement, Roxanne explained as they approached. We'll just wait for Rosmerta to get distracted then slip past. You go ahead, said Eva. I'll meet you inside. Roxanne gave her a curious look, but shrugged and entered the crowded pub. Eva glanced around her. Suspicious, she still could not shake the feeling that she was being followed. Her instincts led her around the side of the building to a narrow alley, but it appeared to be deserted. And yet, her paranoia remained. Incarcerus! Eva suddenly shouted, slashing her wand forward. Thick ropes sprang from her wand and shot down the alley. They suddenly wrapped around something unseen, and Eva heard a yelp of surprise. She rushed forward to the fallen object. A boy was thrashing madly from beneath an invisibility cloak, trying to free himself from his binds. Eva vanished the ropes and whipped off the cloak, groaning at what she saw. "Calvin," she gasped. "What the hell are you doing?" "I was just—" Calvin Hopkins stammered. "I thought I would, Why are you stalking me?" Eva demanded. "I ought to report you to the headmaster for this." "Already knows," Calvin muttered under his breath, dragging his feet in embarrassment. "Come again." "The headmaster already knows I'm following you," Calvin admitted. He asked me to." This was the last thing Eva expected to hear. "Why would he do that?" she demanded. "Look, I don't know, okay?" Calvin said, throwing up his arms in defeat. "He thinks you're up to something. He asked me to keep an eye on you, to report back if you did anything suspicious." "Hang on. That's why you've been following me everywhere," said Eva, incredulous. "Yeah," said Calvin, hanging his head. "So right?" "I see," said Eva, still trying to process this new information. "Well, stop it, would you? Or next time I'll hex first and ask questions later." "Yeah, right, okay," Calvin muttered. Eva examined the invisibility cloak she'd ripped off of him. "This yours?" she asked. "Potter's," Calvin muttered. "Loaned it to me." Eva was of half a mind to set fire to the thing in frustration. Instead, she tossed it roughly back at Calvin, who awkwardly caught it. "I'll be going then," she said, turning to leave. "Wait," Calvin called after her. Did I do something wrong? At the party, I mean?" Said Eva, turning again. "Like what?" "I dunno," said Calvin. "I just thought things were going well between us, but you've been ignoring me ever since. Was it something I said? If so, then I apologize for whatever it was." "Why does it matter?" Eva laughed. "You only asked me to the party, so you could keep an eye on me." "That's not true," Calvin insisted. "I asked you because I was interested in you. And I still am, for the record. I think you're an amazing person." Eva dash. "Look, it's not anything you said or did," Eva said hastily, feeling increasingly awkward by the minute. "I'm just not looking for anything serious right now. Don't take it personally." "Okay," Calvin nodded. "I understand. What about just friends, then?" "Friends don't follow each other under invisibility cloaks, Calvin." Eva rolled her eyes. "See you back in class." And with that, she turned to leave Calvin behind in the cold, looking like a wounded puppy dog. And she didn't feel one bit bad about it. "Got lost," Roxanne teased as Eva joined her at a corner table of the bustling pub. "Had to shake off a tail," Eva muttered, and she recounted the story to her, leaving Roxanne with a furious expression on her face. "That slimy snake," she fumed. "And here I was thinking it was just a schoolyard crush. Why is the headmaster so obsessed with you anyway? He might suspect what I'm doing." Eva sighed, lowering her voice so as not to be overheard. "I had to sign my name at the Department of Mysteries to check out the ingredient for my potion." "Are you ever going to tell me what's so important about this potion anyway?" Roxanne asked. "You're not like building a bomb to blow up the headmaster's office, are you?" "Nothing like that," Eva chuckled. "Let's just say it's a brain enhancer and leave it at that." "Ooh, trying to get an edge for your OWLs then?" Roxanne smirked. "Now that's the kind of mischief I can get behind." Eva merely smirked back. She would not disabuse Roxanne of that notion for now. Not until Eva was sure she could fully trust her. They sat quietly, sipping their butterbeers in the corner while waiting for an opening. They finally got one when a poor second-year Ravenclaw girl tripped and knocked over an entire table's worth of drinks to the ground. Madame Rosmerta hustled over to aid in the cleanup, and Roxanne grabbed Eva's hand. "Quickly now," she ordered, dragging her towards the back of the shop. They snuck into the back storeroom and down a flight of stairs to the basement. Eva helped Roxanne move a heavy keg of butterbeer aside, unearthing a trapdoor hidden beneath. They slipped through and found themselves in a long tunnel, which purportedly led back up to the castle. How did you find this place, anyway? Eva asked. From your friend Vic, incidentally, Roxanne explained as she led the way. Apparently, she got her Uncle Fred pissed drunk one Christmas, and he told her about the 7 secret passages he and his brother discovered at the school. Most of them were destroyed during the war, but this one's still around. Pretty useful for smuggling in drinks for house parties. It felt like an eternity later when they finally emerged at the other end of the tunnel. Roxanne peeked her head out from behind the one-eyed witch. Coast is clear, she said, helping Eva out into the corridor. Let's not waste time. Best not to get caught sneaking about by Ginny Weasley. They stole their way up to the 7th floor corridor, pausing only once to avoid the Bloody Baron, floating lazily past the Transfiguration Department along their path. Moments later, they were safely inside Eva's new potions lab, all of her ingredients still laid out on the table where she'd left them. She double-checked to make sure the vial of essence of thought was still intact, eyeing the murky green liquid with trepidation. The first phase of brewing the draft of omniscience wasn't too difficult, but it was incredibly precise. She began by heating the water in the cauldron and dropping in the sliced salamander eyes, then counting exactly 13 seconds before adding the powdered root of asphodel. Then she had to stir precisely 29 times counterclockwise, followed by 2 clockwise turns, before finally adding the saprophyros beans. She was relieved to see the liquid turn a light shade of orange as it reacted to the latest ingredient. It meant she was doing something right. According to the recipe, she needed to monitor the potion closely for the next 4 hours and make sure the potion did not congeal. This gave her and Roxanne plenty of time to chat, with Eva occasionally pausing to stir the cauldron at intervals as it cooked. I gotta say, I never expected to see a pureblood taking instructions from that book, Roxanne remarked, commenting on the earmarked copy of the language of magic sitting on the nearby table. Whatever you're doing with it, I understand now why you don't want the headmaster to find out. You're familiar with the book? Asked Eva. Course I am, Roxanne shrugged. Every Muggle-born knows the story of Hermione Granger. You're Muggle-born? Asked Eva, eyebrows arching. Surprised? Roxanne winked. So were my folks when I got my letter. I wasn't sure about this whole magic business at first, but once I learned about Quidditch, I was sold. It's like rugby in the air, but you get to swing bats at people. Were your parents okay with you coming to Hogwarts? Eva inquired, jumping up to sit beside Roxanne atop the nearby table. Hell no, they weren't. Roxanne laughed. Disowned me the moment they found out. Haven't seen them since my 11th birthday. Eva froze in shock. Oh, I'm so sorry, she said, horrified. That must have been really difficult. You get used to it, Roxanne shrugged. They were shit parents anyway. I'm pretty sure my dad was a member of CAW and would have tried to strangle me in my sleep if my mom hadn't kicked me out of the house first. Luckily, Professor Potter found out and enrolled me in the castle housing program straight away. Roxanne recounted all of this as though it didn't mean anything to her, but Eva could see the deep hurt in the girl's eyes, the repressed anger simmering behind her casual gaze. It was no wonder she was so impulsive and prone to reckless behavior. Eva so badly wanted to share her own life story, but did not want to reveal her true blood status just yet. Nor did she seek to minimize Roxanne's pain by unloading her own onto her. I think I'll be joining that program myself this summer, Eva said instead, on account of my parents dying last summer. Yeah, I heard Vic saying something about that, Roxanne said sympathetically. Potions accident, was it? Something like that, Eva muttered. Anyway, it doesn't matter. We weren't that close. The conversation abruptly ended there, as Roxanne gratefully did not dig deeper into Eva's parents. Perhaps she could recognize when somebody else was avoiding a topic of great personal pain and regret. Eva did listen intently as Roxanne recounted her Hogwarts experience up to that point, and it reminded her a lot of her own time at Willoughby. Didn't make friends too easily, Roxanne shrugged. Never felt like I needed him much anyway. Once I was old enough to join the Quidditch team, that was the only thing I cared about. Got the grades I needed to remain on the team, stayed on the captain's good side, and mostly just kept my head down. You took your OWLs last year, didn't you? Asked Eva. How did they go? Bloody awful, Roxanne grinned. Scraped a pass in charms, transfiguration, and data, but flunked everything else. Got chewed out by the head of house over it. Not that it matters. I'm not going to make it in the wizarding world anyway. What makes you say that? Asked Eva. It's all about connections, Roxanne said bitterly. Not what you know, but who you know. Muggleborns never stood a chance. Unless you manage to suck up to the headmaster enough to get into spell theory, of course. He has the power to decide if you succeed after graduation or not. And I take it you weren't going to do that, Eva deduced. Potter never gave a damn about me, Roxanne said. If he doesn't like you, he pretends like you don't exist. Doesn't criticize you in class. Doesn't attempt to engage with you in any way. Just pushes you aside in favor of the students he thinks have promise. Like Calvin Hopkins. Like you. He's harder on me than anybody in our class, Eva protested. That means he wants to see what you're capable of, Roxanne retorted. He sees something in you. You're on the fast track in this school, kid, and you don't seem to care. That's probably why I'm so fascinated by you. Because I got a golden ticket? Eva asked, rolling her eyes. No, Roxanne corrected. Because you're determined not to use it and figure things out on your own. That's pretty badass. Eva considered these words. Perhaps it was exceptionally reckless to be in here, thumbing her nose at the administration by brewing an illegal potion and risking expulsion. She had seen firsthand the veracity of Roxanne's words. The purebloods of the castle seemed to all be in Potter's good favor, while the Muggleborns were either cast aside or forced to work doubly hard to keep their grades up in the stratosphere. She was the rare Muggleborn to have captured Potter's attention. Was she a fool to risk throwing it away for no reason other than sheer curiosity? Even spending time with Roxanne Morrison seemed to be a risk. Eva could tell that none of the teachers liked her, that she was an outcast among her peers. But that was what likewise drew her to Roxanne. Her unwillingness to accept the status quo, her desire to challenge the established order. Eva had always kept her nose out of trouble all her life, but trouble seemed to find her anyways. Magic had disrupted her neat and tidy childhood. CAW had disrupted her home and security. Now she was ready to confront that trouble head on before it caught her off guard once more. Once the 4 hours were up, Eva took the cauldron off the fire and carefully transferred its contents into a large beaker. The half-finished potion would need to mature for 6 weeks before it was ready to add the final ingredients, including the essence of thought. Roxanne helped her clean up, and minutes later they were bounding back towards the one-eyed witch, laughing and skipping down the corridors. Roxanne's reckless energy was infectious, and Eva was starting to feel bolder every minute she spent with the girl. So much so, in fact, that she quite forgot that she was being watched like a hawk within the castle. Well, a voice muttered as they rounded a corner. Eva and Roxanne froze as Ginny Weasley stepped out from behind a pillar to confront them. Where do you two think you're going? Just heading down to the Great Hall for a late lunch, Professor, Roxanne said cheerily. But Eva could tell that Ginny was not in a joking mood. I specifically remember signing you two out for Hogsmeade this morning, Ginny said coolly. And I know for a fact that no carriages have returned from the village yet. So how is it that you two find yourselves back in the castle? Eva and Roxanne looked at each other for a satisfactory answer. Neither of them could think of one. That will be detentions then, for both of you, Ginny sneered. My office, every Saturday for the next 4 weeks. But Professor, said Roxanne, a glimmer of hope still in her voice. Surely you don't mean next Saturday? We have Hufflepuff next weekend. Then I hope Mr. Darby has a suitable replacement ready at Beater and Seeker, Ginny remarked without missing a beat. Roxanne opened her mouth to argue, but Eva stopped her. It's not worth it, she sighed. Just let it go. Very wise, Miss Pruitt, Ginny smirked. I'll be having a word with my brother about resealing the secret passages. I would advise you two not to attempt to use them again, or I will get the headmaster involved. Eva could feel the heat radiating off of Roxanne beside her, and did her best to get them out of the situation as fast as possible. Understood, Professor Weasley, she said in as polite a tone as she could muster. Then she grabbed Roxanne's arm and guided her roughly away. Once they had put several flights of stairs between them and Ginny, Roxanne wrenched herself free and unloaded her frustrations. That heartless bitch, she seethed. She knows how important Quidditch is to me. What did I ever do to earn her wrath? Roxanne paced to and fro in the passageway, fuming. Eva could practically see the red in her eyes. It's my fault, Eva sighed. I've been on her hit list ever since Christmas. You were just caught in the crossfire, that's all. I'm beginning to think you're a magnet for trouble, Pruitt, Roxanne sighed in exasperation. I've never seen another student attract so much negative attention from the teachers. I do seem to attract trouble, Eva agreed. Probably why you're always hanging around. For a moment, she thought she'd struck a chord with Roxanne at the biting remark. But instead, Roxanne flashed a reluctant smile and playfully shoulder-bumped her. Like a moth to a flame, she smirked. And I was craving Honeyduke's chocolate all afternoon? You owe me, Pruitt. I'm buying for our second date, Eva agreed, grateful that Roxanne was back in a playful mood. But it didn't last long, as they had to break the bad news to Darby and the rest of the team at dinner that evening. You what? Darby groaned. How could you do something so stupid so close to a match? Now I'm gonna have to play Davis at Chaser again. And how am I supposed to find a replacement beater on such short notice? Eva and Roxanne had no solutions to offer, and they had to endure the next hour of Darby ranting angrily about their predicament over dinner. Surely the headmaster won't allow this, Darby muttered. He loves Quidditch, and he knows this is our best chance at the cup in years. Maybe you can talk some sense into him. Me, said Eva, mortified. He hates me? For the last time, he does not hate you, Roxanne encouraged her. Would he have given you his own broomstick if he did? Now, swallow your pride and go ask him. This was the last thing Eva wanted to do, but she couldn't say no to the hopeful looks in the other players' eyes, so she begrudgingly agreed. That night, she headed up to the headmaster's office, preparing to hold her hat in hand and beg for forgiveness. Maybe he will understand, she thought to herself. He's a reasonable man. Maybe if I offer to serve double detentions later to make up for it. To her surprise, the entrance to the spiral staircase stood open. The gargoyles did not spare her so much as a look as she ascended towards the office. As she approached, she could hear voices coming from above her, as though a fierce debate were ongoing. She paused at the door and listened. It did not seem to be multiple voices after all, but just Harry, muttering rapidly. Was he dictating some kind of journal? Or was he perhaps arguing with one of the former headmaster's portraits hanging on the wall? Headmaster, Eva called out tentatively, knocking on the great oak door. May I come in? The muttering didn't cease. If anything, it grew more rapid and frantic. She isn't ready, Harry was saying. Our time is not come yet. Patience, friend. I know you have waited long. Our salvation is soon to come. Eva cautiously pushed open the door and peered into the office. She expected to see Harry seated behind his desk, conversing with one of the portraits on the wall. Instead, she encountered him curled in a ball at the center of the room, head encased within his arms as he rocked back and forth. He looked quite like a child cowering from some nightmare. Professor Potter, she said, stepping into the office. Are you all right? Mione, Harry muttered, head snapping up to scan the room. His unfocused eyes found her across the office, his piercing green gaze finally locking onto hers. Recognition passed across his face, and his brow furrowed in sudden anger. Out, he bellowed. Get out! Eva didn't need telling twice. She scurried from the office and flew down the spiral staircase 3 steps at a time, heart hammering. She had never seen such a fierce expression on the man's face before, and she never wanted to be on the receiving end of it again. She could have sworn that those emerald green eyes had flashed blood red at her. The Black Tower, /N. This chapter was revised on July 3rd, 23. See the notes ahead of CH31 for more info. March 7th, 2003. Hermione. The loud crack of apparition could barely be heard over the chaos of the Tree of area as wounded soldiers were carted about and nurses and doctors run past in all directions to tend to them. But all eyes quickly landed on the pair of witches that had appeared quite literally out of thin air before them, one of whom was bleeding profusely from the eye. Please, help us, the other cried, struggling to hold up the weight of the redhead. She needs immediate attention. Lay her down on an empty cot, one of the lieutenants said dismissively, pointing towards a crowded tent full of people waiting to be assessed. Our doctors are all busy. She needs help now. Hermione shrieked as Ginny swayed dangerously in her slackening grasp. This can't wait. The lieutenant looked up and assessed the pair, eyes landing on the wand clutched in Hermione's free hand. She's magical? He asked with a distinct note of disdain. Don't your people have doctors that can take her? She'll be arrested or worse. Hermione protested. We're on your side here. As I said, all our doctors are busy, the lieutenant shrugged. What would you have me do? Hermione was on the verge of panic and was contemplating exactly which spells she could use to get her way. She was not above utilizing the imperious curse to force one of the doctors to work on Ginny, and if she had to fight off armed guards to do so, so be it. But before she could formulate a plan, a stern voice interrupted them. What is going on here? The voice demanded. Hermione turned to see a large and imposing man, dressed in military garb and flanked by several other intimidating-looking officials. The man's eyes landed on Hermione, then on the nearly unconscious Ginny. Is that Weasley? Yes, Hermione said quickly. You must be General Beckett, sir. She needs immediate attention, please. General Beckett seemed to agree from one look at Ginny's mangled face. He grabbed the arm of a doctor running past to halt his progress. Attend to this woman at once, he barked. Apologies, sir, but I'm on my way to assist with a leg amputation, the doctor said in a rushed tone. Time is of the essence. This woman is a higher priority, said Beckett. That is a direct order. The doctor looked at the general with a fearful expression and finally gulped. Yes, sir, he said meekly before rushing over to help. Hermione carried Ginny over to a nearby cot. Hermione could hear the shouts of protest from the injured nearby who had overheard the exchange, and she could sympathize with their arguments. Why should a witch be given priority over us normal folks? But she didn't have time to ponder this inequity. Quite frankly, Ginny was more important to the war effort than the entire tent full of people waiting to be seen. The doctor laid Ginny flat on the cot and shined a flashlight in her mangled eye, wincing at the sight. Looks like the bullet is lodged in the back of her eye socket, he grimaced. She's lucky it didn't penetrate further, or she would have been killed immediately. So, she's going to make it? Hermione said hopefully. If we work quickly, the doctor sighed. There is a risk of blood penetrating the cranium and essentially drowning the brain. We have to operate immediately. 2 more nurses appeared by the doctor's side soon after, no doubt ordered by the general to assist. As they began strategizing for an emergency surgery, Hermione left Ginny's bedside to approach General Beckett once more. Sir, I should probably introduce myself, she said, extending a hand. Hermione Granger. I'm a friend of Miss Weasley's. Beckett gave her an appraising look, but did not extend his hand in return. Hermione looked down and realized that her hand was coated in Ginny's blood. She hastily wiped it clean with a wave of her wand, which drew yet more looks of suspicion from those around them. I know who you are, Beckett sniffed. According to Miss Weasley, you're the one calling the shots among your rebel group. Yes, I suppose I am, Hermione agreed. She declined to mention that their rebel group consisted of fewer than 10 people nowadays. What Beckett didn't know couldn't hurt him. I wondered when we might meet at last, said Beckett. I assumed it would have happened prior to Operation Lightning Strike, but fortunately, we were ready at a moment's notice. Right, said Hermione awkwardly. She too had intended that to be the case, but time had not been on her side. Ginny had been in contact with the mounting Muggle rebellion forces for months, attempting to coordinate a plan of attack, but Hermione hadn't had time to get away from her children to meet Beckett herself. She also did not want to admit that Operation Lightning Strike had been invoked out of desperation, not due to any overarching plan. Well, I hope the operation had the intended effect on your world, Beckett said, sounding tired. Because by all accounts, we lost far more men than the other side did. The Muggle. I mean, your population far outnumbers theirs as well, Hermione pointed out. Believe me when I say we dealt them a substantial blow today. Good to hear, said Beckett. I take it there are efforts in motion for a follow-up assault? Yes, Hermione lied. We have some planning to do on our end, but our next target will be the Black Tower itself. Beckett's eyebrows shot up in surprise. Forgive me if I'm wrong, but is that not the Dark Lord's central base of operations? He asked. Are we truly prepared to take them on? Your people will not be assaulting the tower directly, Hermione explained. That will be our job. We just need a distraction in order to divert attention away from the tower so that we can complete our operation. And what might that be? Asked Beckett. I'm afraid I can't tell you that, General. Hermione said apologetically. "But I assure you, it is an important step towards winning this war." Beckett examined Hermione's face, clearly not happy with what he was hearing. "This is a peculiar arrangement, Miss Granger," he sighed. "I do not like sending my men in to die on blind faith alone." Hermione didn't like it one bit either. She didn't have the heart to tell Beckett that she again had selfish motives, that her one purpose in breaching the Black Tower was to find the surviving children from the Manchester Enclave. But perhaps she could also use the incursion to learn more about the defenses put in place around Voldemort's headquarters. They would have to assault the tower again in order to confront him anyway. So as a reconnaissance mission, at least there was some value to be gained. But she would keep that information to herself. "I understand your concern," Hermione said in a practiced tone of calm. "I promise I will share with you as much as I can. But these first few steps are crucial towards the success of this war." "Very well," Beckett sighed. "I suppose I will be communicating with you directly from now on, given Miss Weasley's condition?" "For now, yes," said Hermione. "The next stage of the attack will have to happen soon, perhaps in the next week or so." "Might want to work faster than that," Beckett said warningly. "We've received reports of other uprisings around the globe. The American magical government was attacked by rebels just half an hour ago, and there are rumblings of uprising at other major population centers throughout Britain. Can you call them off?" Hermione asked, horrified at the bloodshed that could be happening at this very moment. Beckett actually laughed at the suggestion. "You think I control every non-magical person with a firearm?" he asked. "We were simply the first domino to fall. Our people have been itching to fight back for years, and this is the first sign of the winds changing in our direction. I couldn't stop the revolution if I tried." Hermione considered this. Perhaps it was a good thing that the magical community would be under attack from all sides, even if these attacks were uncoordinated and largely unplanned. It meant their resources would be spread thin, their defenses unfocused. But Hermione did see Beckett's point. The longer these unconnected attacks went on, the more non-magical blood would be spilled, and the more brutal Voldemort's regime would become in quelling these attacks. The tower assault would have to happen sooner than she planned. Just then, there were several faint pops of apparition nearby. "Your people are back," Beckett hissed at Hermione, shifting himself to block her from view. "They came through earlier looking for injured magicals. If they find that we've sheltered Weasley here, dash." "Understood," Hermione said at once. "I'll make sure she isn't discovered." Beckett nodded, and Hermione quickly cast a disillusionment charm over herself and crept back over towards Ginny's cot. The doctor and nurses had briefly paused to turn and watch the oncoming group of ferrymen searching the rows. "Keep working," Hermione hissed in the doctor's ear, causing him to jump. "I'll protect us." The doctor reluctantly turned to continue work on Ginny. She was unconscious now, a mask over her nose and mouth pumping her full of anesthesia, her eye socket pulled open and exposed to open air, not a pretty sight. Hermione did her best to ignore it as she backed into the corner, crouching behind the cot to remain out of sight. "I cannot save the eyeball," the doctor said in a hushed tone as the ferrymen continued to force their way through the crowds. "The damage to the optical nerve is too severe, dash. Just focus on saving her life," Hermione whispered back. "The eyeball doesn't matter." The doctor shrugged and continued his work, occasionally giving instructions to the two nurses assisting him. The ferrymen drew closer, pausing occasionally at a cot to ask questions or make snide remarks about the injured muggles lying there. Hermione quickly waved her wand over Ginny to change her hair color to blonde and cover up her many freckles under a paler complexion. The doctor and nurses flinched at the sudden change, but thankfully said nothing. The ferrymen reached Ginny's cot, passing by without so much as a cursory glance at the gruesome scene. Hermione breathed a sigh of relief that they did not pause to investigate closer. But as soon as she did so, one of them doubled back to squint his eyes at her. "I'm Mulciber, come check this out," the ferryman said with a sadistic grin on his face. "How about that for a nasty injury?" The ferryman named Mulciber guffawed at the sight. "Hit with a bit of friendly fire," he sneered. "Hey, Doc, let me get a closer look." And he roughly pushed the doctor aside to lean over Ginny and peer directly into her exposed eye socket. Hermione stood stock still, not even daring to breathe. Her disillusionment charm was strong, she knew, but the charm was not infallible and movement could give her away. She also worried that the glamour on Ginny's face would not hold up to close scrutiny for long. She needs urgent care to survive, the doctor protested meekly. I cannot allow the blood to pool dash. You know, I reckon a healer at St. Mungo's could patch this up with one wave of the wand. Mulciber laughed, not paying the doctor any mind as he roughly grabbed Ginny by the jaw and jostled her head around. You poor muggles and your medieval tools. Feel free to help her yourself if you know magic that could save her, the doctor said with an icy tone. Hermione grimaced internally at this, knowing the retort would not be taken well. Oh ho, someone sounds bitter. Mulciber laughed. Sad that we don't share our magic with you filthy mongrels? You know, I could wave my wand and take all her pain away right now if you really wish. The other ferrymen chuckled at this thought, and Hermione knew what he was insinuating. Luckily, the doctor seemed to realize the implication as well. Not looking for trouble, he muttered. May I please attend to my patient, sir? Mulciber considered the doctor for a moment, his head bowed and slight figure shaking as the ferrymen gloated over him with their wands drawn. Hermione watched on, terrified, certain that something bad was about to happen. But thankfully, they seemed to take his weak demeanor as the correct response. Go on then, Mulciber spat, turning to go. You lot aren't worth the single breath it would take to kill you. And the ferrymen continued on down the rows, making further snide remarks about the muggles they passed by. Hermione exhaled slowly, her heart rate slowly returning to normal. She still didn't dare move a muscle until she heard the pops of apparition nearby that indicated the ferryman had gone. I have to get going, said Hermione, rising to her feet and removing the charm from herself. Can I leave her here overnight and return in the morning? She'll be here one way or another, the doctor shrugged. I think the danger of immediate death has passed, but she could have complications moving forward. Understood, Hermione nodded, and with a quick glance around for any nearby ferrymen, she turned on the spot and disapparated. This is Otter calling from the London Enclave. Any and all Order members are urgently needed for an immediate mission. Please respond as soon as possible. Hermione sighed and leaned back in her chair. She had transmitted the same message every night at exactly 10 p.m. over the airwaves, hoping to hear back from anybody. Part of her had hoped that the recent attacks would call any former Order members to action, that they would realize the fight was back on. But perhaps they didn't realize the significance of the Muggle-led rebellion, that they shared the same fight. Ginny had been the only person in years to respond over the secured Order channel, and now it lay as maddeningly silent as ever. Hermione's only other option was to call on the other Enclave members for assistance. Luna, Hannah, Sadie, the twins, but she couldn't risk any of them getting hurt or killed during the operation and orphaning the children under their care. Hell, she herself was taking a significant risk by going herself. But there was little alternative. No cavalry was coming, no backup in sight. This was Hermione's war now, and she would have to find some way to single-handedly topple Voldemort's regime. Every time she returned to check on Ginny at the triage center, General Beckett pestered her for information about the upcoming attack. Hermione always deflected his questions, stalling for time to find anyone who could back her up in the tower. But by now it was clear that she was alone in this mission. So on the fourth day, when she arrived to take Ginny back to the London Enclave, she finally solidified her plan. We will attack in 2 days' time, she told Beckett. The Ministry Atrium should be an ideal location for a diversion. Send your men in at 0915. By then, most of the magical employees will be out of the way. And what should our objectives be? Asked Beckett. Provided we do manage to breach the atrium. Of course. Hermione considered this. Destroy the fireplaces, she finally said. It was a reasonable goal. Disrupting the Floo network would not be a critical blow to the Ministry, but it would suffice as a cover story for the attack. It would also be a fairly simple task for the Muggle rebels to complete before getting out of harm's way. Beckett gave her an odd look, clearly not understanding the significance of these fireplaces, but he eventually nodded. Hermione returned to the Enclave with Ginny in tow, as her fearful underlings listened intently to her instructions. If she wakes up while I'm gone, Hermione told her brood, tell her that I've gone on a mission and will return shortly. But she will likely remain unconscious until then. But what if you don't come back? asked a frightened 7-year-old in response. Hermione knelt before the trembling girl and gave her a reassuring hug. "I will come back," she said firmly. "I always do, don't I?" The girl nodded reluctantly at this, but the kids still looked worried. Hermione didn't blame them. Ginny's very visible injury was a reminder of the dangers that lay outside these walls. And if Hermione didn't return, they would be left to fend for themselves. "But if I don't return, the war is lost anyway," Hermione reminded herself. It was the only thought that kept her resolve strong as she prepared for the impossible task ahead of her. She had performed reconnaissance on the Black Tower before, and every indication was that its defenses were daunting. By using her sight, she could see the thick enchantments layering the outside of the castle, preventing any kind of damage to its exterior, whether by spell or bullet. She could only imagine the intricate wards on the inside preventing incursions. And yet the tower hosted hundreds of workers, coming in and out every day. Surely there was some mechanism allowing ordinary workers to pass in and out freely. She wouldn't be able to pass as an ordinary worker for long, but she figured she could find a way in and improvise from there. On the morning of the planned attack, Hermione positioned herself a few blocks south, watching workers walk by on their way to either the ministry or the tower. She sat disillusioned, crouched behind a bench, silently waiting. There was little point in disguising herself as a nondescript Muggle today. Muggles could not pass through the area unmolested any longer. Ferrymen lined the streets, clearly on edge from the constant acts of rebellion from armed Muggles, and anyone who appeared out of place would be apprehended at once. Hermione had no contact with General Beckett and had no way of knowing how he planned to attack the Ministry atrium. The streets were locked down all over town. Surely Voldemort's people would be able to detect mass movements of fighters and weapons. But she knew the British military was involved in this rebellion, what was left of the military, anyway, and they must have had ways of traveling and transporting goods undetected. At least, she hoped that was the case. Hermione didn't dare use a Tempest Charm to check the time, but the crowd of workers was beginning to thin and their pace was quickening, indicating that it was past 9 o'clock. All she could do was wait and hope that Beckett was able to mount his attack successfully without disruption or notice. It was not difficult to tell when the assault began. A cacophony of gunfire, explosions, and raucous war cries rose from seemingly nowhere, overwhelming the once quiet boulevard with chaotic noise. The reaction was slow at first. Concerned workers looked at one another while the ferrymen nervously shifted in their positions, unsure on how to react. Then, a deafening boom rattled the very street itself, and a visible explosion shot smoke and flames into the air just down the road. That opened the floodgates of chaos as everyone scrambled to react. There were nearby pops of disapparation as the ferrymen, lining the street, headed towards the source of the disturbance several blocks away. The workers began to run, fearful of the echoing gunfire coming from all directions, and clearly fearful of an imminent attack. There wouldn't be a better opening than this one, and Hermione didn't waste a moment. She removed her disillusionment charm and rushed forward to join the throngs of running workers. Now disguised under a glamour and wearing an official uniform she'd seen all tower workers in. There was nobody running in the direction of the ministry today. Everyone was attempting to force entry into the Black Tower. Hermione shoved her way through the crowd, using light pulses of magic to aid in her efforts. Finally, she found herself through the bottleneck of the front door and inside the ornate lobby of the tower. The vaulted ceiling and opulent decor barely registered for her amidst the crowd of fearful employees, all fighting and clawing to get as far away from the sound of conflict as possible. At the far end of the lobby, Hermione could see a row of fireplaces, similar to the ones in the ministry atrium a few blocks away, as workers sought access to them. But she could see that the grates were currently slammed shut, and a row of guards stood between them and the escape they all desired. "Everyone, please remain calm," a voice shouted over the din. Hermione could hear the fear in the tone of the ferryman trying to contain the swell of people attempting to push forward towards the fireplaces. Behind them, distant booms and the constant rattle of gunfire told them that the rebels were near. "Let us through," a tower employee wailed. "We'll be safe on the other side of the floor." The tower is under lockdown until further notice, the nervous ferryman said. Please remain where you are. We are perfectly S-dash. Crash. A window at the front of the lobby shattered, spraying broken glass inwards as the sound of chaos built outside. The workers continue to shout at the ferrymen, standing in their way, begging, pleading to be let through. Hermione seized the opportunity. She forced her way towards the front of the crowd, quietly raised her concealed wand at the nearest ferryman, and whispered, Imperio. The ferryman momentarily went slack, then abruptly straightened again. Let them pass, he barked at the guard nearest him. We can seal the flue behind them. But the boss man said dash, the other guard protested, but the first ferryman was already waving his wand to unseal the grates. Go now, he directed the crowd. That was all the permission the desperate workers needed. They surged forward in a mad scramble to get to the safety of the other side. The other ferrymen were helpless to stop them. They eventually gave up on trying to stop people from entering and dove out of the way of the mass of moving bodies. Hermione squeezed herself through the tight bottleneck of people, fighting for the nearest fireplace, eventually reaching it and diving forward into the spinning green flames. She emerged atop a heap of people on a nearly identical level of the tower. She quickly spun off the pile to prevent being flattened by the next persons coming through the other side, then got to her feet. People were scurrying off in all directions as alarmed ferrymen attempted to contain them. Hermione joined the scramble, ducking underneath the outstretched arm of one guard towards a winding staircase leading upward. It wouldn't be long before the ferrymen in the lobby realized what had happened and raised the alarm. They would know there was an intruder on the loose. Hermione rapidly ascended the stairs, passing several other workers who had also made it clear of the guards. She passed by a tall window and did a double take, pausing to peer outside. The sky was bright and sunny, more so than she had seen in many years. She almost believed she'd been transported to an alternate reality where London was no longer shrouded beneath a black cloud layer. But when she looked down and saw that same cloud layer laid out beneath her, she realized that the fireplace must have taken her up to the top half of the tower. I wonder if there's anything in between here and the ground floor? She wondered, but she didn't see anyone else heading down the stairs, and she didn't want to stand out from the crowd, so she continued to follow the other workers. The staircase eventually deposited her on a new floor, which was flooded with light thanks to the numerous floor-to-ceiling windows lining the circular walls. She hadn't expected such a bright and vibrant setting atop the headquarters of the literal Dark Lord. The floor was laid out like a traditional office, with dozens of workers sitting at their desks, conversing in low tones. It appeared that nobody was working very hard. Word had reached the floor about the rebellion raging far below, and Hermione saw worried looks on nearly every face. A placard on a nearby wall sent shivers down her spine. Mudblood Processing Department. Back to work, an eerily familiar voice trilled. Hermione's heart dropped as she saw the woman pacing the aisles, wearing a smartly fastened managerial uniform, hair neatly tucked beneath an ugly pink beret. Dolores Umbridge. Hermione froze. Her instinct was to run in the opposite direction, to not be seen. But she remembered that she was disguised, that she was here for answers. So she put on her most confident expression and marched forward purposely towards the vile woman. Director Umbridge, she greeted coolly, noting the position title on her nameplate at the last moment. A moment of your time. Make it quick, Umbridge snarled. I was sent from the Department of Magical Youth Registration at the Ministry, Hermione said quickly. Weasley requests a status update on the Manchester case. Ugh, can't he mind his own business? Umbridge sighed dramatically. You're talking about the mudblood kids that we caught, yes? I think their execution was yesterday. Hermione's heart leapt into her throat at this news, but she fought to remain composed. Are you sure? She asked. He says he's missing the paperwork dash. I don't know. Maybe it's later today. Who cares? Umbridge groaned. Point is, they're booked and sentenced. So go tell Mr. Weasley to shut up and let us do our job. I will, Hermione nodded. And the execution, it's being held at? The pit, naturally, Umbridge scoffed. Level 66. Honestly, can't they send people who actually know what's going on around here? "Thank you, Director," Hermione said hastily with a little bow before retreating. She didn't care to spend another moment in Umbridge's presence. She returned to the staircase, noting the small placard on the wall stating level 78. So there are more levels in between, Hermione thought as she quickly descended. I wonder why the floor skips so many floors? Hermione skirted around the edge of the upper lobby, where ferrymen continued to shout orders at the workers tumbling through the fireplaces. She continued down the stairs, finding herself all alone now, her footsteps echoing through the cavernous space. The light level significantly decreased as Hermione descended into the thick black cloud layer just outside these walls, and she felt a chill in the air that signaled Dementors were nearby. This was more of what she'd expected to find in the tower. Gloomy, spooky spaces befitting a Dark Lord. As she continued down towards level 66, she passed by several seemingly empty floors, full of narrow corridors stretching towards the interior of the tower. She noted grated bars in these more cramped spaces and wondered if these were temporary holding areas for prisoners. Azkaban remained the primary wizarding prison under Voldemort's control, but perhaps this was where they were transported for execution. The mere thought of the word threatened to overtake Hermione with fear and despair, but she forced the feeling away and pressed onward. Somewhere in the distance above her, Hermione heard the blaring of an alarm. The ferryman far below must have come to his senses and alerted the tower to the presence of an intruder. No time to waste now. Ahead of her, she began to hear voices, so she hastily disillusioned herself and crept forward. The staircase ended at level 66, and she found herself on yet another wide-open floor. There were no floor-to-ceiling windows here, not that the cloud layer would have allowed in any light anyway, and the only light came from a series of torches lit along the perimeter of the room. A crowd of people stood towards the center of the space, and the sight once again caused Hermione's heart to seize with fear. Half a dozen ferrymen stood in a circle around a group of children, about 24 in number, ranging in age from 6 to 13 or so. They cowered close together, standing at the very center of the space, fearfully eyeing the surrounding ferrymen. One of the men was saying something, and Hermione quickened her pace as she crept forward to listen. "Have been found guilty of the crime of theft of magic from another magical being," the ferryman said in a bored drone, reading impassively from a parchment. "You are all hereby sentenced to death, in accordance with ministry policy on the removal of mudblood children dash." "Please," one of the older children cried out. "We haven't stolen anyone's magic. We were born with it." "Silence, you filthy muggle," another ferryman snapped. The children continued to cower close together, surrounding on all sides by the imposing adults. Hermione lurked in the shadows, watching, waiting for an opportunity. "You shall face death in the pit," the first ferryman continued. "Any attempts at escape shall be met with the Dementor's kiss." "Glory to the Dark Lord. Glory to the Dark Lord," recited the other ferryman. Hermione frowned, confused. There was no pit she could see in this room, and none of the ferrymen looked poised to attack. What was this place, exactly? She realized the truth a split second before it happened. One of the ferrymen yanked a lever on the wall, resulting in a loud clunk. Then, the floor beneath the children's feet abruptly vanished, and they fell, screaming, into the echoing expanse below. Hermione acted without thinking. She rushed forward, weaving past the nearest ferryman, diving headfirst into the pit after the children. There were no levels 2 through 65 in the tower. It was just empty space, sentencing the damned to death by the simplest of methods, gravity. The significance was not lost on Hermione. Clearly, Voldemort believed that mudbloods were so beneath him that they weren't even worth using magical means to destroy. The imposing height of the tower was not merely an intimidation tactic. It was a means to a nefarious end. Hermione could barely see through the dim light rushing in through windows as she fell past. She closed her eyes and flared her magic outward with a revealing charm, illuminating the tumbling children for her. Arresto momentum, she thought, reaching out with tendrils of magic towards the falling bodies. One by one they slowed and eventually stopped in midair, many still crying, others frozen in shock and fear. Hermione slowed herself beside them, feeling the exertion of magic quickly draining her stamina as she fought to keep all 20 plus of them afloat. "Quickly now," she hissed, reaching down to her waist and withdrawing a thin hairbrush. "Everyone grab part of this." She suspended the small object at the center of the levitating bodies, and everyone flailed wildly through the air to grab hold of whatever piece they could touch. Far above them, shrouded in darkness, Hermione could hear the voices of the ferrymen peering down after them. "What's going on down there?" one of them asked aloud. "I didn't hear no bodies." "Landing." Hermione was shunted aside as every child grasped to get at least a finger on the brush. There was barely room for all of them. Hermione didn't dare attempt to touch it herself, lest someone accidentally get bumped off and left behind. She cursed the fact that the magic she was about to attempt was so limited in nature that she could not have chosen a larger object for fear of the spell failing. But it fortunately appeared that every child had managed to get a piece of the brush. Hermione aimed her wand at the small object and muttered, "Portus." The comb glowed bright blue as it was transformed into a portkey. A moment later, the children disappeared in a rush of magic, safely on their way back to the London Enclave. Now it was a matter of getting herself out. Hermione reached out again with her magic, examining the wards in place around her. The anti-apparition wards would prevent her from direct escape, and she doubted she had the energy to fight her way out from the top down. She needed to get out of the tower as quickly as possible. She examined the nearest window and found, to her surprise, that the layered wards were all on the opposite side of the wall. Voldemort had clearly accounted for someone trying to break in. He hadn't planned on anyone trying to break out. Hermione pointed her wand at the window and yelled, "Bombarda!" It shattered with great force, glass spraying outwards and tumbling down along the side of the tower. She forced herself through the narrow opening, passing through the wards with a silent shiver of magic passing over her. Her magic was just about depleted, and she spun in midair to return home. Nothing happened. Hermione looked all around her. She could vaguely make out the streets of London far below her, as she was, just below the black cloud layer a couple 100 feet in the air. She didn't sense any more wards holding her in place, and yet she was unable to disapparate. Some unseen force was holding her in place. She realized that she was not even falling, despite releasing the arresting charm that had previously held her in place. "I finally have you, Hermione Granger." The chilling voice came from both inside and all around Hermione, and she felt sheer dread creeping in from all sides. The black clouds above seemed to be parting, and she was frozen in place, forced to watch in silent terror as a cloaked figure descended from above, Dementors swirling all around him. "You have been a thorn in my side all these years," Voldemort said from all directions, swooping in towards his prey. "You must be severely punished. Death will come for you, but not until you have seen every child in your care slaughtered." Hermione struggled to break free of her unseen binds. She could see the magic holding her in place, but it was too powerful, would require far more effort to break free of than she currently possessed. She watched as Voldemort came down to her level, his menacing red eyes boring into her terrified brown ones. "None shall defy the might of the great Lord Voldemort without consequence," Voldemort said, a malevolent smile on his pale, white face. "You will be made an example of, Granger. All shall know what becomes of those who—" Voldemort paused, a flicker of confusion registering in his expression. For a moment, Hermione did not know what had caused it. But a moment later, a streak of purest white flashed by from the dark clouds above with a loud crash like thunder. Voldemort wheeled about towards the source of the disturbance. Streaks of brilliant white light were piercing the dark cloud layer, even dissipating it in spots with the sheer force of their energy. Hermione watched as another streak flew past. This one had a distinct shape. It was some kind of animal, a wildcat perhaps, or a leopard. More animals of pure white light shot past in all directions, some falling in between Voldemort and Hermione, causing the Dementors to scatter in all directions. Lions, bears, eagles, wolves, stags. Patronuses? Hermione thought, but she had never seen so many patronuses in one place before, and none that crackled with fierce energy like a lightning bolt. Voldemort raised his wand towards these apparitions, but appeared unsure of how to deal with them. From high above, even through the dark clouds, Hermione saw a new streak of light approaching. This one larger and brighter than the rest, like a blazing comet of pure light, scorching down towards the earth. This streak curved around the tower and appeared to lock onto Voldemort, who snarled and raised his wand once more. But the sheer energy racing towards him was apparently too much. With a scream of rage, Voldemort turned on the spot and disappeared. Just as the bolt of light passed through the spot he'd occupied a split second before. Hermione was only vaguely aware in her weak and frightened state that she was falling, tumbling, crashing, cascading down towards the streets far below. She had no more energy left. She could barely keep her eyes open as she plummeted towards her death. The fate she'd spared the children from, but not herself. She saw a figure in her peripherals racing towards her. Friend or foe, she could not tell. Not that it mattered much. She had no strength left to fight. She saw the figure streaking like a bullet, lightning crackling at his feet as he extended a hand towards her. Hermione forced her arm forward to meet his touch, and he apparat them away. Hermione felt herself being squeezed into the uncomfortable sensation of apparition. She didn't know where the mysterious figure would take her, but she needed to get back to her children to make sure that they would be cared for. So with one last great effort, she pulled at his hand, trying to signal that she wanted to take the lead. She felt his brief hesitance, but he relented, allowing her to guide their journey. She twisted them in the opposite direction, and a moment later, they landed roughly in her office, safely back in the Enclave. Somewhere, as though a great distance away, Hermione could hear screams of fright and surprise from the children at their sudden reappearance. The man raised his wand in surprise, and Hermione, no longer supported by his grasp, swayed and crumpled to the ground. The man dropped to a knee at her side, and she fought to stay awake as her vision blurred and began to go dark, fought to stay focused on those piercing green eyes. "Rest, Hermione," said Harry in a soothing voice, stroking her face affectionately. "I'll take care of you." A wave of relief washed over Hermione as she gave into her exhaustion and slipped into unconsciousness. He came back. He actually came back. Ego sum, /n. This chapter's title is in homage to one of my favorite abandoned fanfics, The One He Feared by Tor. The chapter itself is also a bit experimental in nature, but I hope it works out okay for you all. I've kept it short and sweet in case it doesn't, so we can move on. Enjoy! December 10th, 1997, Harry was content to remain in the tent high up in the mountains, but Hermione insisted that they find a more permanent place to stay. Snow was beginning to fall, and for that matter, she was tired of relying on magic for water and energy when a Muggle building could provide such amenities much simpler. So they descended from the hillside towards the nearby villages to find a suitable place to stay. They found an apartment for rent in a little Greek village on the coast of the Aegean Sea. Disguised as a Muggle couple, Harry and Hermione negotiated with the landlord, a shrewd and suspicious man, with Hermione translating with her limited and broken Greek. The man finally relented when Hermione flashed €2,000 in his face, most of her savings, and they managed to secure a 3-month lease and move in the same day. "I'm positive he ripped us off," Hermione huffed once they were finally free of the man's gaze. "This is a popular tourist spot, and we're doing him a favor by moving in during the off-season. I swear I'll pay you back as soon as this is all over," said Harry. "Assuming the Ministry doesn't find some excuse to drain my Gringotts account in the meantime." "Honestly, I don't care about the money," said Hermione. "Let's just focus on getting through this war alive, and then we can square up. Deal." They spent their first couple of days in the new flat settling affairs, transfiguring furniture and appliances, shopping for groceries at the local market, unpacking their meager belongings. Once that was settled, Harry was eager to make use of the vials of green liquid they'd procured from the mountain, but Hermione insisted on first doing as much research and preparation as possible. So they spent several more days poring over old alchemy and potions textbooks in an attempt to learn as much about essence of thought as possible. There wasn't much literature out there about the substance because it was so rare and the few mentions of it only underscored how dangerous and deadly it was. Honestly, Hermione, we can do this for weeks and come to no new conclusions. Harry finally sighed after tossing aside yet another unhelpful tome. We know it's dangerous to consume. We know it has no antidote. But I have to drink it either way. You don't have to do anything, Hermione protested. We can find other ways to prepare. Just because Crum said dash. It's not just what Crum said, retorted Harry. He learned of it from Karkaroff, who learned of it from you-know-who no doubt learned it from some other great wizard in the past. And it was how they learned the knowledge needed to grow more powerful. But there are others who didn't survive, who died in the attempt, said Hermione. Yes, there are a few who survived it and went on to great things, but the vast majority of them didn't, and their stories were never told. Hermione, I've been marked for death since I was a baby, Harry said soberly. If I don't die today from drinking this, I'll die months or years from now attempting to fight Voldemort as a weaker wizard. This war is depending on me to grow to my fullest potential. I have no other choice. He could tell from the look on Hermione's face that she was unconvinced of this fact, but she sighed and held her tongue. I don't like it, Harry, but I can't stop you, she finally said. I'll do what I can to help you survive it, but I don't know how much good that will do. So it was decided the following morning that Harry would drink one of the vials of essence of thought under close supervision. Hermione insisted on saving the second vial for future testing. If something goes wrong, perhaps I can study its properties and improvise some way to revive you, she reasoned. Whatever made her more comfortable, Harry supposed. Here goes nothing, said Harry, laying back in an armchair and uncorking one of the vials. He took a tentative sniff of the mysterious green liquid, but it was odorless. For that matter, he couldn't even hear it sloshing about in the glass container as he lightly swirled it. He knew whatever was about to happen would not be pleasant, but there was no point in delaying it further. He tossed his head back and downed the vial of green liquid in a single gulp. He sat stock still as he waited for something to happen, Hermione anxiously watching from nearby. The essence of thought had tasted like nothing going down and had caused his stomach no discomfort. If he didn't know any better, he'd think he just swallowed a bit of water. How long is it supposed to take to kick in? He asked. No idea, Hermione said fearfully. We don't even know what it does exactly. Well, I feel fine so far, Harry muttered, examining his hands as though to make sure they were still there. I thought maybe I'd be at least nauseous, but it's like nothing. Harry made to stand up, faced with a sudden urge to walk off some of his restless energy while he still had the chance. You should just stay there, Hermione said warningly, fear still visible in her expression. We have no idea what might happen. Honestly, it's nothing, Harry dismissed, rising to his feet and taking a step towards her. I feel F-. Harry suddenly had the feeling that he was falling backward very fast. It was similar to the sensation of a time turner, but on a drastically larger scale, as though he were tumbling backward through all of human history. Memories flooded through his brain, but they were not his own. He saw through his eyes the lives of others, many others, all at once and yet in full continuum. Their lives flashed by in an instant, and yet in eternity, as he watched them grow and learn. He was a timid orphan, sorted in a Slytherin house, discreetly studying the dark arts while evading the watchful eye of Professor Dumbledore. He was a brooding teen in the cold halls of Durmstrang, plotting the subjugation of the Muggle race, scribbling the symbol of the Deathly Hallows on the walls. He was seated at the medieval high table of King Arthur, advising the Muggle leader on matters of state. He was all of these people and more, some he recognized and others he didn't, experiencing all they had experienced, all they'd seen and learned in their travels. Fearsome spells, complex potions, bloody rituals, tremendous sacrifices, triumph and defeat, conquests and setbacks, pleasure and sorrow. It was too much for one man to handle. Harry's mind attempted to shut out the constant stream of information, but it was unceasing, continuing to flow through him and overload his senses. Make it stop, he tried to scream, but could not find the voice to do so. He had long since left his corporeal body behind, his mind many miles and centuries away, racing through the lives of others without abandon. I don't want to know all of this. Make it stop. He held his newborn child in his hands. Buried it days later, married the woman of his life, cut her down with a killing curse, won vicious duels against superior opponents, suffered embarrassments at the hands of a friend. The highs and lows of the human experience, flooding through him in a constant tumultuous wave of thought, his mind tumbling helplessly in the current, trying to stay afloat, to stay sane. How long had he been riding this wave for? Seconds? Minutes? Years? Millenniums? All sense of time and space had long since disappeared. Hermione and the apartment were a distant memory. Harry Potter was as well, an echo of who he had once been. But wait, he still had Harry's memories, didn't he? He remembered his own time at Hogwarts, his friendships and relationships. Dumbledore, Ron, Ginny, Crum, Hermione. Hermione, her face swimming above his vision, anxious face peering down into his. Harry, she was saying in a strained voice, shaking his shoulders desperately. Harry, are you okay? Hermione, Harry croaked. I love you. But that last bit didn't escape his throat. He could only choke weakly as his mind continued to convulse with the weight of centuries' worth of knowledge coursing through it. Come back to me, Harry, Hermione said, a sob catching in her throat. Harry wanted to. He wished he had never drank that vial of green liquid, had never jeopardized his life when she so clearly needed him. He wanted to jump up and take her in his arms, to tell her what he really felt about her, to act on the feelings he'd kept bottled up out of fear, out of chivalry. Life was too short and full of hardship to deny the beauty it contained. He saw that now. He saw all of it. And he wanted to come home. I'll try, he promised, before the madness of the essence of thought gripped his mind once more. TSK, Harry, my boy, what have you done to yourself? Where am I? Who is that speaking in my head? You know who it is, Harry. I can always tell when you're distressed or angry, and I've never seen you in such a state. Voldemort, I see you found the pool of knowledge and drank straight from the source. I remember when I too decided to walk the path. I confess, I'm not surprised that it has gotten the best of you already. Get out of my head. You would like that, wouldn't you? Severus told me how useless you were at a clemency, and breaching your mental barriers was child's play for me. Perhaps once the essence of thought has finished consuming your weak mind, you'll understand why you never stood a chance against me. I'm not weak. Prove it then. Force me out. You will never be able to match the power of Lord Voldemort. I will become stronger. I will return and defeat you one day. That's adorable, Harry. Now, why don't you save me some time and tell me where you and the Mudblood Granger are hiding so we can end this charade. Don't call her that. I can see how you feel about her. Don't deceive yourself into believing she feels the same way towards you. She needs you for protection now, but she'll abandon you the second it's convenient. She preferred your friend Ronald Weasley. I could see it in his mind when I tortured him. You're wrong. Who could ever love you, Harry? Everything you touches dies. Anyone who ever tried to help you met a sticky end at my hand. Your mother and father. Sirius Black. Dumbledore. I will avenge them all. They are dead because of you. Granger will be next. But I will spare her if you turn yourself in now. Never. Her blood will be on your hands. Then, get out of my head. Ha ha, so weak. Aha. Get out of my head. Harry was dead. He was pretty sure anyway. Floating in a void of nothingness. Nothing to anchor him to reality. That's death, isn't it? Was death the mere absence of life? Or was it something more? Was he dead before he lived? Or was it only an after effect of life? On the other hand, was life itself the causal effect of the pre-existence of death? Did his soul exist before his birth? Would it continue to do so after his death? Was there even a soul at all? But he was here, thinking, wasn't he? What was here, exactly? Could the absence of time and space be considered a place and time in itself? Or had he escaped such constraints, existing independently of them? Could he live without a body? Could he experience without the five senses to contextualize them? Oh, but what did it matter? It was peaceful here. He could get used to this. He had already lived many lifetimes. Now was a time of rest. He could just stay here and drift forever, blissfully ignorant to all thoughts of souls and dark lords and all other manner of things. He had never wanted to die, but now that he was here facing it, it didn't seem too bad. Yes, this lack of experience was something he quite enjoyed. Come back to me. Huh, what was that? Probably nothing. Was it nothing? Someone had said that to him once. But who? Could have been any number of people in the lives he'd lived. But it bothered him all the same. Why? Why should it bother him? He was happy here, by himself, shutting out the weight of the world. The burden he'd been granted access to. The sum of human experience. Come back to me. I don't want to. I'm content here. Free of pain. Come back to me. Free of pleasure. Wait. That didn't sound right. Why would he want to be free of pleasure? That seemed like something he would want. But to experience pleasure would mean opening himself up to pain again. It sounded not so great. Right, yes. That was the trade-off. And he had decided it wasn't worth it. Sorry, mysterious voice. I'm staying here. But you promised. That's right. He had promised. Damn it. Harry blinked. Interesting, he thought, pondering the implications of this phenomenon. Blinking meant having eyes. Having eyes meant he could see. Seeing meant he inhabited a body, that he was a singular person. Or was he? He still felt like many people in one, having lived all of their lives before. And yet he breathed through one mouth, smelled through two nostrils, heard faint bubbling noises through two ears. One body inhabited by many consciousnesses. One man containing multitudes. Harry stared at the ceiling, pondering the small cracks crisscrossing his vision and the peeling flakes of dried paint threatening to fall into his eyes. He waited for his vision to change, for some new setting or time period to overtake him. But it didn't. Was this reality? Did he exist here and now? In this room? In this time? He could hardly dare to believe it. Surely it was some kind of trick, a rug yet to be pulled out from underneath him. He could not trust his own sanity at this moment. Harry looked down at his body. It was draped underneath a wool blanket, but it certainly looked like his body. His arms and legs were in the correct place, his bare feet poked out from the end of it, 5 toes still on each. He wiggled them, marveling at the way his body responded to the commands from his brain. But surely this too was a trick. His body was not real. His mind was simply keeping him here until it was prepared to whisk him away again to some other place and time. Harry forced himself to sit up. He felt weak. His joints ached, and his muscles screamed in protest at the effort it took. He swung his legs over the edge of the sofa and pressed them down into the stained carpet. He didn't dare attempt to stand. He knew he lacked the strength. But what did it matter anyway? This was all a smokescreen. If he got too comfortable here, the universe would only take it away from him, and he would be back floating in the in-between, unable to grasp what was real. Harry. The voice was feminine, nearby. Harry's head turned to see a woman peek her head in from the next room over. He took in her features, bushy brown hair, slim figure, worry lines etched in her forehead as she stared at him, wide-eyed. He knew this woman, or he had known her long ago. She had a name. He must know it, buried somewhere deep in his mind, among the many names he'd known and forgotten over the centuries. The woman rushed to his side, kneeling and taking his hand. "Harry, it's Hermione," she said. "Can you understand me?" Hermione. That did sound familiar. He studied her face, trying to parse which version of himself he had been when he met her. She called him Harry. That was his identity in this moment. "I am Harry. She is Hermione. That much I can assume to be true." She asked him a question. What was the question? Could he understand her? Did he? Should he attempt an answer? He opened his mouth to speak, but found his throat too dry to answer. Only a faint croak escaped his lips. "You must be parched," said Hermione. She waved her wand in the air, and a glass appeared in her hand. She pointed her wand into it, filling it with crystal-clear water. She handed it to Harry, who stared absently at it in his hands. What was he meant to do with it? The water did look rather delicious, and he could feel his salivary glands activating at the enticing thought of drinking it. So he did. He took a deep gulp of the liquid, relishing in the cool sensation as it passed down his throat. He could feel Hermione's eyes probing his, as though expecting something. Right. She had asked him a question. He ought to respond. What was the question again? He was distracted by everything happening around him. The sensation of his heart thumping in his chest that was definitely his. The deep almond brown of Hermione's eyes. The persistent bubbling sound that was now growing in intensity. What's that sound? Harry croaked. Oh shit, Hermione swore. She rushed into the other room and out of sight, and seconds later the intense bubbling sound subsided. She returned quickly to his side. "Sorry, I'm brewing a potion and left the heat on for too long." "Potion?" Harry asked. "Yes," said Hermione. "Something called the Draft of Omniscience. Just a side project of mine. But never mind that. How are you feeling?" An excellent question. How was Harry feeling? At that moment, it was secondary to the understanding that he was in fact feeling. He felt as though he'd been without a body for so long that he'd forgotten what it felt like. "I don't know," said Harry honestly. "Is that a bad thing?" "Not necessarily," Hermione said cautiously. "You've been out of it for quite a while, so the fact that you're up and talking is a great sign. How long?" Harry asked at once. "Weeks," said Hermione. "Coming up on a month now. Actually, I thought you were gone there a couple of times, but I kept monitoring you, kept force-feeding you water, and putting wet cloths on your head to cool you down." Harry saw her face change subtly at this. The wonder and surprise in her expression gave way to fear and sorrow. She must have believed he was going to die. He certainly thought so too at one point. Without truly understanding why, he instinctively reached out and took Hermione's hand. "Thank you for taking care of me," he said. "Of course," Hermione said with a small smile. "I know you would do the same for me." Now it was Harry's turn to experience fear and sorrow. The magnitude of the experience he'd been through was just starting to hit him, and the realization that it was now over was overwhelming. "I never thought I'd see you again," he said, his throat beginning to constrict with emotion. "So did I," Hermione breathed. "And I never would have gotten to tell you the truth," said Harry. "The truth?" asked Hermione. "I love you," he said. He'd never uttered the words aloud, had never even considered them in his own mind before. But seeing what he had seen only solidified it for him. The love and loss of others, the euphoria and heartbreak, life and death, beauty and terror. He'd experienced it all. He knew the lows of life, and they'd almost broken him down. But he knew the highs that were possible as well, and he wanted to cherish them while he still could. Hermione's eyes went wide at this statement. Harry felt his heart thumping faster as he waited for her response. "You know I love you too, Harry," she said at last. "We're like family, you and I. We've always been the best of friends, not as a friend or a sibling," Harry said firmly. "I love you, Hermione Granger." Hermione looked afraid. Was that a normal reaction? Had he said something wrong? He watched her face as she processed this. Was she figuring out how to let him down easy? Had he given her the wrong impression all these years? Oh, gods. Had he ruined his chance with her by never making a move? Harry felt fear seeping into him as he considered the fact that he may have just crossed the unspoken line and ruined their friendship forever. Hermione gently removed her hand from Harry's grasp. "I've ruined it," Harry confirmed for himself. But then she placed her palm on his cheek. Her touch was electric, and he leaned into the tender caress as she leaned in towards him. "I love you, Harry Potter," she said. And they kissed. The most wondrous, blissful kiss Harry could have ever imagined. He took Hermione in his arms and pulled her close, not wanting to ever let her go again. Her mouth was like manna from heaven, and Harry felt as though he could survive the rest of his life in the desert with nothing but her to sustain him. And all his worries, all his doubts about this existence faded away. Finally, he had something to anchor himself to this reality, to distinguish himself from the multitude of lives he'd lived. "I am Harry Potter. I love Hermione Granger, and she loves me back." He still didn't know for sure what was real and what wasn't. But right now, that much was true, and that was enough for him. Currents of the Unseen. A/N. A double-length chapter is here for your enjoyment. I considered breaking it up into 2 halves for consistency's sake, but it works too well as a cohesive whole and simply has to deliver a lot of important information before we return to the other timelines. So sit back, relax, and enjoy as we finally arrive at a pivotal moment in the story. It has also come to my attention that I have alternately referred to the Room of Requirement as the Room of Desires in previous chapters, with no explanation for the change. I totally did not forget about my original name for the room or anything, and most certainly am not retconning my own fanfiction to match the true name for simplicity's sake. Nope, no idea what you're talking about. Winky face, March 23rd, 2015 Evangeline. Eva was used to being ignored. After all, that had been her day-to-day existence at Willoughby Academy for 4 years. But the treatment she received from Gryffindor House after the Quidditch team's drubbing at the hands of Hufflepuff was somehow worse. Angry glares in the common room, shoulder bumps in the corridors, students standing up from the table in the Great Hall and moving 20 feet away when she sat for meals. That, on top of the cold silence she received for letting the team down, made her life downright miserable. Even Victoire and Chris were avoiding her. Probably more at Chris' insistence than Victoire's, but their absence was felt all the same. Roxanne was Eva's only reprieve through this period, the only person giving her the time of day. She too was receiving the silent treatment from her fellow Gryffindors, but she took it in stride and often gave as good as she got. She sent 2 seventh-year boys to the hospital wing when they accidentally pushed her down a flight of stairs one afternoon. She had to explain to her head of house that she accidentally hit them both with jinxes that caused their noses to swell to the size of balloons. You know, you ought to try defending yourself once in a while, Roxanne told Eva after giddily recounting this story over dinner. People wouldn't mess with you as much if they knew you'd snap back. Maybe people wouldn't push you downstairs if you didn't pick fights with everyone who breathes, Eva teased back. Roxanne's response was to playfully flick a spoonful of mashed potatoes in her direction. Eva shot back with a volley of peas directly to the face. Touché, Roxanne chuckled as she removed a stray pea from her hair. Point is, I worry about you, Pruitt. The team sees fit to protect you against the Slytherins, but turn the other cheek when the attacks are coming from our own house. She had a point there. And while the Gryffindor Quidditch team couldn't exactly ignore Eva and Roxanne during subsequent practices, they sure didn't receive them all that warmly when they returned to the squad. Listen up, gang, Darby ordered during their first practice after the Hufflepuff match. Due to unforeseen circumstances, we were short-staffed for the last match, and Hufflepuff handed our asses to us. We have to pray that Slytherin beats Hufflepuff next month, and then we have to beat Ravenclaw by at least 230 points to have a prayer at the cup. Never thought I'd be forced to root for Slytherin in my life, Mark Bolger muttered darkly, throwing an angry look in Eva and Roxanne's direction as though it was their fault. And he wasn't entirely wrong. We'll have to be aggressive and score a lot of goals quickly to succeed, Darby went on. That means beaters. You'll be on permanent chaser duty, and the Seeker will be on her own to survive until we've reached enough points to win. 2 things struck Eva about that statement. 1, Darby referred to her as the Seeker, clearly still angry enough with her that he refused to use her actual name. And 2, it was a stark departure from the team's previous strategy of protect Eva at all costs. Did this mean Darby trusted her enough to hold her own against the enemy beaters? Or again, was he angry enough with her that he no longer cared if she got her skull caved in by a bludger? By the end of the first few practices, she was convinced it was the latter. Bolger was firing bludgers at her so hard that Eva had to learn new evasive maneuvers on the fly to avoid being obliterated. She thanked her lucky stars that the headmaster still allowed her to use his firebolt, because she knew without it she never would have been able to evade all of these shots at her head and ribcage. It got so dicey that Roxanne eventually swerved out of her original path to deflect a pot shot at Eva's head from behind, resulting in a shouting match involving nearly the entire team that ended with Roxanne storming off the pitch in a huff. Listen, you don't have to worry about me, Eva said once she'd caught up to Roxanne at the castle steps. I have to learn to handle bludgers on my own eventually, right? Darby's right. Protecting the chasers should be your first priority. It'll be different when there are 2 beaters targeting you, Roxanne warned. Danbury and Leak may not hit as hard as Bolger, but they're deadly accurate. Did you hear what they did to Slytherin's keeper in their last match? Eva had heard all right. Rumor had it that the damage was so bad, he'd wound up in St. Mungo's in order to vanish a portion of his skull and regrow it entirely with Skeel Grow. Point is, we can't win the cup if you're too focused on babysitting me the whole time, said Eva. I'm getting better with the firebolt, and I'll find ways to improvise. Plus, if they're targeting me, it makes it easier for our chasers to score. True enough, Roxanne shrugged as they passed through Central Hall. Say, is now a good time to check on your experiment? Hush, Eva said worriedly, glancing around to see if anyone was watching the 2 of them. It had been a while since they'd visited the room of requirement to check on her potion, but the ingredients ought to have matured enough by now to move on to the next stage. I have some arithmancy homework to finish. How about tomorrow after lunch? I have a free period. Perfect, said Roxanne, clapping her hands together. I have charms then. I'll never turn down an excuse to skive off. Truthfully, Eva could not have picked a worse time to begin brewing the draft of omniscience. Not only did she have Quidditch practice, daily homework, and OWL preparation to worry about, but she continued to find herself being watched nearly around the clock. Professors would appear out of random doors and passageways whenever she thought she was alone in a corridor, preventing her from abruptly changing her route to the 7th floor. Calvin Hopkins was getting better at avoiding her notice, but she still saw him in her peripherals, surreptitiously keeping tabs on her. But she had no choice but to risk it anyway. The final few steps of the brew were time-sensitive and the most essential for safety. According to the language of magic, if the potion was prepared even slightly wrong, the more harmful effects of essence of thought would not be negated. There were terrible descriptions of information overload and the burden of knowledge that could cause the consumer to go mad, which she preferred to avoid. And to do that, she would have to find ways into the room of requirement on 5 consecutive days at precisely the same hour, which seemed like a daunting task. Roxanne seemed less perturbed by this dilemma the next time she brought it up when they reconvened inside the room of requirement. "Just ask the room for a way," she exclaimed. "Seriously, you underestimate what this place is capable of." Eva considered this, setting down her ladle and closing her eyes. "I need an easy way in and out of the room that can't be detected by anyone watching me," Eva thought. She repeated this refrain in her head several times, unsure of how specific she ought to be or if the room needed her to give her a clearer example. But when she opened her eyes, an opening was appearing in the wall. It was slightly smaller than a door and made of unpainted wood. Eva cautiously approached the new fixture and pushed lightly on the wood. It swung open, and to her astonishment, she found herself looking directly into the Gryffindor girls' dorms, her dorm, to be exact. She was directly in between hers and Victoire's 4-poster beds, and judging on the positioning of the room, she was standing in what should have been the interior of her dresser. Well, if that isn't some Narnia shit right there," Roxanne whistled, impressed. Eva quickly shut the door again and cast a muffling charm on it for safety. "Well, I suppose that's one way in and out," she muttered. "So long as nobody notices me climbing in and out of my dresser." "No fair," Roxanne pouted. "How am I supposed to join you for the final steps?" But as she was saying this, a second doorway was appearing next to the first, with an identical wooded door. Eva suspected what it was, and she was proven correct when Roxanne pushed it open to look into her own dorm room, one level above Eva's in Gryffindor Tower. "You're welcome," Eva said sardonically, returning to her cauldron. "Now, hand me the essence of thought, would you?" Roxanne froze at this. "The what?" she exclaimed, looking with newfound awe at the vial of swirling green liquid on table beside her. "This is essence of thought? Are you mad?" "I could be if I do this wrong," Eva joked. But Roxanne looked deadly serious now. "You're brewing the draft of omniscience?" Roxanne gaped at her. "I dismissed that thought ages ago, thinking nobody could be that stupid. Haven't you read all the research papers written about it recently, saying it's deadly and not to be attempted? None of them written by actual potions masters, by the way," Eva pointed out. "All of them were written or commissioned by the Department of Magical Ordnance and Regulation, which is controlled by an ally of the headmaster." "What's your point?" "The headmaster doesn't want anyone brewing it," Eva continued. "So he likely ordered all those papers written to discourage anyone from trying it, just like he ordered all those scathing criticisms of the language of magic in the papers after it was published, all written by former allies of his during the war." Roxanne's eyebrows shot up at this. "You've done your research," she muttered. "The only thing I can't figure out is why." Eva sighed, pacing restlessly as she pondered the same question she had for months on end. "Something about that book seriously worries him. And yet, he let me keep my copy, knowing I'm a Muggle-born who is likely to sympathize with Granger. It doesn't make any sense." "Back up," Roxanne frowned. "You're a Muggle-born?" "Whoops." Eva froze and looked up at Roxanne. Yes, she admitted. The headmaster suggested I pose as a pureblood to avoid prejudice when I transferred here. Sorry for lying to you. Roxanne processed this information in silence. For a moment, Eva worried that she'd just spoiled their friendship and Roxanne would no longer trust her after such a prolonged lie. But to her astonishment, Roxanne bust out laughing at this revelation instead. You continue to be full of surprises, Pruitt, she guffawed. If that is your real name. But that only makes things even more bizarre, doesn't it? Why does he show you such favor over all the other Muggleborns? I know, Eva groaned. There has to be more to the puzzle here, and I'm not going to wait around for an answer. That's why I'm brewing this draft. I want to see what it is that he's so afraid of. I want to know what Granger knows. That's pretty badass, Pruitt, Roxanne grinned. Thanks. Eva grinned shyly as she readied the cauldron for the next phase. After a tentative pause, she added, My real name's Thomas, by the way. Evangeline Thomas, Roxanne said to herself, as though testing how the new moniker rolled off her tongue. Meh, I prefer Pruitt. Besides, probably better I don't accidentally let slip your real name to the others. Appreciate it, Eva winked. With the new passages into and out of the room of requirement, Eva found it easy to come and go as needed for the final stages of the brew. Somehow the room managed to interpret her request perfectly, such that any time she got the urge to check on her potion, some sudden distraction would catch the attention of her dorm mates, allowing her to slip into her dresser unseen. Then, when it came time to head back to the dorm, they were always conveniently looking the other way as she reappeared. Roxanne reported similar phenomena in her own dorm. And so it was 5 days later that Eva found herself back in the room, standing over her cauldron with the vial of essence of thought in her palm. She had done everything in her power to ensure the instructions in the book were followed to a T. The only thing left to do now was add the key ingredient. She uncorked the vial and held it as steadily as she could, hands shaking lightly as she prepared to pour. Let me help, Roxanne said, gently taking Eva's hand in her own to steady her. Together they tipped the vial upside down to pour the essence of thought into the cauldron. It fell through the air less like a liquid and more like a heavy gas, floating down into the bubbling potion below. The effect was instantaneous. The bubbling intensified. Eva and Roxanne stepped back as the potion frothed and boiled madly. After a few seconds, the potion calmed, and to Eva's relief, it settled into a calm, light blue liquid state. If she didn't know any better, she'd think she just successfully brewed the draft of omniscience. Well done, Roxanne grinned, correctly interpreting Eva's sigh of relief as success. What next? Well, now it's done in theory, Eva muttered, waving her wand to carefully lift the cauldron off the fire and set it on the ground. All that's left to do is drink. Music to my ears, Roxanne said, clapping her hands together. She waved her own wand and conjured 2 glasses. Shall we? Now! Eva gaped at her. And why do you have 2 glasses? I can't let you drink it. What? So you get to experience it and I don't? Roxanne said, pretending to be offended. Come off it, Pruitt. I want to know what it does as badly as you do. But what if it goes wrong? Said Eva. What if someone needs to go get Madame Pomfrey? What's she going to do about it? Roxanne rolled her eyes. I've read about essence of thought too, you know. There's no cure once it takes hold of the mind. What if I brewed it wrong? Eva protested. I would never forgive myself if you died on account of my stupidity. I trust you, Eva, said Roxanne. She said this sincerely, without an ounce of sarcasm, a rarity for the 6th year. But why? Eva said meekly. You barely even know me. Just a good feeling I get from you. Roxanne shrugged. Eva wanted to put her foot down and refuse Roxanne's request, but knew that attempting to sway the stubborn girl was useless. Besides, her own curiosity about the draft had been building in intensity over the past few months, and she couldn't wait any longer. Fine, she said. At least let me go first, so you can call for a house elf or something if I start seizing up. Deal, Roxanne said eagerly. She held out the 2 glasses eagerly, as Eva dipped the ladle into the cauldron and scooped 2 portions of the draft out. It wouldn't take much for the draft to have an effect. The book recommended half a pint as an adequate serving size, but she erred on the smaller side to be cautious. Here goes nothing, Eva muttered, looking down at the blue liquid in her glass. Without giving herself time to second-guess, she threw back her head and downed the drink in a single gulp. Roxanne watched on, fascinated. For a moment, Eva thought perhaps nothing had happened. The draft had a vaguely burnt taste, which she was pretty sure came from the saprophyros beans, but otherwise she could barely feel it running down her throat or settling in her stomach. Well, I guess that's a good sign, Eva said after a few bated breaths. I suppose you're welcome to join M-. Then it hit her all at once. She dropped to her knees as her mind exploded with information, disconnected thoughts and ideas, washing over her in a colossal tidal wave. She knew that the essence of thought was attempting to drag her under, to untether her from this reality and take her on a sojourn to a different time and place. But the other ingredients did their job, keeping her rooted in the room of requirement in the year 2015, as she reeled from the intense mental side effects. You all right there, Pruitt? Roxanne asked worriedly. You're not looking too hot. Just give me a minute, Eva managed to grunt. I'm almost past the worst of it. She could feel the intense pressure on her brain beginning to lessen bit by bit, her mind no longer in immediate danger of being dragged away from her body. But the information overload continued to wash over her, and she scrunched her eyes shut, as though attempting to stop it from assaulting her. She continued to see disconnected thoughts and images rush past her consciousness, too quickly for any one of them to be recognizable. She began practicing her occlumency in an attempt to shut her mind to the assault, to no avail. However, it had a peculiar side effect. Despite her closed eyes, she could see floating symbols appear in her line of vision. It looked like a sort of wave, two jagged lines set atop one another, both inset within a triangular figure. She frowned at the symbol, wondering what it could mean. The only thing it reminded her of was her very first day at Hogwarts, when she'd used the triangle to repel fire during ancient runes. So that's the symbol for occlumency? Then, Eva wondered to herself, the triangle representing the defensive or counteracting aspect. So if I remove the triangle, then she wasn't sure how she did it, but as she pictured this image in her head, the symbol actually appeared in place of the old one. The two jagged lines set atop one another, minus the triangle. She focused the symbol and wondered how she might intensify it. More identical symbols began to appear around them, and she could slowly feel her mental energy expanding outwards. Now was as good a time as any for experimentation. Legilimens, she thought. At once her vision exploded with more of the jagged symbols, and suddenly Eva could see the entire room of requirement before her. But it looked nothing like she remembered. It was full of vibrant currents flowing through the room in all directions. Currents of light, energy, or something else. Eva couldn't be sure. She was also aware of the fact that her eyes were still closed tight, and yet she could make out each feature of the room around her as the currents moved over and around each of them. She could see the outline of Roxanne's form nearby, still kneeling beside her in concern. Whoa! Eva managed to chuckle, waving her hands in front of her face to see how the currents responded to them. Well, that's invitation enough for me, Roxanne shrugged. Bottoms up. She too downed her blue liquid in a single gulp. She too dropped to her knees moments later, groaning with the effects of the draft on her mind, until she finally fell silent, with only her shallow breathing filling the space between them. Now what? She muttered. Use legilimency, Eva said. It's beautiful. She had gotten back to her feet and was wandering the room, marveling at the beautiful currents all around her. She could see symbols flitting in and out of view within these currents, too quickly to be identified individually. But she intuitively knew that these currents represented magic itself, a passive resource, waiting to be called upon and used by anyone able to harness and manipulate it. She opened her eyes to get a better view, but found that keeping them closed allowed her to focus on these currents more, her vision of the real world more of a distraction than anything. Woe indeed, Roxanne laughed beside her. She too had gotten to her feet and was swishing her hands through the air. Clearly she too could see these currents. What is it? Time to experiment, said Eva. She raised her wand, preparing to cast a spell to test her hypothesis. She wanted to cast a spell she knew the symbol for, and she remembered her brief duel with Calvin Hopkins and the semicircular symbol she'd seen that tipped her off to his incoming fire spell. That would be a fine place to start. To Eva's astonishment, as soon as she resolved to cast Incendio, the aforementioned symbol emerged in her vision. It was as though she could summon it from the passing currents, where it had laid dormant waiting for her to call upon it. "Are you seeing this too?" she asked Roxanne as the symbol hovered around her wand, prepared for her to utter the incantation. "Yes," said Roxanne. "What is that symbol?" "Better stand back," Eva warned, aiming her wand across the room. Incendio! A jet of flame shot out of her wand, and with it came an explosion of the semicircle symbols, pouring out of the currents of energy around them and into the channeled fire. Eva wondered if she could alter the properties of these symbols any further, such as negating them once they'd been cast. She envisioned these symbols with the triangle surrounding them, and as she did so, the symbols reformed themselves at her command. The fire immediately extinguished itself. No smoke, no burning odor left behind. Roxanne groaned and rubbed her eyes dramatically at this display. "Sorry," Eva apologized. "I should have used something other than fire dash." "It's not that," Roxanne muttered. "I can't hold my legitimacy that long." "Isn't it draining you?" "Oh," asked Eva. She didn't even realize she'd been passively holding her legitimacy open. She cut it off, and the currents of energy around her disappeared. "You don't feel like your magical stamina is draining?" asked Roxanne. "I can barely hold it for a couple minutes before I'm completely spent." I'm not sure what you mean," Eva admitted. She'd heard other students at Willoughby refer to their magical stamina before, but never quite understood it from them either. Was this a phenomenon she ought to be aware of? "You're telling me you never grow tired from using constant magic?" Roxanne asked. "I mean, I get physically and mentally tired, sure," Eva shrugged. "But from using magic? No, I don't think so." "Once again, you prove yourself better than the common witch Pruitt," Roxanne chuckled. "You Aussies must be built different down there. But anyway, what do you reckon those symbols are about?" "I've never seen them before." "I have," Eva admitted. "In legitimacy. Sometimes I could catch glimpses of symbols before a spell was cast. Not as strong as this, but still there, just barely. It did me no good in repelling them. I'll tell you that much." "I've never seen symbols like that," Roxanne chuckled. "You sure you've never drank this potion before?" "Never," said Eva confidently. "Maybe that's why the headmaster's so interested in you," Roxanne theorized. "Like I said all along, you're naturally better at things than most people, and he can see that somehow." "No, I'm not," Eva denied. But the evidence to the contrary was starting to pile up. How was it she could see these symbols of magic before she'd ever taken a dose of the draft of omniscience, which supposedly caused such visions in the first place? And how was she able to maintain her vision for so long, without growing tired, like Roxanne seemed to within mere minutes? It scared her to think that she had abilities others did not. She always sought to blend in with her peers and not stand out in any way. But here was something concrete that set her apart, that made her superior in some way. And somehow, Potter was onto her for it. A part of her wanted to chuck her copy of The Language of Magic in the fire and forget all about this stupid idea of hers to study its teachings. But she was mesmerized by the currents of magic she could now see all around her thanks to passive legitimacy, which she found herself keeping active more and more often. She sat in the back of her lectures, eyes closed, watching the streams morph and react to the professors as they demonstrated spells in front of the class. She even did so as she walked the halls, enjoying the view of these currents passing through the halls like blasts of fresh air, occasionally lingering on enchanted items like the picture frames and hidden corridors. This practice did not escape the notice of her classmates, however. "Oi, Pruitt, are you testing your memory of the school or something?" Victor asked her one afternoon, breaking her weeks, long silent treatment to do so. "You're walking around with your eyes closed so often. People are wondering if you're sleepwalking," said Eva, distracted. Her eyes snapped open to see the redhead peering inquisitively at her. "All right, sorry. Just exhausted." "Aren't we all?" Victor grumbled. "I don't understand why the professors insist on more homework leading up to our OWLs, as if we don't have enough on our plates. Professor Lovegood assigned us a 3-foot essay on prophecies today. I'm not convinced the old bat is even a legitimate seer." Eva had rarely encountered Professor Lovegood, the dreamy-eyed blonde which that she knew taught divination, an elective she did not take. The subject was never taught at Willoughby, as her former headmistress, Professor Campbell, frequently decried the field as speculative rubbish. But she supposed it made sense for Harry Potter to take more stock in the subject, considering the infamous prophecy made about him and Voldemort. And she recognized the name Luna Lovegood as yet another former war hero who fought alongside him in the war, so it made sense to her at least. Victoire was absolutely right about one thing, however. Their course load was piling up like crazy, and they had less free time than ever. Eva badly wanted to bury her nose in the language of magic and learn more about her newfound sense of sight, as the book called it, but begrudgingly had to set it aside to focus on schoolwork. And by some act of supreme cruelty, the final Quidditch match of the season, Gryffindor versus Ravenclaw, was set for the Saturday after OWLs concluded. This meant that there was no reprieve on that front either, and Darby insisted on adding a second practice session each week to prepare. These sessions became even more intense after Slytherin trounced Hufflepuff in their mid-April bout, giving Gryffindor a legitimate chance at the cup. "Bloody hell, Morrison!" Darby shouted hoarsely during yet another slog of a practice session. "If you peel off to defend Pruitt one more time, I will confiscate that bat and make you punch the bludgers with your bare hands. Wouldn't you like to see my mean right hook in action?" Roxanne fired back with a grin. But Darby was in no joking mood. Even if he was back to referring to her and Eva by name, he was still cross with both of them. "I know you two are chums or whatever," Darby groaned. "But can you leave her be for one practice? You're exposing myself and Macmillan to attack from the left flank. But how can I resist that innocent little face?" Roxanne fake pouted, pointing at Eva with yet another devious grin. Darby stared her down until she rolled her eyes and flashed him a half-hearted thumbs up as the scrimmage resumed. Eva, too, was growing concerned with how often Roxanne swooped in to defend her from bludger attacks. She knew how important the safety of the chasers would be in the upcoming match, and had been focusing mainly on her evasive strategies as a result. If Roxanne didn't stick to Darby's strategy, they could lose whether or not Eva caught the snitch. She worried that perhaps Roxanne's protective instincts extended beyond the game, and their experiences in the room of requirement had made her especially conscious of Eva's well-being. But there simply wasn't time to press the issue as April turned to May and the looming specter of OWLs consumed all of Eva's free time. She had no clear direction she wanted to take in her sixth-year courses. Her career advice meeting with Ginny Weasley had produced no tangible paths for her to strive towards. She just hoped to get as many O's as possible and decide from there what she wanted to pursue based on the results. And that, of course, meant not leaving any one subject to chance, ensuring that she had a comprehensive understanding of the Hogwarts curriculum in every field. And while she felt that she was getting closer to applying Hermione Granger's teachings to her coursework, she could not justify taking time away from her studies to test that theory. While she felt reasonably confident she could use the symbols from the language of magic to create more powerful runes. For instance, she wasn't sure how the testers would react to her deviation from the taught material. Besides, none of this would help her on the written portion of the exams. Maybe she could use some of her new abilities to help her on the practicals. But it was a risk to try, so she opted not to chance it. Before she knew it, she was lining up outside the Great Hall in late May for her first test written exam, arithmancy. She was glad it was the first of the bunch, as it was perhaps the most intuitive to her. It shared enough principles with Muggle mathematics that she never struggled with the subject. After breezing through that, she set the written exams for potions, charms, ancient runes, dark arts, transfiguration, and history of magic. The latter was the most difficult since, as Eva had suspected, Ginny Weasley's select version of events was nowhere near sufficient for a broad understanding of wizarding history beyond the past 20 years. Luckily, Eva was able to draw from some of her more robust Willoughby curriculum to at least feel like she scraped a decent grade. The practicals were much easier for her in general. Potions and ancient runes were the trickiest, giving her little room to improvise beyond the strict curriculum. Charms and dark arts were easier. While she still had to identify correct wand motions and incantations, she was able to reproduce every spell with ease thanks to her sight. But the most fun by far came with her transfiguration practical. Her examiner was astonished with the speed and accuracy of Eva's transformations. She found that the sight made things trivially easy. When asked to turn a tea kettle into a lantern, for example, she merely had to twist the currents around the object in question to manipulate the symbols into the correct form. She had to sheepishly admit that she did not recall the wand movement she'd used, because she hadn't used one at all, but was still pretty sure she got full marks. Friday afternoon should have been free after all of her exams concluded, but Professor Potter insisted that all of his fifth-year legitimacy students take a practical exam in the subject to test their progress. This is not for an official grade, Potter reminded everyone as they lined up against one wall of the empty classroom, just to assess where you stand as you head into your critical 6th and 7th years. More like determining who he's going to invite to his spell theory course next fall. Amy Burton muttered to Eva as they patiently waited their turn. Eva silently agreed this was likely the case. One by one, Harry called students forward to demonstrate basic ability to predict and defend against nonverbal spells. Most students were able to successfully deflect the most basic of casts, stinging hexes, disarming charms, and the like, but struggled the more complex the spell Harry threw at them. Only Calvin Hopkins managed to successfully deflect all 5 incoming spells, including an impressive wall of ice to block Potter's tendrils of flame for the final test. Very good, Hopkins, full marks. Harry praised him as a beaming Calvin stepped back to the wall. Miss Pruitt, you're up next. Eva stepped forward, tentatively taking up a defensive stance across from Harry and holding her wand loosely in front of her. She activated her sight and kept her eyes trained on Harry, eager to test her newfound knowledge, but wary of demonstrating just how advanced her legitimacy abilities had become. She batted away his first few spells with ease, a freezing charm and a body-bind jinx. All she had to do was draw forward the nearby currents of energy to swallow the spells whole before they could reach their target. The third was a simple water charm, which she transfigured into mist. This was the most difficult to perform, as there was a glare from a nearby window preventing her from seeing the symbols until they were already in the air hurtling towards her. Now was as good a time as any to push her limits. Eva closed her eyes, increasing the intensity of her sight to focus her magical attention on Harry. She heard murmurs of surprise from her classmates, and Harry himself seemed to hesitate. But soon she saw the magic swirling around his head, symbols shifting rapidly as he decided what to throw at her next. She heard Harry swish his wand forward as he selected his next spell, which contained a large quantity of sharply angled symbols that she vaguely recognized. Saltar Cessair, Eva thought instinctively, and watched as the same sharply angled symbols sprouted from her wand, except that they were inscribed within the upside-down triangle. Her counter-jinx met Harry's own spell in midair, and hers swallowed his whole. Eva had no idea what visible effect this had, but it must have been an impressive sight, for the entire class gasped in awe. Eva opened her eyes and saw the bewildered look on Harry's face. "You predicted that I would cast a Jellylegs jinx?" he asked. "Why, yes," Eva said uncertainly. "Was that not the point of the exercise? Even though I used the Mandarin non-verbal incantation, I didn't see the incantation," Eva confessed. "Just the spell itself." She didn't even realize Harry had used a language other than Latin to summon the jinx. To her, the magical symbol was indistinguishable from any other Jellylegs jinx. If Harry was shocked, he didn't show it for long. He settled back into his stance, and Eva followed suit, closing her eyes again and focusing hard. She suspected that she had done something to truly surprise him, and worried what he would have in store for the final round. Symbols were swirling around his head and wand, morphing and shifting rapidly. Eva watched as Harry whittled them down to 3 separate symbols, 2 of which she recognized. She waited for him to select one, hoping he would choose one of the 2 she knew she could block. Then he fired all 3 at once. Eva had no idea what spell he had cast. All she knew was that she'd never seen multiple symbols used in conjunction before, and hadn't the faintest idea of how to stop it. She threw up a basic shield, charm in a desperate effort to protect herself. But the shield shattered on impact, and she was thrown backwards with the force of the spell. She heard cries of surprise from her classmates, and knew whatever Harry had cast had been something quite formidable. Eva lay on her back, feeling like she'd been simultaneously punched in the gut and zapped with electricity. Harry hurried over to her and cast a quick counter curse to set her right. She sat up, sucking in uncertain breaths, staring up at the headmaster in shock. "Good effort on the whole, Pruitt," Harry complimented her. "But you know I discourage the use of generic shield charms in this class. Not only is it a fallible defense, but it doesn't demonstrate anticipation of the correct spell." "And which spell was that, sir?" Eva demanded hotly. Her tone elicited scandalized whispers from the class, but Harry motioned for silence. "If you can't tell me what it was, perhaps you haven't been paying as close attention as I thought," Harry said with a sad smile. "Keep practicing, Miss Pruitt." Eva didn't wait to be excused, nor did she return to the wall of students. She stalked out of the classroom in a huff. She didn't know how or why, but she felt cheated. She hadn't seen Harry cast any spell nearly as complex as that one with the other students. Had he done so to punish her? Or was the spell truly something benign that she ought to have recognized with the correct usage of legilimency the headmaster wanted her to use? "Evangeline," a voice called out after her. Eva turned to see Calvin Hopkins hustling down the corridor after her. "What?" she groaned. Calvin awkwardly rubbed the back of his neck as he skidded to a halt in front of her. "If it helps, I didn't recognize that last spell he cast either," he muttered. "It looked dark, whatever it was. What's his problem with me, anyway?" Eva fumed, half to Calvin and half to herself. "It's like he's determined to make life difficult for me. I wouldn't have gotten all 5 if he'd used that spell against me either," Calvin offered. "So if you're mad about only getting 4, don't be." Eva guffawed at this. She found it funny that that's where Calvin's mind went first. Their unspoken competition, but she couldn't say he was entirely wrong. That wasn't the only reason she was mad, however. It bothered the hell out of her that Harry seemingly showed such favor to the boy over her. Was it truly because he was a pure blood and she wasn't? Or was it something else? "And I have to ask," said Calvin, "how did you recognize that jelly legs jinx? Did you study Mandarin at Willoughby or something?" Yeah, a little Eva lied. Calvin Hopkins was the absolute last person she was about to divulge her secret with, even if he hadn't admitted to being a literal spy for the headmaster. She turned to leave. "See you around, Hopkins." "Wait," said Calvin. She begrudgingly turned to face him again. "Good luck against Ravenclaw tomorrow. If we can't win the cup this year, I at least hope it's you." She hesitated at this kind remark. "Thanks," she said, then turned to leave. She still doubted Calvin's true intentions. Did he truly want to be friends with her? Or was he still trying to gather intel about her for Harry? She still harbored some guilt about how she treated him at the slug party. But his actions in Hogsmeade the following term had negated that in her mind. So, why was he still trying to make amends? She decided she didn't have time to ponder that question right now. Ravenclaw needed dealing with first. And another spectacular maneuver from Pruitt. That bludger looked primed and ready to knock her teeth out. But she yet again eludes disaster. Eva did her best to tune out the sounds of the commentator and the constant cheers and gasps of the audience. It took every bit of her focus to avoid getting knocked off her broom. That last near miss had nearly seen her fly clean off the handle with how hard she had to brake and swerve to avoid the heavy ball from smashing her in the face. She returned to her position above the pitch, one eye scouring for the snitch, the other keeping tabs on the 2 Ravenclaw beaters that were making her life a living hell. Darby's assessment of Danbury and Leek had been both completely accurate and dead wrong. They were indeed highly skilled and intelligent players. While they may have lacked the raw athleticism of the Gryffindor beaters, they were shrewd strategists and accurate shots. But Darby had misjudged their strategy. Sure, at the outset of the match, they remained focused on the chasers, helping in defense of the Ravenclaw goals while occasionally harassing Eva. But once they realized Gryffindor's strategy of leaving Eva to fend for herself, they had done the opposite of what was expected. They began targeting her exclusively. Eva could see the logic in their thinking. Who cared if Gryffindor ran up the score 100-0? If they successfully knocked the enemy seeker out of the sky, the path would be clear for their own seeker to track down the snitch at his leisure. Eva had never been bombarded with so many bludgers before, even in practice drills, and every 30 seconds or so saw her performing yet another insane maneuver to evade them, drawing the admiration of the crowd. Fortunately, this did make life easier for the Gryffindor chasers. and they were taking full advantage of the numbers disparity there. Macmillan scores on a beautiful pass from Darby. Quinn Mescal exclaimed as the Gryffindor faithful roared their approval. The score is now 80-20, Gryffindor leading. A 60-point lead. Eva did the quick math in her head. If she caught the snitch right this second, they would win by 210 points. That was just shy of the 230 needed to win the cup. Eva needed to survive long enough for Gryffindor to score 2 more goals. Then she could end the match. Of course, that was easier said than done. She was forced into a quick barrel roll to avoid yet another well-aimed bludger. Leek had taken advantage of her brief pause to do math. She could barely stop to think about anything other staying airborne. Another fine dodge by Pruitt. Meanwhile, Darby steals the inbounds pass from Crocker. Passes to Young. Back to Darby. A nice bludger from Bolger clears the way, and he shoots. Scores. Nauteg minus Stuyvek Gryffindor. But what's this? Scanlan has spotted the snitch. Eva's stomach lurched. She wheeled around to see the Ravenclaw seeker, Eric Scanlan, rocketing towards the Gryffindor goalposts, where the snitch was supposedly lurking. Eva flattened herself against the firebolt, jetting off after him. She still could not catch the snitch until Gryffindor scored once more, but she had no choice but to attempt to stop Scanlan from catching it himself. No. Eva shouted as she flew past Roxanne, who was peeling off from the chasers to follow her. Score the damn goal. I'll handle it. They could not afford to deviate from their strategy now. If Ravenclaw's chasers began to cut into their lead, it would prolong the match, thereby making it more likely that Eva was knocked out of the sky. She was holding her own so far, but her time was quickly running out. Roxanne hesitated, but gratefully obeyed as she returned to defending the quaffle. Eva could see Scanlan extending his arm towards the snitch, but thankfully she would be able to get there first. She realized how simple it would be to just cut off the little golden ball and snatch it before him, but she sadly could not. Instead, she aimed for the front of Scanlan's broom, intending to feign a collision. Scanlan saw her coming from the corner of his vision and flinched. He jerked his broom backwards just as Eva rolled underneath him. It was a temporary measure, but it allowed the snitch to dance out of his reach. She spun around to draw level with Scanlan again, looking around wildly to lock eyes on him again. It took her a moment to locate him, shooting off across the pitch after the snitch again. She prepared to take off after him again, when wham! The next thing Eva knew, her vision exploded in white spots and she was in a tremendous amount of pain. Her luck had run out. The bludger had made direct contact with her right temple, and it took every ounce of control not to fall off her broom. She quickly descended to the pitch and dropped to her knees, blinded by the searing pain. Ooh, what a nasty hit there from Danbury. Quinn winced. Pruitt is down on the pitch, and she looks badly hurt. Darby calls for a timeout to tend to their injured player. Eva heard her teammates swooping down to join her on the ground, and each of them gasped when they saw the damage. Blimey, Previt, Bolgergruanet. Rough luck that. Just take a seat, Eva, Darby said consolingly, patting her on the shoulder. I'll get someone to take you up to the hospital wing. No, Eva protested. Ignoring the pain in her throbbing temple, she struggled to her feet. You would have to play a man down. You'll lose for sure. We'll figure a way out of it, Darby insisted. Pruitt, you're in no state to go on dash. Look, I can still see just fine. Eva shot back, though she wasn't quite sure how true this was. The corners of her vision were blurring, and she could feel the swelling around her right eye rapidly growing. We only need one more goal, and then I can end this thing. You're bleeding pretty bad, Chris said with a worried expression. You could pass out with that much blood loss dash. Cauterize it then, Eva snapped. Madame Pomfrey can sort it out after. I don't think this is such a good idea, Dash, Darby muttered. Cauterize it, Eva demanded, wheeling on Roxanne. She knew of all her teammates, she was the only one who would listen. Roxanne clearly looked uncomfortable as well, but she recognized the determined look in Eva's eye and nodded. Roxanne drew her wand and pointed it at Eva's forehead. Eva felt an agonizing, burning sensation right at the most tender point of her injury. She wanted to scream in protest, but bravely held it in. Roxanne followed it up with a freezing charm, which helped somewhat to numb the pain. That should help with the swelling, too, Roxanne muttered, stowing her wand away again. Dunno how long it will hold, though. You'd better score that goal fast, then, Eva said, looking back to Darby. We good. Darby looked like he wanted to be sick, but he eventually nodded. He badly wanted to win the cup after all, and it was his last chance to do so as a seventh year. Fine, he sighed, throwing his leg back over his broom. But if you feel lightheaded at any point, score the damn goal. Eva shot back, grabbing her broom and launching back into the air. She could see Madame Pomfrey hurrying over and didn't want to give her the chance to assess her. The Gryffindors in the stands raised a great cheer as the team returned to the air to resume play. Well, I've never seen a player take a hit to the head like that and continue playing, Quinn was saying with an air of reverence. That Pruitt girl is one tough cookie. The Chasers line up at center court for the face-off, and the game resumes. Eva returned to her usual circling above the action, attempting to scan the pitch for the snitch. But she quickly realized what a fruitless exercise this was. Despite her best efforts to deny it, her vision was rapidly deteriorating. Her vision was blurring severely, and despite Roxanne's best remedial efforts, she felt like her head was due to split in two. Eva briefly shut her eyes in an attempt to will the pain away, to no avail. She had only one recourse left, something she'd never attempted in a live match before, or even considered for that matter. Legilimens, she muttered. The entire Quidditch pitch came to life in her mind's eye, pulsing with the currents she'd grown accustomed to seeing when she used her sight. But something was different here. She could clearly make out distinct streaks of light within the currents. These streams seemed self-directed rather than passively flowing through space. It took Eva a moment to realize that she was seeing the magic of the brooms flying through the air. She could not make out the individual symbols from this great distance, but the patterns were drawing distinct paths as their riders rode them through the sky. She also saw two darker patterns slicing through the currents, much more nimble and sinister looking, and one of them was heading straight towards her. Eva ducked as the bludger careened past her head, earning a chorus of a S from the stands. Another nice dodge from Pruitt, Quinn complimented her. Dunno how she saw that one. I can see the swelling on her face from here. Truthfully, Eva could no longer see a thing. She kept her eyes firmly shut, both from the dull pain and the lack of true vision. But she could still use her sight, and she would have to rely on that to get her through the match. She shot forward again, no longer scanning the pitch with her eyes, but probing the entire area with her mind, seeking out the telltale, magical signature of the snitch. Are you mental? Eva heard a voice exclaim as she shot past one of the magical streaks she'd associated with brooms. It was the voice of Eric Scanlon, passing her by on his own search for the snitch. Eva could only imagine how odd it must look for her to be flying at full speed with her eyes tightly shut, but she couldn't worry about that right now. It seemed several of the Ravenclaws had caught glimpses of her now, and that momentary distraction was enough for the Gryffindor chasers to capitalize. Macmillan has an opening, Quinn shouted excitedly. She rolls past Dawlish, feints left, passes off to Darby, who fires and scores. Gryffindor leads 100-20, an 80-point lead. That meant Gryffindor was now in striking distance of winning the cup. All Eva had to do now was catch the snitch with her eyes closed as her head continued to scream in painful protest at her. No big deal. Eva reached out with her sight even more intensely, illuminating the pitch more vibrantly in her mental vision. She hadn't yet tested the limits of her abilities. She knew she could maintain the sight passively for several hours without tiring, but had never poured so much of her magical energy into it before. Surely her stamina would be decreased the harder she tried, not to mention her physical brain's attempts to shut down and enter a recuperative rest. Then she saw it, a few meters above the ground, right at midfield, a distinctive golden pattern, darting erratically about. It could only be one thing, the golden snitch. Eva dove. She heard the whooshes of nearby players as she flew directly through an ongoing chaser play towards her prize. She wanted this over now. Her grip on reality was loosening. Her head was throbbing painfully. Her sight was faltering. She focused only on the tiny pattern of gold that would make all of this worthwhile. Pruitt's going for goal, Quinn shouted as the crowd reached a fever pitch. Scanlan is miles away. He had no idea. She's reaching for the snitch, seconds away now. Oh, watch out. Eva's sight was so narrow that she didn't see the two streaks of black closing in from her left until the last moment. She had no chance to dodge them. She braced for impact and heard a sickening crunch as they made contact. But not with her. Eva's fingers closed over the snitch just as the streak of a broom crossed in front of her path, and the crowd gasped in horror. Pruitt has the snitch. Quinn roared over the crowd's mixed elation and fear. Gryffindor wins the Quidditch Cup, but Morrison is down on the pitch after taking both of those bludgers for her seeker. This does not look good, folks. Eva spiraled to the ground and tumbled awkwardly off her broom onto the grass, releasing the snitch. She crawled towards the body, sprawled face down a few feet away from her. She could not see the damage, but she certainly heard the blood-curdling screams of Macmillan and Young as they landed to check on her. "Roxanne," Eva said weakly. "No." Then she succumbed to her own injury and dropped to the pitch, unconscious beside her closest friend. Eva had no idea how long she was out. All she knew was that she was suddenly thrashing in a bed in the hospital wing, fighting to get up to check on Roxanne. Madame Pomfrey had to rush over to prevent her from destroying the straps holding her in place on the bed. "Honestly now, Miss Pruitt," she chastised Eva. "Control yourself." The nurse waved her wand to release Eva from her bonds, and she sat bolt upright, scanning the room. The hospital wing appeared to be deserted. "Where is she?" she demanded. "You mean Miss Morrison, I presume?" asked Madame Pomfrey. "She's been taken to St. Mungo's. The damage to her head was far more severe, and they'll need to operate on her immediately." Eva raised a hand to her own face, gingerly touching the spot where she had been swelling up. She felt no damage whatsoever. "You are fine, by the way," Madame Pomfrey tutored, answering the unspoken question. "No brain or skull damage, so it was just a matter of anti-inflammatory charms and pain relievers. I'd recommend staying here overnight to rest, but it's not required." "Can I visit St. Mungo's?" Eva asked. "Certainly not," Madame Pomfrey huffed. "The only thing you'd accomplish there is distracting the healers. I will send word as soon as they know more about her condition." "Okay," Eva muttered. "I think I'll return to my dorm then." She gathered her belongings and got dressed, trudging out of the hospital wing towards Gryffindor Tower in a daze. They had won the cup, but at what cost? The castle was empty and silent, as though joining her in mourning. Would Roxanne be okay? Had she permanently hurt herself in yet another selfless display of sacrifice? Eva's stomach was twisted in a knot at the thought. "Tempus Magnum," Eva muttered when she arrived at the portrait of the fat lady. It swung open to grant her entrance, and when she crawled through the portrait hole, she was met with a sudden explosion of noise. "Pruitt! Pruitt! Pruitt!" chanted seemingly the entirety of Gryffindor House, pulling her into the common room and hoisting her onto their shoulders. The other Quidditch team members were there, laughing and cheering along with the rest, beaming at the sight of their recovered hero. Darby was brandishing the gleaming Quidditch cup, which he proudly passed to his seeker as the crowd cheered. Eva nodded politely until she was finally set down again. Victor came rushing through the crowd towards her, engulfing her in a hug. "Thank Merlin you're all right," she breathed. "That was an incredible catch. Were your eyes really closed the whole time?" "Candace swears it, but I'm not so sure, Dash." "I'm all right," Eva mumbled, gently extricating herself from the redhead's grasp. "Just a bit tired, that's all." "Oi, you heard the woman!" Victor shouted at the surrounding Gryffindors, all still jostling to give Eva their regards. "Give her some space, people." Eva sank into a nearby armchair and massaged her aching temple. She rejected several offers of butterbeer and fire whiskey that came her way, staring absently into the fireplace. "Why the long face, Pruitt?" asked Bolger, snaking through the crowd to sit beside her. "We won. You should be celebrating." "Just worried about Roxanne," Eva sighed. Madame Pomfrey didn't seem all that convinced she'd be back to normal anytime soon. Morrison's a tough cookie," Bolger grinned. "Sure, maybe it won't do that ugly mug of hers any favors, but she would never let something like that take her down." "She shouldn't have done it," Eva muttered bitterly. "She thought I was helpless and threw herself in harm's way because of me." She has a tendency to throw herself in harm's way whether or not it's warranted, Bolger reassured her. Don't beat yourself up over it. If you say so, Eva shrugged. It didn't make her feel any better. Bolger hesitated for a moment before leaning in closer towards her. Say, do you fancy a dance with me? He whispered. I reckon you're pretty cute, and I'd like to get to know you better. Thanks, but I'm not really in the mood, Eva frowned. Why don't you ask Victoire Weasley? I think she fancies you. Bolger chuckled at this. I might have, except I think she and would just disappeared up to the dorms, he said as he got to his feet. Chin up, Pruitt. It'll all be just fine. And he left her to wallow in her self-pity as the party began to ramp up as only Gryffindors could manage. Loud, obnoxious music was blasting in from some unseen source as students began to dance the night away. Bolger was pouring shots of fire whiskey into eager students' mouths from the Quidditch cup itself, occasionally missing and pouring it directly into their eyes, eliciting yells of stinging pain. Greg Darby and Eloise Fletcher were snogging madly in a corner, oblivious to the rest of the world around them. Eva saw far more skin than she ever wanted to see from her classmates as outer layers of clothing were shed amidst the revelry. Eva remained rooted to her seat by the fire, trying to ignore the chaos all around her. Just as Eva was about to get up and head up to bed, a sudden hush fell over the room as a new figure climbed through the portrait hole. For a moment, Eva thought it must be Ginny Weasley, here to rip into her house for its boorish behavior. But when she stood to see who the new arrival was, she nearly fell over backwards into her seat again. Haven't started the fun without me, have you? Roxanne demanded. Her arm was in a sling and her head was heavily bandaged, but she wore a broad, cocky smile on her face. The Gryffindors erupted in cheers at her appearance, and she joined her teammates by the steps. We thought you were going into surgery, Bolger exclaimed as the team converged on their newly arrived member. I did, Roxanne winked. Turns out my brain didn't suffer any damage, so it was an easy fix. They tried to keep me overnight, but I wouldn't let them. Good to see you're still kicking, Darby said, clapping Roxanne appreciatively on the shoulder. Thought you weren't going to wake up till July. What have I always said? You can't get rid of me that easy. Roxanne grinned. She turned towards Eva. Heard you made a hell of a catch after I went down. Shame I didn't get to see it. Eva glared at Roxanne, feeling mixed emotions of fury and relief at seeing her standing there. You didn't have to do that, she said angrily, pushing Roxanne in the chest in her frustration. I told you not to sacrifice yourself for me. And I told you, Pruitt, Roxanne laughed, playfully shoving Eva back, that you're more important than I am. Can't have anything ruining that pretty face of yours. Eva continued to glare ferociously at Roxanne, her emotions swirling. Then, without thinking about what she was doing, she grabbed Roxanne by the shoulders and kissed her. Hard. The entire room went silent as the two girls abruptly pulled apart. Roxanne looked thunderstruck. Eva was immediately mortified by what she'd done. Sorry, she stammered. Well, that explains a lot, Roxanne muttered. A sly grin spread across her face. Then she pulled Eva close with her good hand for another, more passionate kiss as the room exploded in surprised cheers and catcalls all around them. In any other circumstance, Eva would have been terribly self-conscious of all this attention. But right now, she didn't notice any of it. She was on top of the world, daring anyone to watch, hoping that this moment of triumph would never end. Eyes on the future. April 5th, 2003 Hermione. Hermione's dreams were filled with terrifying images of dark towers, swirling clouds of Dementors, and dark lords. She was falling through open air, lightning crackling all around her, arm outstretched for a figure racing towards her. It took her some time to remember that these were not dreams, but memories, and new images flashed through her mind. Dozens of children, undefended, screaming in terror as Voldemort hunted them down at last. She awoke with a gasp, flailing about in the dark, nearly falling out of her cot to the cold floor. She grasped blindly for her wand, not finding it in its usual spot on the desk nearby. Lumos, she thought desperately, and the room exploded with light, far more light than she'd intended. She yelped with pain and shielded her eyes. The room was plunged in darkness again. I need to get to my children, she thought in a panic, rolling off the bed and crawling towards the door. Hermione? There came a soft knock at the door, and Hermione froze. Who's there? She said uncertainly. She heard the door creak open, and a shadowy figure was silhouetted in the door frame, standing over her. For a brief moment of horror, Hermione imagined this figure to be Voldemort, arriving to slaughter her and everyone she loved. But then her eyes adjusted to the light, and she saw Harry standing there, a look of concern on his face. Her fear melted in an instant, and relief washed over her. "We're safe. What are you doing on the floor?" he asked, strolling forward to help her up. Looking for my wand," Hermione muttered, accepting his hand and struggling to her feet. "Sorry, I put it up here," said Harry. He strode across the room and reached atop a bookshelf to retrieve her wand. "You were letting off a lot of accidental magic in your sleep, so I figured it was safer to keep it out of reach." "I was," said Hermione, confused. Her head was throbbing slightly, and her eyes were heavy with fatigue. "How long was I out?" "Nearly 4 days," Harry chuckled. "Though you were in and out of sleep for most of it. I had to stay in here and keep you from destroying the place with your magic." "Destroying the place?" Hermione wondered. She had suffered from magical exhaustion before, but never to the extent that she did in the Black Tower. The children had reported odd occurrences while she recovered from such incidents in the past. Flickering lights, rattling walls, and so on, but nothing truly destructive. Her core must have been depleted to a severe degree to cause such havoc. "Thank you," she croaked. Her head was still spinning, and Harry helped lower her back onto the bed, where she sat unsteadily. Harry flicked his wand to turn on the lights, and Hermione could not help but to stare at the man she hadn't seen in 5 years. He looked much the same physically, but more rugged and worn in the face. The real difference was in the eyes. His emerald gaze held more weight to it now, no longer as innocent and youthful as they once were. He regarded her with a concerned expression, a steadying hand on her shoulder. "I never forgot what you did for me when I took the essence of thought for the first time," Harry grinned. "This was the least I could do." "And the children?" Hermione said, eyes darting over to the open door. "All fine," Harry reassured her. "Ginny's awake and helping them as we speak." "She is?" Hermione said, hope bubbling up within her for the first time in what felt like ages. "No brain damage?" "She's mad as hell, but that's business as usual for her," Harry winked. "I had to beg her to wear an eye patch because she was frightening the children." Hermione laughed at this, or at least tried to. Her throat was so dry that she devolved into hacking coughs. Harry conjured a goblet full of water and handed it to her. She quickly gulped down the soothing liquid. "Merlin, I missed you," she breathed, resting her head on Harry's shoulder. "It's been so hard." "I missed you too, Granger," Harry responded, sliding his hand across her back to wrap her in a side hug. She leaned into him with a contented sigh. She'd missed his touch, his scent, his warmth. She felt like a teenage girl again, being reassured that all was all right in the world, that the weight of the world was not on her shoulders. She would relish in that delusion while she could still afford to. 5 years is a long time, Hermione sighed. "Britain's changed a lot without you." "So I can see," Harry said grimly. "But I've changed a lot too. I've been busy, getting ready." Hermione remembered the confrontation outside the tower, the frightening army of lightning that Harry had come riding in on. "How did you create those patron uses?" she wondered aloud. "They look different." "I did some experimenting with the Patronus charm," said Harry. "Happiness is the strongest emotion associated with it, but it's possible with others, like anger and pride. Then it's just a matter of stamina to keep multiple patron uses active at once." "You'll have to teach me that sometime," Hermione said. "The patron uses?" "That and the stamina." Hermione could feel Harry stiffen against her. "You know what I had to do to myself to build my stamina," he said darkly. "I wouldn't wish to subject anyone to that. But if it's a matter of defeating you-know-who Hermione began. "Leave that to me," Harry said assertively. "I'll need as much help as I can get, but killing Voldemort is my job." Hermione flinched unconsciously at the name, which she hadn't heard spoken aloud in a long time. She sensed Harry's quizzical reaction to this. "Sorry," she muttered. "Don't tell me you've given in to fear," Harry said in a lightly chastising tone. "A great witch once told me." Fear of a name only increases dash. Fear of the thing itself. I know, Hermione sighed. It was mostly for the children's benefit at first. But he has a way of stamping out that rebellious spirit, stamping out any and all hope. Well, things are about to change, Harry said authoritatively. We'll set you straight, and then we'll end this war. Simple as that. If only anything could be that simple, Hermione thought bitterly. Harry meant well, but he'd always been too idealistic for his own good. He hadn't been here with them, in the trenches, sharing their bitter defeats and tragic betrayals. He hadn't been beaten down like she had. Even he couldn't possibly fathom what they were up against. But why be so cynical? Hermione thought. She had no idea what Harry had been through himself in recent years, walking the path, subjugating himself to untold horrors. He'd somehow made it through to the other side with his hope intact. Why shouldn't she share his optimism? Perhaps this was the true power of Harry Potter, that which the Dark Lord knew not. His unwavering positivity, unflappable in the face of certain doom. He never gave up. He fought and would continue to fight. And Hermione would be there by his side for whatever challenges lay ahead. Hermione wanted to sit here with Harry for hours, to let him whisper sweet nothings in her ear and take her troubles away, if only for the night. But she forced herself back to her feet, politely brushing off his attempts to help her. "I'm fine," she muttered. "Just need some food to get my strength back." "I think Ginny's serving dinner as we speak," said Harry. He followed her out of the office and into the hallway, where Hermione could hear voices drifting around the corner towards her. She rounded the bend into the large gathering area, where dozens of children chatted animatedly over their meals. One of them spotted her approach and raised a great shout, which alerted all the others to her presence. "Miss Meone's awake. She's back, she's back. Miss Meone, the chosen one is really here. I saw his scar." Hermione politely greeted the children jumping around her, eager for her attention, eager to share their excitement over Harry's return. Even the older children looked happier and healthier than she'd seen in months. They were the ones quickly becoming jaded to the idea of a chosen one ever coming to save them. Yet here he was, their promised Messiah in the flesh, back from the proverbial dead. She made her way up towards the front of the room, where Ginny was ladling soup into bowls for everyone. She wore a dull gray eye patch over her empty left socket, but her good eye met Hermione's gaze and sparkled with energy. "Welcome back to the land of the living otter," she greeted with a wry grin. "Back at you, Wildcat," Hermione grinned. "You sure heal quickly." "Takes more than a bullet to bring down a Weasley," Ginny said with a touch of pride. "Course, it helps when the first thing you see when waking from a coma is Harry freaking Potter." Hermione chuckled appreciatively at this. Aside from herself, Ginny had been the most stubborn in her conviction that Harry would return. The sight of him must have been righteous vindication. Ginny poured a hefty bowl full of steaming soup and handed it to Hermione, who took it gratefully. She settled into a nearby empty chair and took a tentative sip. Her eyebrows shot up in surprise. It was one of the richest soups she'd tasted in years. Thick, savory, loaded with flavor. And was that actual protein she sensed in the mix? "I may have gone out for a bit of shopping earlier," Harry said with a wink as he joined her at the table. "Nicked some vegetables from a farm outside of town, and maybe a chicken or two." Hermione barely acknowledged this. She was wolfing down the soup like someone who hadn't eaten in weeks. She could practically feel the energy seeping back into her body, the dull edges of her mind sharpening by the second. Her magic would take a bit longer to return to its normal levels, but physical strength would go a long way towards a full recovery. "Mr. Harry, won't you tell us more about what you've been doing?" asked little Jenna, eagerly plopping in the seat beside Harry's. Hermione shot a nervous glance at Harry. What had he shared with the children? Surely he hadn't divulged some of the darker secrets of his journey thus far? But Harry turned to Jenna with a wide grin and a twinkle in his eye that Hermione hadn't seen in quite some time. "I've traveled far and wide on my quest," he said with a dramatic flair, drawing in the attention of several nearby tables. "I saw every ocean, visited every continent. I learned many languages and fought many men and beasts." "What kind of beasts?" a younger boy called out. "Oh, all kinds," Harry grinned. "Dragons, of course. I fought more than my fair share. I also rode on hippogriffs and tamed graphorns." "Graphorns are real?" yelped the boy, looking to Hermione with wonder in his eyes. Hermione had told the children stories of various magical creatures abroad, none of which they'd actually seen and must have assumed didn't really exist. And yet here was Harry to corroborate her tales. They are, Harry winked, vicious creatures, but also loyal and intelligent once you've gained their trust. They are pack creatures that follow the alpha, so the only way to get them to trust you is to defeat them in combat. The children knew Ed and Ed appreciatively as Harry continued with his grandiose tales of travel. She knew he only shared the tastiest morsels with them, the more epic and adventurous aspects of his journey, if they were even real. Surely he wouldn't take them on a mental journey through his darkest days, back when he'd risked his body, his mind and his soul for just a tiny bit of extra strength, of extra knowledge. 2 more bowls of soup later, Hermione felt herself becoming drowsy again. As much as she wished to stay alert and check in on the war efforts in her absence, her brain still demanded rest. She excused herself from the table and returned to her office, killing the lights and crawling into her cot. She was out in seconds, returning to the blissful release of sleep. She awoke sometime in the dark of night, eyes snapping open to the sound of nearby movement. But it turned out to be Harry, shifting restlessly on the floor beside her. "Harry," she whispered, "what are you doing?" "Keeping an eye on you," Harry muttered. "From all the way down there?" Hermione chuckled. "Don't be ridiculous. Come here." Harry got up and crawled into the cot beside Hermione. She'd expected him to magically enlarge the narrow bed to fit the both of them, but the proximity forced them close, Harry engulfing her in his warm embrace. Again, Hermione was overwhelmed with a sense of peace and protection in his arms. She closed her eyes again, breathing in his scent, settling against his warm touch, and promptly fell back into a deep and restful sleep. It took Hermione 2 full weeks to recover from her magical depletion. Even basic casts from her wand remained erratic. She'd accidentally set her bookshelf on fire one morning while attempting a basic lumos to light up the room. But Harry was patient, not rushing her back into action, encouraging her slow but steady progress. And when the nightmares continued to plague her dreams at night, he was right there to hold her close, to shelter her from the darkness. Hermione refused, however, to let her fatigue hold her back from the war efforts. She went with Ginny and a reluctant Harry to meet with General Beckett and discuss future coordinated assaults, though they withheld any specific information about their plans. Truthfully, Hermione didn't know what Harry had in mind. They hadn't really discussed strategy since his return, but she began putting out feelers for an official order of the Phoenix meeting later that month, where she hoped they would be able to form a tangible plan to defeat the Dark Lord. She did try to coax information out of Harry about his whereabouts in the past few years. "And don't give me platitudes like you gave the kids," she huffed. "I want to know what you've been doing to yourself." "Everything I told them is true," Harry said simply. "Dragonhide is dead useful, you know? And the Graphorns were necessary to sacrifice in a blood ritual." Hermione winced at this. "How many rituals did you perform?" she asked quietly. "You don't want to know the answer to that question," Harry chuckled. Hermione wanted to press further, but decided against it. "And yet, you still need glasses," she teased, opting for humor rather than worry. "Oh, these?" Harry murmured, gesturing to the black spectacles on his nose. "Just for show, I'm afraid. Can't have Voldemort and all the rest not recognizing me when I make my grand entrance to the wizarding world." Hermione reached up absently to feel the glasses, and was surprised when her fingers passed right through the frames as though they weren't even there. They were like a permanent glamour upon his face, an unnecessary fashion accessory meant only to identify him as the infamous boy who lived. She found herself watching Harry more closely as they settled into their new routine in the Enclave. He was wonderful with the children. That much was clear, generous, kind, and eager to encourage their hopes for the future. But when he was alone, she could see the darkness clouding his mind, the proverbial storm clouds following him everywhere. Whatever he'd been through had changed him, that much was clear. Hermione yearned to use legilimency to examine his brain, to see what burdened him, but she dared not, as much to respect his privacy as to avoid setting another bookshelf on fire. The day finally arrived for the order meeting, which Hermione was not optimistic would draw a single attendee. They'd lost nearly every member of the organization over the years, and those who remained had grown jaded and unwilling to stick out their necks any longer. But she was surprised with each new pop of apparition, heralding another arrival for the meeting. Luna Lovegood, Hannah Abbott, Sadie Blanchett, Neville Longbottom, Fred Weasley, and even Lee Jordan. All greeted Harry with enthusiasm, clearly eager to learn what had brought him back to the country at last. A short time later, Hermione found herself sitting beside Harry at the head of a conference table in one of the back rooms of the Enclave. All eyes in the room bounced between the two of them, waiting for the proceedings to begin. Am I meant to be leading this? Hermione wondered to herself. She had been the de facto leader of the Order for the past few years, but Harry's return had certainly affected the dynamic. She glanced sideways at Harry, who took it upon himself to stand and clear his throat, claiming the leadership role for himself for the moment. "Thank you all for coming," he said, scanning the room. "I confess, I had hoped for more people, but I appreciate the risks you all took in being here and supporting the cause." "Anytime, mate," Neville piped in. "I put out some feelers with the old DA members, and a few responded, but no one was able to come on such short notice." "What about the older members?" Harry asked. "Tonks? Lupin? Shacklebolt? McGonagall? All killed or captured," Hermione sighed. "Some might still be alive in Azkaban. There's no way to know for sure." "Understood," Harry muttered. He scanned the room, his eyes eventually landing on Fred and Ginny. "No other Weasleys?" he asked, sounding somewhat hopeful. "Bill and Charlie are out of the country," Fred explained. "They responded to our call, but can't re-enter the country without raising red flags because our family's still being watched. And Fleur's pregnant with her second at the moment," Ginny added. "But they will support us when the time comes." Good, Harry nodded. "What about the others?" "Percy and Ron are working at the Ministry," Ginny muttered bitterly. "Too dangerous to attempt contact with them at the moment. Cowards and traitors, the both of them. And Georgie's back at our conclave, watching after the kids," Fred added. "But he's here in spirit." Hermione felt Harry stiffen beside her, and when she glanced into his face, she thought she saw a flash of something like anger there. "Someone had to stay behind to watch the children," Hermione jumped in reassuringly. "We moved a lot of the rescued kids from the tower there. He's still on our side." If Harry had been upset at the news, he didn't show it now. "Yes, of course," he muttered with a little smile. Hermione quickly changed the subject. "The bottom line is, there are others outside this room who are willing to help," she said. "We should begin planning now, and let others in on a need-to-know basis once we determine it's safe." "Right," said Harry. He got to his feet and drew his wand, pointing it at the center of the table between them. A large roll of parchment sprang into being, and schematics began to appear upon it in black ink. Hermione frowned when she recognized the building being depicted. "Azkaban," she said. "What could be there that we need?" "More allies," said Harry. "Anyone being kept in there is probably no fan of Voldemort's. Wouldn't you agree?" "We have no idea who's actually in there," Hermione replied. "Most of the Old Order members were killed outright, along with anyone else with close ties to you." "Not Crum," Harry pointed out. Everyone froze at the mention of this name. "That's a different case," Hermione said slowly. "They wanted to make an example out of him." "He also hasn't been seen in a few months," Neville supplied. "Who knows if they've done away with him?" "But if he is still alive," Harry retorted, "we owe it to him to try and rescue him, no?" "I mean, yes, in theory," Hermione fretted. "But is it worth an entire assault on Azkaban on a hunch? And how do we know he's still loyal?" Fred added. "Surely you've heard what he's been saying on television in the past few years." "They force him to say those things," Harry said dismissively. "He's still loyal. I know it." No one really knew where Victor Crum was being kept these days, but the Ministry had trotted him out every few months to give a televised statement in support of some new pureblood policy or another. He hadn't played Quidditch professionally ever since the incident at Crum Manor, but his name still carried enough international cachet that he was considered a useful tool to pacify the masses. Hermione felt a pang of guilt at the man's treatment since his capture for sheltering her and Harry, but at least he was being kept alive, for now. "There's another problem with this plan," Hermione said, standing to consider the schematics laid out on the table. "Azkaban is in the middle of the sea, and it's unplottable. It will be impossible for the Muggles to help us dash. Muggles? Harry chuckled. Why should we care about the Muggles? Harry, Ginny said uncertainly. They've been helping us for months now. You met General Beckett. All these rebellions were part of our coordinated war efforts, and we're in touch with their leaders. You really think Muggles will make the difference in the war against Voldemort? Harry demanded. No offense, but things have been looking pretty bleak until I showed up. It's an asset we should not squander at any rate, Hermione huffed, growing more frustrated with him, but holding her tongue for now. Fine, Harry shrugged. Send them on some suicide mission to distract the Death Eaters then. But Azkaban remains the target. Harry Potter, Hermione gasped. You cannot seriously suggest sacrificing thousands of lives to save one man. Harry turned to face her fully, and Hermione was shocked to see not a single trace of remorse etched in his expression. This is war, Hermione, he said coolly. I'll take Crum over 1,000,000 Muggles when it comes time to make our final assault. If we win, the sacrifice will be worth it. Am I wrong? Hermione glanced at Ginny, who too looked heavily conflicted by this turn of events. Everyone in the room, in fact, looked deeply uncomfortable. The shared, unspoken sentiment was clear. This was not the same Harry Potter they'd last seen 5 years prior. We'll table the Muggle issue for now, Hermione sighed. But there's something else we should discuss. What's that? Harry asked. Horcruxes, said Hermione. Harry blanched at the mention of the word, glancing around the room at everyone's reaction. You didn't tell anyone, did you? He demanded under his breath. Not all the details, Hermione responded. But we've been looking for significant objects, yes. Wouldn't you say they are a high priority before we confront you-know-who? They're likely well hidden, Harry shrugged. He's had ample time to plan and move them around for safekeeping. It would be a frivolous waste of time. But you know that if we don't find them, Hermione protested. I'm aware of their significance. Thank you, Hermione, Harry snapped coldly. But it took him 13 years to come back the last time. It will be far easier to track them down once he's out of the way and we're back in control. That seems like an unnecessary risk, Hermione tried to protest. Who's in charge here, Hermione? Harry demanded. Hermione gaped at him, unsure of how to respond to that. Because, honestly, she didn't know the answer. She'd taken the lead for so long that she was used to the leadership role, and she knew what was happening in Wizarding Britain better than anyone. Should she be so quick to relinquish control to Harry, who had only just returned to the mainland? I'm just exploring all options, Hermione said diplomatically. If you think it's best to wait, then we can wait. Good, Harry nodded. Luna, Hannah, any thoughts? And you, Miss? Blanchett, piped up the eager young, which seated in the corner. Sadie Blanchett. And, nothing to add at the moment. Hermione smiled inwardly at the girl's excitement. She'd been quite a bit younger than them in their Hogwarts days. She was only a third year when Dumbledore was killed. As a Muggle-born, she'd been forced into hiding when Voldemort took over, but managed to shelter with a sympathetic half-blood family for a few years and studied magic in secret. Hermione took her in shortly after her return to Britain, and once she came of age, she proved resourceful and responsible enough to lead her own enclave just outside Southampton. She was a bit raw and clumsy with her magic, but what she lacked in talent, the plucky Hufflepuff made up for with loyalty and determination. What will become of the children? A quiet voice cut in. All eyes turned to Hannah Abbott, looking world-weary and exhausted. Will they be safe while we move on our targets? We will do all we can to keep them safe, Harry said, though his tone carried notes of impatience rather than reassurance. The priority remains on winning the war. But who will watch over them? Hannah pressed, her eyes laden with sorrow. What if nobody comes back to take care of them? Then they'll be left to fend for themselves, Harry huffed. If there's nobody left to care for them, it means the war is lost anyway. Again, Hermione felt the need to jump into paper over such callous remarks. We will leave the children with means of emergency travel. In case something goes wrong, she said. Maybe establish one of the enclaves as a central hub to regroup in case we lose multiple guardians. Ours will be suitable, Fred offered. George and I have been working on expanding the rooms within the wards. We can hold plenty more if needed. Good. Hermione nodded, quickly sitting again to signal to Harry that he was still in command of the meeting. She didn't know why she felt like she was walking on eggshells around him, but the tension in the room was still palpable. Harry clearly had no interest in discussing the enclaves or the Muggle resistance efforts. He was laser-focused on Voldemort, for better or for worse. "I've done a bit of reconnaissance of the prison in recent months," Harry explained, returning his attention to the schematics on the table. "The Dementor presence is lower than it used to be, and there are more human guards to compensate. That's both good and bad news. Good because it'll be easier to approach the island undetected. Bad because it will be more difficult to subdue the guards." "Do you think you know who will arrive to defend the prison once the alarm is sounded?" asked Ginny. "Unlikely," said Harry. "But if he does, it means there are more valuable prisoners there than we suspected. So speed should be our primary objective. I reckon we should assault one entry point and force our way through, rather than contain the whole island. That way we can release some of the prisoners and arm them to help in the escape." "Do we have enough spare wands for that?" asked Fred. "I've got a few," said Harry. "They won't be perfect matches, but they'll suffice." "Won't there be a risk of wand loyalty preventing their use by a new master?" Hermione mused. "The prior owners are dead, so I wouldn't worry about that," Harry said matter-of-factly. It was as though he didn't realize the chilling impact these words had. Where exactly had he gotten these wands? There was a lot Hermione still didn't know about Harry's whereabouts and activities over the past 5 years, and she feared learning the finer details. "Right, okay then," she said slowly. "So the plan is to assault one corner of the prison, force entry, and free and arm as many prisoners as possible? Then what?" "Then we run," Harry shrugged. "No need to stage a full-on battle in such a remote location." "But how will we get there and back?" asked Hermione. "You can't apparate or portkey within 7 miles of the island, and brooms will be detected from just as far away." "I can get us there," Harry said simply. "Leave that part to me." Hermione wanted to ask him to elaborate further, but she'd seen his terrifying display of power at the Black Tower and decided it best not to ask. He seemed confident enough that it wasn't worth getting bogged down in the finer details now. "Right, okay," sighed Hermione. "Azkaban it is then." The rest of the meeting consisted of fine-tuning the prison assault and outlining future battle plans. Harry's strategy was fairly linear and simple. Amass as many allies as possible, then take the fight directly to Voldemort at the Black Tower. "I figure once enough people realize that I'm back, it will embolden others to join the cause," said Harry. "But for some reason, the papers haven't seemed to recognize my return yet." "Oh, believe me, they know," Lee Jordan chimed in. He had been working at the Daily Prophet as a sports reporter for a few years now. "Everyone's whispering about the rumors in private, but the ministry isn't allowing the press to admit it. As far as they're concerned, Granger is still public enemy #1. "In that case," Harry said with a smirk, "we'll have to make enough noise that they can't afford to ignore me any longer. Let's brainstorm ways we can accomplish that, shall we?" The meeting adjourned soon after, and people began filing out of the conference room. Harry stood off to one side, staring blankly at the table, clearly lost in his own mind. Hermione walked over to him and gave him a rub on the back to soothe him. "You did great," she reassured him as the room emptied around them. "Don't worry about our numbers. We'll have more people on our side in no time." "Huh," said Harry, breaking out of his reverie. "Oh, it's nothing. I'm fine." And he trudged out of the room after the others, still looking dazed. Was he unaccustomed to dealing with people again after years of exile? Was he struggling with the burden of the war to come? Or was there more darkness lingering in his mind? Residuals from his years of dangerous magical experimentation? Hermione shuddered with the thought as she turned to follow the group from the room. But before she flicked off the light in the conference room, she noticed a blonde figure huddled in the corner, rocking lightly back and forth. Luna Lovegood looked like she was going to be sick. "Luna," said Hermione quietly, approaching her slowly. "Are you feeling okay?" "I'm fine," Luna said weakly. "Just a bit under the weather, that's all." Hermione gently placed her hand to Luna's forehead. Wincing at the heat she felt radiating from the young woman. "You're burning up, girl," Hermione fretted, conjuring a glass of water for her. "Drink something." Luna raised a shaky hand to her mouth and took a gulp of water. She attempted to swallow, but coughed violently, splashing the water down her front and dropping the glass to the ground. "Whoa, do you need to see someone?" Hermione asked. You look deathly ill. I swear, I'm okay, Luna insisted. I just get the CC chills sometimes dash. Without warning, Luna slipped from her chair and fell to the ground. Her eyes rolled back in her head, and she began to convulse lightly on her back. Hermione's body seized with terror at the sight. As someone help, she called out weakly. I need help. She heard rapid footsteps approaching, and Harry returned to the room. He knelt beside her as they watched Luna seize up at their feet. Luna, he said, worried. Luna, it's Harry and Hermione. Can you hear us? Let's give her some space, Hermione said, flicking her wand to push the nearby chairs and table aside. So she doesn't hurt herself. We're right here if you need us, Luna, Harry called out in a reassuring tone. Just try to relax. We'll get you some help straight away. Suddenly, as though responding to his words, Luna ceased her jerking movements and lay perfectly still. Hermione held her breath, terrified. Then Luna's eyes flew open, but they were milky white and unfocused. And when she opened her mouth to speak, it was not her voice that came out, but something guttural and terrible that made Hermione's hair stand on end. The Dark Lord's defeat is nigh, Luna croaked in her terrible voice. Hermione felt Harry freeze in fear beside her. What did you just say? Harry demanded in a hushed tone. The Dark Lord's defeat is nigh, Luna repeated in her gravelly tone. The one destined to defeat him will claim his hallowed prize. Luna, you're scaring us, Hermione squeaked, but Harry held out a hand to quiet her. Luna continued as though they were not there. But he will be doomed to lose his power to the one he loves. She went on. A fractured world will be united by the destructive actions of another. The Dark Lord's defeat is nigh. Luna's body gave a great heave. Her eyes fluttered shut, and she went still again. A moment later, she gave a deep shudder and sat upright. She stared wildly around, her powder blue irises back in their proper place. Oh dear, I must have passed out again. Luna sighed in her normal, dreamy tone. That's been happening quite often lately. I apologize if I frightened you. Hermione continued to stare at Luna in disbelief. Was that a prophecy, she breathed? She turned to Harry with a quizzical look. But Harry was not looking at Luna. He was staring at Hermione, an odd look on his face. It wasn't confusion or even curiosity. It was something darker, more questioning. Hermione frowned, silently probing him for an explanation. Then the impact of Luna's words hit her more fully. He will be doomed to lose his power to the one he loves. What power? And who is the one he loves? But from the mingled suspicion and fear in Harry's expression as he stared at Hermione, she knew exactly who he interpreted the second part to be referring to. His hallowed prize. /N. I've taken some time to outline the rest of this FIC. And if my calculations are correct, this chapter should mark roughly the halfway point of the story. So to those who have stuck with me this far, thanks for the support. Things are only going to get more interesting from here, and I hope I've done enough to set up some of the big, juicy reveals yet to come. Stay tuned. March 13th, 1998. Harry. I attended Hogwarts under Albus Dumbledore. True. I killed my wife. Not true. I split my soul into 7 pieces. Not true. We're on the run in Greece. True. I love you. Hermione grinned and paused from her brewing to accept Harry's cheeky kiss. True, she sighed in fake exasperation. Harry's physical recovery was swift from the experience of drinking the essence of thought, but his mind still felt scattered and fractured. He needed Hermione to ground him, to remind him of what was real and what was not. His new routine consisted of sitting beside her as she brewed her potion, grilling her on what was real and what was only in his head. He was slowly but surely putting the pieces of his own life back together, extricating himself from the multitude of lies he'd lived in a very short period of time. Occasionally, he would follow the thread of some new bit of knowledge he'd learned, and it would take him too far, back into the past, but Hermione was always there to reel him back in. He found it was easier to stay sane the more he focused on her, on the little details he hadn't fully appreciated before. The way her nose flared when she was intently focused on something. How she always tucked her wand behind her right ear between tufts of thick brown hair. Her bashful smiles whenever she noticed him staring at her in complete awe. And of course, the electricity of her touch, the blissful taste of her lips on his. the radiant warmth of her tender embrace. Harry was absolutely smitten. The path was laid out before Harry now. He could see it in fragments, pieced together by dozens of great wizards over the centuries, a mental map for him to achieve greatness. But suddenly, it didn't seem quite so important anymore. He felt like he was right, where he was supposed to be. Back in Britain, he was a hunted man, unwanted by anyone. Here, with Hermione, he was wanted, he was loved. He no longer cared about prophecies and destiny and Voldemort. He wanted to be selfish for once and pursue the first true, mutual, unambiguous love he'd ever experienced. Harry could still feel Voldemort's presence in his mind, could sense his mood swings as he experienced anger, triumph, and shock. He occasionally got glimpses into the Dark Lord's activities, pacing about Malfoy Manor, traveling over vast seas to far-off destinations unknown. He was confident enough that Voldemort did not know where Harry was and was not actively hunting for him and Hermione. That was enough for him to relax a little and enjoy the brief reprieve. He also had a pleasant discovery shortly after awaking from his mental odyssey. He was now proficient in occlumency. Everything Snape had tried to drill into him in 5th year, clearing his mind, blocking intrusive thoughts, tempering his emotions, now came second nature to him. He took up half an hour of meditation each morning, something he'd never done before, but several of the past lives he'd lived did so, and it seemed right to him. Now, anytime he felt Voldemort's curious probes into his psyche, he was able to slam his mind shut in an instant, severing their connection and denying any insight into his own state of mind. He knew spells, too, a vast library of them, thousands upon thousands of both unique creations and studied spellcrafts. Dangerous, enthralling, powerful spells that Harry knew would benefit him greatly in the fight against darkness. But he also knew the risks involved, the sheer force of what will require to channel them, to prevent them from turning against the caster. Fiendfire, inferi, transfigurations on a massive scale. All the knowledge was contained in his mind, but his body lacked the capacity to harness them. And he did not have decades of study and practice to master them. He would need to find a faster way to improve. But that was a road Harry knew was full of darkness and pain. He saw the future stretching out before him like an infinite spider web of possibilities, much like his multifaceted past that he was now forced to grapple with. There was a world where he spent decades training and confronting Voldemort long after all those he loved were gone. There was another where he turned his back on his destiny and ran away with Hermione into the Muggle world forever. And there were many, many in which he died attempting to balance the two, either by rushing to his doom or waiting too long to make the first move. He wasn't sure which path to take. He was holding an old wand maker hostage, demanding answers, demanding the identity of the thief. Wait, was that real? Had that happened in one of his many past lives? Or was he seeing into the Dark Lord's mind again in real time? He would ask Hermione, but she could provide no help on that front. It was up to him to distinguish what was real and what wasn't in his own mind. Hermione finished her potion in mid-April, and together they looked down into a cauldron of simmering, light blue liquid. "I think that's the proper shade," Hermione frowned, checking her notes from a centuries-old potions guide that looked handwritten. "In theory, it should be safe to drink, though it could also be incredibly toxic." Harry stared down at the bubbling liquid, apprehensive. Hermione seemed to sense his anxiety, because she said, "I'll be drinking it alone, of course. I don't want to be responsible for your demise after all we've been through." "Your potion, your call, Granger," Harry said teasingly, though privately he was glad at the excuse not to have to drink it himself. He wasn't eager to relive the horrors of the essence of thought, even a watered-down version of the experience. Hermione scooped herself a cup of the liquid and held it uncertainly before herself. Then, as though willing herself into the act, she swallowed the whole thing in a single gulp. She looked fearful for a moment as they both waited for something to happen. Then Hermione grimaced and bent over, groaning and clutching her head. "I'm right here," Harry reassured her, taking her free hand. "You're Hermione Granger. Don't lose yourself." I think," Hermione panted, taking sharp, shallow intakes of breath. "I think it's passing." I can feel the effects subsiding. Harry internally breathed a sigh of relief. The thought of slipping back into the nightmare he just had was horrifying, doubly so to have to watch Hermione go through it alone. It had nearly broken him. As much as he respected Hermione's mind, he wasn't sure if she could withstand the psychological torment. After another minute of labored breathing, Hermione finally calmed, and she opened her eyes. Right then, she said matter-of-factly, "Time to experiment." "Experiment?" Harry inquired. "What exactly did that potion do?" "It's supposed to heighten my affinity for magic," said Hermione. "Can you cast a few basic spells for me, so I can see what they look like?" Harry frowned, but did not argue. He stood and crossed the room, aiming his wand at a pillow resting on the sofa. "Wingardium Leviosa," he muttered, swishing and flicking his wand. The pillow levitated off the sofa and up to the ceiling before Harry dropped it back to a resting state. "Fascinating," Hermione muttered. She was staring at the pillow, her eyes oddly unfocused. It slightly disconcerted Harry. "What's so fascinating?" he asked her. "It's hard to explain," she said. "It's like I can see waves of magic carrying the pillow. Like you're manipulating the air around it rather than affecting the pillow itself." "Flitwick described something like that once, didn't he?" said Harry, thinking back to their sixth-year charms lessons with the excitable professor. "How our magic can affect the properties of an object without changing the thing itself." "Yes, but I never imagined it would be so literal," Hermione said in an odd tone. She drew her own wand without warning and muttered, "Levi corpus." "Oi!" Harry bellowed. He was wrenched off the ground and suspended in midair by the ankle. The apartment was cramped enough that he banged his shoulder hard on the coffee table as he was uprighted. He hissed and grabbed at it. "Oh, I'm so sorry, Harry." Hermione fretted. She whispered the counter curse, and Harry was unceremoniously dropped back to the ground, groaning in discomfort. "A heads up would have been nice," he grunted. "I know. I wasn't thinking straight," Hermione said, her voice breathless with excitement. "But that is fascinating. It's as though the two spells are linked together linguistically, but with a slight tweak to the mechanics that was much more forceful than a basic levitating charm." "You're telling me," Harry snorted, rubbing his aggrieved shoulder. There was suddenly a loud banging on the wall. Harry briefly feared that they had somehow been found by Voldemort, but a string of rapid, furious Greek told him it was just an irate neighbor. It was quite late, after all. "Oh, damn. I've forgotten to put up silencing charms," Hermione muttered. She and Harry waved their wands in tandem, warding the apartment to muffle the noise they were making. Hermione continued to make odd gasps and noises of recognition as they did so, as though awed by whatever she was seeing that was invisible to Harry. "How strange," she mused. "It's like some kind of ancient language, but not one I've ever seen written down before, at least none that we studied in ancient runes." Hermione abruptly dove for a notebook and pen and began to rapidly jot down notes. Harry watched on bemused. "Do you need me for any of this?" he asked, a knowing grin on his face. Once Hermione began engrossed with something, it was not uncommon for her to disappear from the real world for hours, if not days, of private study. "You really ought to try this potion, Harry," she exclaimed. "It's an extraordinary bit of magic, really." "Maybe next time," Harry chuckled, dismissing her excited gestures towards the cauldron. Frankly, the thought of taking the plunge into the unknown again terrified him, and he would avoid drinking more essence of thought at all costs. Besides, whatever insight Hermione thought she could glean from the potion probably paled in comparison to the immense knowledge already swirling in his mind, bouncing around unfiltered, waiting for him to tap into its potential. There was enough on his plate already without the ability to see a levitation charm in action. The following few days passed in a blur as Hermione continued to experiment with the draft of omniscience. She would sit for hours, cross-legged in the center of the apartment, performing basic spell casts and jotting down notes in her notebook. Harry caught a glimpse of one discarded sheet, upon which Hermione had charted some kind of complex table filled with odd symbols Harry didn't recognize. He knew whatever she was studying, it was far beyond his comprehension. He did manage to coax her out of the apartment a few times for some fresh air. They were both convinced that it was safe enough to venture out into the Muggle village from time to time, under heavy glamours, of course, and simply stroll the countryside. The weather had improved enough that they could walk on the shores of the Aegean Sea without need for warming charms. For these brief strolls, Harry was able to pretend that they were not fugitives in a war. They were just two kindred spirits enjoying their lives in a beautiful locale, free as could be. This could be my life, Harry thought to himself. Whenever he pictured the future, beyond Voldemort and the impossible war he had to fight, he envisioned something very close to where he was now. In an idyllic paradise, with the woman he loved, and not a care in the world. No responsibilities, nobody looking to him with expectations of greatness, no imminent fear of death. Just a man and a woman, alone and at peace. A prize Harry once thought he'd never be entitled to, and here he was claiming it. Why would he want to give that up? At night, reality would come crashing back down upon him as he attempted to keep Voldemort out of his head. His occlumency had improved considerably, but he continued to receive unwitting glimpses of disturbing sights. A flash of green light illuminating a dingy prison cell. A crackle of lightning splitting open a white tomb. He continued to clamp down on these visions, uninterested, unwilling to confront the reason he'd fled Britain in the first place. Ignorance was bliss. "How is your head feeling?" asked Hermione one morning as they lazily lay draped in one another's arms in bed, the morning sun peeking in through the blinds. "A bit better, I suppose," Harry muttered. It wasn't a total lie. His mind felt clearer and more removed from the traumatic exposure to essence of thought by the day. If he was being honest, he felt completely ready to get moving again, to continue on their perilous journey. But the past few weeks had been among the best of his entire life. But Hermione clearly was of a different mind. "Our lease is ending at the end of this month," she said softly. "I don't have much more cash for rent. We can confundus the landlord if we really want to stay, but it might be a good time to think about moving on." Harry hummed noncommittally. "Don't you have more experimenting to do with your potion?" "I can do it on the move now that it's finished," Hermione said dismissively. "We only had to stay put during the brewing phase. Now I can take it with us wherever we go." "It has been nice to have a steady base of operations, though," Harry countered, gesturing at the apartment around them. "You said so yourself back at Crum Manor." "Sure, but that was when we weren't sure where to go next," Hermione reasoned. "You know where we're going now, don't you? Didn't the essence of thought show you the path?" "Yeah, it did," Harry sighed. "It's not pretty, Hermione. The dangers to my well-being aren't over yet." Hermione considered this in silence for a moment. "You're afraid to go on, aren't you?" she finally whispered. "Not exactly," Harry sighed. "I've always known it would be difficult. But I just wanted to enjoy the last bit of peace I might ever get for the rest of my life." It was a sobering remark, and they lay quietly contemplating it for a long while. The fact that Hermione did not dispute it right away meant that she must feel similarly deep down. Their lives would only get more difficult from then on. Why rush headlong into the fire when they had some semblance of happiness and freedom here? "People are suffering back home," Hermione muttered. "Life in magical Britain is harder now than it's ever been." "And there's nothing we can do about that right now," Harry retorted. "Rushing back could only make things worse. We have to be deliberate about things. It could take years until I'm ready to take on you-know-who. We also shouldn't waste time unnecessarily," Hermione pointed out. "If you're just avoiding the inevitable dash." "Geez, Hermione, I'm still recovering here," Harry snapped irritably. "We'll go when I'm ready, all right?" Hermione stiffened at this reproach. "I'm sorry, Harry. I wasn't trying to push you into anything," she said diplomatically. "And yet you did," Harry muttered. He wasn't sure what caused him to lash out so harshly at her like that. It felt like more than just his own anger bubbling to the surface. It was as though he was harnessing the collective anger of all his forefathers, the pain and frustrations of many past lives lived bursting out of him like a tidal wave. Or was that just Voldemort again, continuing to invade his mind and disrupt his naturally stoic disposition? His scar burned so often nowadays that he could barely distinguish which emotions were his own and which were transferred onto him. He was torturing Ollivander, demanding answers about Wandlore. "No, stop it," Harry growled internally, forcing Voldemort out once again. It was a bitter reminder of his shared connection with the Dark Lord, which would only continue to plague him until one of them died. Why had he, of all people, been chosen for such a cruel fate? He thought back to the end of his 5th year, sitting in Dumbledore's office and learning of the prophecy for the first time. How he wasn't actually obligated to fulfill the terms of the prophecy. He could choose to walk away and choose his own path, independent of Voldemort. It was unlikely anybody could stop the Dark Lord if Harry abandoned his destiny. But what did it matter if he died, trying in vain to do the impossible? Who could blame him for choosing life and rejecting the mantle thrust unwillingly upon him? He made up his mind a few days later, as Hermione listlessly read from a book of dark curses that she'd already read half a dozen times over. "We'll go to America," Harry announced, drawing her surprised attention. "Lay low among the Muggles, like we said. Makusa is standing firm against you-know-who. We'll keep an eye on them until we know who can be trusted. Then we can start making allies and connections." "How is that any different from staying with the Order in Britain?" Hermione inquired. "We'll be farther away from the Dark Lord's reach," Harry reasoned. "America has always sided with the light in past wars. Surely their magical government will remain neutral at least. We should be safer there than in Europe." Hermione frowned at this, processing his proposal. "Is this part of the path?" she asked. "I thought you were against me going on the path," Harry ribbed lightly. "Generally, yes," said Hermione. "But I thought the alternative was finding the Horcruxes and helping the Order." "We've already established that that's what Dumbledore wanted," Harry huffed. "And it would have ended with me dying dash." "I know that, Harry," said Hermione, exasperated. "But I thought the whole point of this was for you to get stronger, not to stick our heads in the sand." "We're not doing that," Harry insisted. "We're staying close enough to the action to know what's going on, but far enough away to stay out of the crossfire. I can continue studying and getting stronger in the meantime. It may not be as fast as the path, but it'll be much safer." Hermione studied Harry's face, as though trying to determine if he had ulterior motives. "You do recognize that the longer we wait, the more likely it is that Order members die," she sighed. "I know that. And the more likely that you-know-who will be able to consolidate power dash." "I said I know that, Hermione." Harry scoffed. "But we'll be one step closer to the fight, at any rate, won't we? It's not like we're accomplishing much here in Greece." Hermione couldn't argue with that, though she still looked troubled. "Fine," she sighed. "If you think it's best, we'll go to America." Harry felt immense relief at this concession. A tiny part of him felt guilty for his mild deception, but he occluded such thoughts away. Of course, he knew that every minute he spent outside of Britain would condemn more innocent people to death. But he was tired of bearing that responsibility, which he'd shouldered since the age of 1 year old. Didn't he deserve a bit of happiness? Would the wizarding world forgive him if he saved the world a decade from now instead of tomorrow? They began to pack their things as Hermione researched possible landing spots in the U.S. for them to hunker down. She suggested upstate New York, which had ample camping sites, temperate summer weather, and was within apparition distance of both Makusa headquarters in New York City and Ilvermorny School in Western Massachusetts. That seemed reasonable enough to Harry. He would miss the amenities of a physical home, but magic could make tent life more than manageable. He felt surprisingly content the night before the planned move, snuggling into bed with Hermione and relaxing in her arms as he had for weeks now. As long as she was by his side, he didn't care what came next. They could worry about the future tomorrow. For right now, he was with the woman he loved, and nothing else in the world mattered. All thoughts of Dark Lords, prophecies, and wars drifted from his mind as his breathing synced with Hermione's, and he drifted into a peaceful slumber. He sat in the high chair behind the desk in the headmaster's office, gently stroking the head of Nagini, who was draped over his shoulders. He had not set foot in this room since his ill-fated job interview with Dumbledore all those years ago. Now he could come and go as he pleased. One day, he might even take over the headmaster position for himself. But no, it was more prudent to let his puppets do his bidding while he attended to more important matters. A knock at the door was preceded by the entrance of 4 Death Eaters, Amicus Carrow, Alecto Carrow, Severus Snape, and Draco Malfoy. The latter looked petrified to be here. He'd never been comfortable in the presence of the Dark Lord. He cowered in the corner as the other 3 bowed their heads in respect. "The castle is secure, my lord," said Snape curtly. "We have captured the instigators of the latest rebellion, and they are awaiting punishment in the dungeons. Good, good, Voldemort mused. And the identity of the ringleaders? The three we expected, Snape said with a sneer. Neville Longbottom, Ginny Weasley, and Luna Lovegood. Mr. Malfoy here was instrumental in smoking them out of their hiding place. Well done, Draco, Voldemort said, surveying his youngest follower. Draco did not acknowledge the remark, merely staring down at his feet in fear. Can I kill him, my lord? Sneered Alecto, looking downright gleeful at the opportunity. Those three have been causing us grief all year long. No pure magical blood shall be spilled in my school, Voldemort said calmly. Punish them harshly if you must, but they shall not suffer permanent damage. Yes, my lord, said Alecto, looking a bit deflated at this. This is not why I have summoned you all here tonight, said Voldemort, twirling a wand between his fingers. I wish to know precisely what happened the night of Dumbledore's death. All four Death Eaters looked at one another. They had all been present atop the astronomy tower that night, had all witnessed the former headmaster's murder. Well, it was Snape who did the Avada Kedavra dash, said Amicus, but Voldemort held up a hand. Start from the beginning, said the Dark Lord in a placid tone. Amicus cleared his throat nervously. We showed up to find the kid cornered Dumbledore, he said, pointing his thumb at Draco in the corner. We tried to convince him to finish the old man, but he wasn't up to it. Is this true, Draco? Asked Voldemort softly. Why, yes, sir, Draco squeaked, unable to lift his head to face the Dark Lord directly. And you cornered him without a fight? Yes, stammered Draco. I caught him by surprise. Disarmed him, so he couldn't defend himself. Very clever, my boy, said Voldemort appraisingly. Not many wizards alive can say they got the upper hand on Albus Dumbledore. You should be proud. Draco lifted his gaze from the floor for the first time and looked into the piercing red gaze of Voldemort. Thank you, my lord, he breathed. And as I understand it, Voldemort went on, stroking the wand delicately. You showed up last, Severus, and cast the killing curse. Severus inclined his head in silent answer. Voldemort had always appreciated Snape's brevity and humility. It was regretful what must come next. I see, said Voldemort. Unfortunately, Severus, I fear we have a problem. Because you murdered Dumbledore, it seems that his wand answers to you, and I'm afraid I have greater need of it than you do. My lord, said Snape, eyebrow raising. He never realized what was to come next. A swish of elder wood, a flash of green light, and the headmaster lay dead in his own office, struck down by a killing curse. The Carrows and Draco flinched, horrified, cowering before the Dark Lord. Congratulations, Amicus, said Voldemort in a level tone. You are the new headmaster of Hogwarts. I trust you will serve this school with the distinction it deserves. Of course, and my lord, said a terrified Amicus, lowering his head in a shaky bow. His sister Alecto did likewise, not daring to question why she had been passed over. You may leave me, said Voldemort. The Carrows couldn't get out of there faster. They stepped over Snape's dead body and hurried to the door. Just one more moment, please, Draco. Draco froze. He'd been halfway to the door after the Carrows, interpreting their dismissal as his own. He looked up at his master, trembling with fear. Wand loyalty is a tricky thing, Draco, Voldemort mused, still considering the wand in his hands. The transfer of loyalty from one to another has never been well understood, and death is not the only means of taking said loyalty. I don't understand, my lord, Draco stammered. I must not leave anything to chance, said Voldemort. I must ensure the loyalty of Dumbledore's wand. And because you successfully cornered him, unlike Snape, Draco seemed to realize his impending fate. Please, sir, he begged, dropping to his knees. I brought the Weasley boy to you. I stopped Longbottom and his cronies today. Please, I'll do anything dash. I do regret it, Voldemort said with a small frown. And with another blinding flash of green light, Draco fell lifeless to the floor, joining his former mentor in death. Voldemort felt the change immediately. The wand hummed with power in his hands, practically crackling with untapped potential. He felt more powerful than he ever had, even before his first downfall, invincible at long last. No Dumbledore or Harry Potter to stand in his way any longer. The former had perished. The latter had surely lost his mind to the pool of knowledge by now. He was no longer able to enter the boy's mind, which meant that he must have lost his sanity. He was no longer a threat. The death stick was his at last. Now it was time to move out of the shadows and show the world who their new master was. Harry? Harry! Harry! Harry awoke with a gasp, thrashing wildly in the bed. Hermione gaped at him as he struggled to come back to himself, to reconcile the images now burned into his brain. The sheer glee he'd just experienced. Harry, what is it? Hermione pleaded. You were muttering in your sleep. You were laughing. It's you-know-who, Harry panted. He's got the Elder Wand. We have to go. His illusions of peace had finally been shattered. It was time to walk the path. Summer of Love. June 23rd, 2015, Evangeline. I am disgusted, Evangeline Pruitt, Victoire Weasley said haughtily. Absolutely appalled. You were in a chicks this whole time, and you never once hit on me. The entire Gryffindor table erupted in laughter at this, including Eva and Roxanne. Eva was pleasantly surprised by the positive reception to her new relationship around the school. She assumed there would be pushback and judgment from all sides, but everyone seemed happy for the two of them. The only odd remarks she ever heard were about how odd of a pairing it was, the straight edge and the rebel, the bookworm and the athlete. Opposites attract, I guess Eva thought, and yet, she and Roxanne had a surprising amount in common. They both loved flying, they both had an affinity for charms and spell theory, and of course their shared Muggle-born backgrounds. This last fact was a shared secret between them, a sign of implicit trust that Eva did not share with anyone else in the castle. Hell, in the world. Eva was suddenly excited about the prospect of summer now that she and Roxanne were an item. They would both be staying behind at Hogwarts, along with other Muggle-borns in the housing program, and with no classes to worry about, they would have all the time in the world to get to know each other. Victoire seemed put out at first that Eva would not be coming back to Shell Cottage for the holiday, but she seemed to approve of the pairing and quickly reverted to making thinly veiled innuendos that made both Eva and Roxanne deeply uncomfortable. I wonder how they're going to do the sleeping arrangements for you lot, Victoire wondered aloud during the end-of-term feast, making sure her voice could be heard by all in the vicinity. Eva's going to have a dorm all to herself. Bet you two will make full use of that privacy. For Merlin's sake, Vic, Eva groaned, her face turning a similar shade to Victoire's hair as the entire table once again burst out laughing. She and Roxanne hadn't even had that talk yet. They both wanted to take things slow and see what happened. It was why she looked forward to the coming holiday. It would give them time to take things at a leisurely pace, a pace they didn't have the luxury of during the chaos of regular term. But as it turned out, that summer wouldn't be the unrestricted, unstructured experience Eva thought it would be. A few hours after the departing students headed off to London on the Hogwarts Express, all the remaining students were summoned back to the Great Hall for an orientation meeting with Ginny Weasley. Roughly 40 students, spread fairly evenly across all 4 houses, sat patiently waiting for things to begin. I see we have a smaller group than last year, Ginny remarked, surveying the gathered crowd before her. That's good. Not as many first years left behind as in years past. Eva had noticed the same. Hers and Roxanne's grade levels seemed to comprise the majority of orphan Muggleborns. Only a small handful of first and second years remained behind, the first of a new generation born after the horrors of war. For those of you returning from last summer, you already know the drill, said Ginny. For all newcomers, don't expect this summer to be completely carefree and unsupervised. You will be expected to follow a schedule and not wander too far from your assigned groups. Myself and a few other teachers will be taking turns watching you lot, so we expect you all to be on your best behavior. Ginny gave a knowing look towards Roxanne at this, who merely beamed and gave the professor an enthusiastic thumbs up. We will not be separating by house any longer, Ginny explained. Incoming 6th and 7th years will be staying with me in Gryffindor Tower. 4th and 5th years will be in Ravenclaw with Professor Lovegood, and 2nd and 3rd years in Hufflepuff with Professor Abbott. Shame. Would have been nice to see some of the other common rooms, Eva lamented. She did relish in the opportunity to get to know some of the other Hufflepuffs, Ravenclaws, and Slytherins near her grade level. Most of them had treated her well enough in classes in the past. There will also be daily scheduled activities to keep your days occupied, Ginny went on. like classwork assignments, career prep opportunities, and so on. Eva could tell from Roxanne's eye roll that none of this would actually be useful. It was likely just designed busy work to keep the students occupied. That evening, Eva and Roxanne welcomed their new dorm mates for the summer. Two Ravenclaw sixth years and a Hufflepuff Eva recognized from her own classes. Eva worried about how well they would get along, but was quickly surprised by how easy it was to converse with all of them. The Muggle-born students seemed far more social and unconcerned with appearances. The difference between these gatherings and the purebloods of the Slug Club could not be more stark. Eva quietly lamented once again, agreeing with the headmaster's plan to pose as a pureblood. She would have fit in far more easily with her own kind. On the first Monday of summer break, the students met in the Transfiguration classroom for their first class activity, taught by Professor Blanchett. "Welcome to career prep," she announced, once the room had quieted down. "By a quick show of hands, how many of you are Muggleborns?" Nearly everybody in the room, save for an embarrassed Eva and a fourth-year Slytherin girl, raised their hands. "The harsh reality," Blanchett continued, "is that there are very few job opportunities in the magical world these days. The Ministry of Magic is the largest magical employer by far, but if you don't qualify to work there, your options are scarce. Over 80% of Muggle-born Hogwarts graduates wind up returning to the Muggle world to find work or pursue higher education." Eva glanced around the room to gauge the students' reactions to this. For most, it seemed like old news and a foregone conclusion. For the younger students, it was a definite blow to morale. "There is a silver lining, however," Blanchett went on. "When the statute of secrecy was lifted and the war ended, new opportunities arose for witches and wizards to find work. High-profile Muggles in government and entertainment often seek magical bodyguards for themselves. Pharmaceutical and medical research firms have entered the potions market and are always in need of talented brewers. There are even opportunities in finance and futures markets for those talented in the fields of divination and astronomy. The idea is to figure out what you're good at and find a way to make a living off of it." Blanchett then went around the room asking individual students what their passions were and what kind of work they were interested in. Several of the boys wanted to become Aurors, an elite and venerated squad led by war hero Neville Longbottom, while a few girls expressed interest in public office to follow in Hermione Granger's footsteps. One Ravenclaw boy proudly announced his intention to transfer to Cambridge upon graduating to study medicine. "I'm going to be a beater for the Holyhead Harpies," Roxanne announced confidently when it came to her. "Don't you worry about me. Have you thought of a backup plan?" Blanchett asked politely. "In case you weren't scouted by any teams?" Then I'll probably wind up as muscle for some international pop star," Roxanne grinned. "Sniffing out stalkers is my specialty." She winked at Eva with this, who merely rolled her eyes with a chuckle. "What about you, Evangeline dear?" Blanchett asked her. "What would you like to do?" I haven't really decided yet," Eva muttered. "Maybe an aura? Or something that would let me travel." "Well, the aura department is extremely strict in who they accept," Blanchett said cautiously. "Travel, you say? Perhaps you would enjoy curse breaking? Gringotts is always hiring talented explorers to help excavate abandoned magical sites around the world." Eva absently played with the ruby pendant hanging around her neck, gifted to her by Victoire's father, Bill. He was a curse breaker, wasn't he? That had sounded rather interesting to her at the time. She accepted several brochures from Blanchett about the Aura program, curse breaking, and other related occupations. She was impressed with the breadth of opportunity provided to Muggle-born students and the willingness Hogwarts had shown to help them find employment after school. From what Roxanne had said, she assumed they just left those students out to dry. "Well, of course they have to make some effort with us." Roxanne chuckled when Eva vocalized this thought over breakfast the following morning. "Otherwise, you'd have disgruntled witches and wizards all over with nowhere to go. The last thing the magical world needs is to make Muggle and magical enemies." "But things have been peaceful in recent years," Eva reasoned, "and the Muggle and magical governments are working together. Isn't that a good thing?" Roxanne gave her an odd look. "You don't read the news much, do you?" she asked. No, I guess not," Eva admitted. She hadn't bothered to subscribe to the local papers since arriving at Hogwarts, like many of her fellow students were. She had been too preoccupied with schoolwork and learning British culture to worry about what was happening outside the castle walls. Roxanne slid her own copy of The Prophet across the table towards her. "You ought to start paying attention to what's going on," she said. "The Prophet may have an anti-Granger slant, but they're still fairly reputable." Eva picked up the paper and read the headline. "Am I in Granger Prez? Rodriguez address Ilvermorny attacks." It depicted a stern-looking Hermione Granger standing at a podium beside a tall American man in a sharp suit, addressing reporters. "That's the American president, isn't it?" she asked aloud. He looked familiar to her, a face synonymous with Muggle pop culture. "Yep," Roxanne confirmed. "Rumor has it he's a squib. His political rise came out of nowhere, and his pro-magical policies made some believe he had Makusa connections pulling the strings behind the scenes of his campaign." "Huh," Eva said in mild surprise. She began to skim the article below the photo, detailing a recent attempt by armed Muggles to break through the American Wizarding School's defenses. But another face in the photo caused her to do a double take. A tall, red-headed man standing behind Hermione's right shoulder. An incredible, familiar red-headed man. "Is that Professor Fred?" Eva asked, incredulous. Roxanne glanced at the photo and laughed. "Nah, that's his twin brother George," she explained. "Granger's private bodyguard, I think. He's always by her side whenever she makes an appearance in public." Eva vaguely remembered asking Fred about his twin the previous Christmas, only to realize that it was a sore subject for the family. Now it made a bit more sense, considering that Granger was so unpopular with the pure-blooded magical community. George Weasley working for her was probably tantamount to a betrayal. She continued to scan the photo for signs of another redhead in the crowd, a glimpse at the other mysterious brother that the Weasleys refused to talk about, but saw nobody that fit the description. Eva continued to steal Roxanne's copy of The Prophet every morning, catching up on Granger's activities in the United States. She pieced together that she was there promoting some new kind of magic-imbued medicine, as she and President Rodriguez attempted to convince a skeptical Muggle population to accept it. Eva could see both sides of the issue. Of course, she knew Granger would have no ulterior motives in using magic to help improve the lives of Muggles. But why would the average Muggle believe that at face value? Especially in America, the country where every free offer came with an expensive catch? She was also alarmed at the number of separate incidents of violence perpetrated by Muggles against witches and wizards in recent weeks. In addition to America, where it seemed a wizard was fired at on the street every other day, there were several British skirmishes reported in The Prophet. The domed entrance to the Ministry of Magic was a popular vandalism target, and commuting ministry employees were continually harassed on the streets by Muggle protesters. The Prophet used each and every incident as an opportunity to criticize Granger's outreach efforts. Why? The reporters reasoned, should wizardkind make any attempt to help the Muggles who so clearly hated them? Eva resolved to continue looking into Granger's motives and branch out beyond the scope of The Prophet, or even wizarding publications, to get a broader understanding of the issue. However, she found she had less time than expected to pursue private endeavors. As promised, the professors kept them busy with daily group activities and classes. Ginny Weasley started an impromptu dueling club, which Eva quickly dominated and then retired from to give the other students a fair chance. Professor Lovegood led students on excursions onto the grounds occasionally, accompanied by Hagrid the groundskeeper to introduce them to various magical creatures residing nearby. They were also expected to write 4 book reports from a list of approved library texts by the end of the summer, to keep their minds sharp, as Ginny explained. It soon became abundantly clear to Eva that the professors were actively seeking out ways to limit the students' free time. She didn't know if this was explicitly to keep couples like Eva and Roxanne apart, and they were not the only couple in the program, or a lingering grudge from Ginny Weasley after the Hogsmeade incident last winter. But it seemed that every time she and Roxanne tried to sneak off to find a quiet place in the castle to talk or to snog, the one-eyed redhead was able to round the corner and spot them just before they slipped into an empty classroom or hidden alcove. Still, there was only so much 3 professors could do to watch 40-plus kids at all hours, and the 2 lovebirds managed to find plenty of time to themselves. Eva had never been so infatuated with someone before, so comfortable in the presence of another person. It turned out that Roxanne was a fascinating person beneath her tough exterior. Funny, spontaneous, and wickedly smart despite her academic underachievement, able to keep up with Eva's more obscure scholarly references. She was also more willing to be vulnerable with Eva and open up about her difficult childhood. My parents were anti-magic from the beginning, she explained one evening as they lounged in the mostly empty Gryffindor common room. My dad helped fight against Voldemort, but he always said things didn't get any better once he was defeated. He was always ranting about how arrogant wizards were, how they thought they were better than everyone else. That must have been hard once you realized you were a witch, Eva frowned. I realized when I was 7, Roxanne chuckled. My mom tried to spank me for sneaking food into bed, and I somehow teleported across the room. She made me promise to keep it a secret from my dad no matter what, but he found out when my Hogwarts letter came a few years later. So your mom was okay with you being a witch? Asked Eva. Well, she acted as surprised as Dad when the letter came. Roxanne shrugged, and when he kicked me out, she didn't speak up for me. Haven't talked to her since that day. No attempted contact since then? Asked Eva. From me? Or her? Roxanne laughed hollowly. Why would I bother? Sending an owl home would likely just cause my dad to get violent again. But I did hope, the first few years here, that she might send something. Every morning I would wait for a letter from home, like the other kids, but nothing ever dash. Roxanne stopped short. Eva looked up into her face and saw that she was trying very hard not to cry. Eva hastily cast a muffling charm around them and pulled Roxanne into a tight hug, allowing the older girl to sob heavily into her shoulder. It was the first time her tough exterior had broken, and she had broken down in front of Eva. She had always been the rock in their relationship, reassuring Eva in times of stress or despair. But now it was time for Eva to return the favor, to be there for Roxanne in her own time of need. Roxanne did not bring up her parents again after that day. Eva wanted her to know that it was okay, that she could trust Eva with the details of her sordid past. But she also didn't want to uncover her trauma unnecessarily, so she elected not to broach the topic either. Most of their days passed with inconsequential conversation, with silly banter and corny pop culture references, and that was just fine with Eva. Part of getting to know someone was understanding their sense of humor, figuring out their pet peeves and guilty pleasures through trial and error. She didn't need to dig deep into Roxanne's psyche to feel like they were growing closer. Their relationship blossomed even as they delicately danced around their own tragic backstories. Eva was becoming more attuned to Roxanne's moods, noticing when she became more quiet and withdrawn, signaling that she was privately struggling with something. At first, she tried to help by suggesting fun and spontaneous activities for them to do, but quickly realized she wasn't as good at leading the mischief as following it, and it didn't help Roxanne much anyway. The older girl seemed content to just coexist quietly alongside Eva as she immersed herself in her private studies, feeding off of her calm energy. Perhaps that was why they were such a good match. They each provided the energy that the other needed. During the third week of summer break, Professor Blanchett approached Eva and Roxanne as they strolled by the lake on a hazy afternoon. Hey, you too, she beamed. Some of the younger students have shown interest in forming an informal Quidditch league. You two are the most experienced players here. Think you'd like to help organize it? Eva and Roxanne looked at each other. For once, this sounded like an activity they might enjoy. They happily agreed. And the following morning, they stood on the pitch, surveying the 20-odd students who had shown up to try out. There were so few of them that they couldn't realistically make any cuts, but half of them had never flown on a broomstick outside of first-year flying lessons. The first day consisted of basic flying and quaffle passing drills, as the younger flyers did their best not to fall off their brooms. Eva and Roxanne decided there was little point in dividing by house, and decided to handpick teams to roughly equalize the talent level of the players. For teams of 5 were formed, 2 chasers, 1 beater, 1 keeper, and a seeker apiece. Eva took up captaincy of one group, comprising a few skittish-looking youngsters and a 5th-year Hufflepuff who had a tendency to smack bludgers at his own teammates just as often as his opponents. Roxanne helmed another team, while Ewan Crocker, a returning Ravenclaw chaser, took charge of another. The fourth team had no active Hogwarts players, but comprised mostly older and more capable flyers to compensate for the lack of experience. Despite the obviously lower skill level of her new team, Eva had a blast training with her group and showing them the ropes of Quidditch. It was a bizarre feeling to be in a position of authority despite only having played herself for less than a year, but her teammates looked up to and respected her, having watched her spectacular play the previous year. There was a simple joy in watching the young students achieve small but significant milestones, like scoring their first goal, stealing an errant quaffle pass, or evading their first bludger. Eva volunteered herself for keeper to allow an eager third-year girl, Jenna Kagan, to try her hand at seeker. The look of elation on her face when she caught the snitch made it well worthwhile. The game was also a lot less stressful when there wasn't anything on the line. They organized an informal intramural cup, with each team playing every other like in the real Hogwarts season. First, Eva's squad narrowly bested Crocker's ragtag squad, with Eva intentionally allowing a few goals to keep it close. Then the team of upperclassmen trounced them after a clumsy sixth-year Slytherin accidentally caught the snitch within the first 10 minutes of play by crashing into it. But by far the most fun match was against Roxanne's team. Roxanne herself volunteered to play chaser, and she and Eva had a blast squaring off properly for the first time. Eva only managed to guess right on which hoop Roxanne was aiming for about half the time, and the half that she guessed right, Roxanne put so much force in her throws that Eva was nearly knocked off her broom. Both teams racked up so many points in the drawn-out affair that by the time Kagan caught the snitch, they had more than secured enough points to win the informal cup. To everyone's surprise, Headmaster Potter arrived at the conclusion of their match to congratulate the winning squad. It was the first time any of them had seen him since the end of term. He looked exhausted, heavy bags under his eyes, but he nonetheless beamed and congratulated Eva's squad. "I think we ought to reward the winning team with something," he mused, and with a wave of his wand he conjured a small silver cup, engraved with the names of the 5 winning players. Eva got surprisingly emotional watching her teammates chatter excitedly that night over dinner, the makeshift cup sitting on the table between them. House boundaries had long been done away with, and students of all affiliations mingled throughout the great hall, friends that never would have been made otherwise. Roxanne seemed to sense her sentimental mood at once. "Penny for your thoughts, Pruitt?" she asked softly. "It's nothing," Eva muttered quickly. "Just thinking about what my parents would have thought watching me lead this team. They always encouraged me to play team sports before. Well, doesn't matter anyway." Eva cleared her throat hastily and returned to her meal, hoping to be done with the conversation. But Roxanne gently tipped Eva's chin upwards so that she was forced to look directly into her eyes. "It's okay to not be okay, she said. "You don't have to put up that tough exterior in front of me. I'm here for you, no matter what." Something broke in Eva's resolve as she stared into the deep, empathetic blue of Roxanne's eyes. She'd fought to keep her own emotions in check around Roxanne, wanting to provide a steady foundation whenever the other girl was suffering. But Eva had baggage of her own she needed to sort through, and Roxanne seemed willing to help her unload it. "I miss them," she whimpered, as she buried her head into Roxanne's shoulder. And for the first time since arriving at Hogwarts, she mourned the loss of her fallen parents. One final milestone remained before the end of the summer, as July morphed into August, Eva's 16th birthday. She awoke on the 13th of August feeling melancholic, the thought of her parents still weighing on her. Her previous 15 birthdays had all been spent in Brisbane with her parents, and it was the one day where they enjoyed each other's company. Even after starting at Willoughby and leaving her old Muggle life behind, her birthday had always been a special occasion where there was no boundary between them, just 2 loving parents and their adoring daughter. Roxanne must have instinctively known the significance of the day, because she didn't leave Eva's side once. It was as though she was determined to remind Eva at every waking moment that she was loved, that she was not alone. Eva appreciated that more than she could put into words. She needed the distraction, the little nonsense activities that Roxanne put them through that morning and afternoon to keep them occupied. She was still dumbfounded that anyone found her worthy of their time and attention, especially someone as buoyant and carefree as Roxanne. "I don't deserve this," Eva thought, but she would never admit it aloud, for fear that it would all come to an abrupt end someday. There was one thing Eva hated more than anything else, and that was being the sole center of attention. So she was mortified when, as dinner came to a close, all the students circled around to sing her happy birthday and present her with a cake the Hufflepuffs had ordered from the house elves in the kitchens. It was adorned with 16 sparkling candles and a gorgeous golden snitch made of frosting. Eva insisted on everyone getting a piece before she did, but they left her with a generous portion anyway, most of which she stored away for future late-night enjoyment. Just when Eva thought the surprises were done for the day, one more shocking development arose as everyone prepared to finish their desserts and head back to the dorms. The great oak doors slammed open, and an unexpected visitor strode into the great hall with purpose. Eva did a double-take when she saw this visitor, a face she knew quite well but had never laid eyes on in person. The Minister of Magic herself, Hermione Granger. A hush fell over the students as they stared in awe at Hermione, who marched straight up the center aisle, a stern expression on her face. "Didn't know she was back in the country," Roxanne muttered to Eva. "Thought for sure she was too afraid to show her face here again." Everyone watched with bated breath as Hermione approached the head table, where Harry tentatively stood to greet her. They exchanged a formal handshake, and Hermione leaned in to whisper something in Harry's ear. They had a brief hushed conversation as everyone, even Professors Weasley, Lovegood, and Blanchett, watched on with high interest. Then, without warning, Harry turned to exit the hall through a side exit, Hermione hot on his heels. Hermione cast one look around the hall as she exited, eyes passing over the gawking students with seeming disinterest. For a split second, Eva could have sworn that Hermione's eyes lingered on her for longer than most, but the moment passed as quickly as it came, and the minister disappeared from sight. Blimey, would it kill that witch to smile once in a while? Roxanne chuckled. Might help dispel some of the rumors that she's an uptight dictator. But Eva was barely listening. "I want to go and meet her," she announced, standing from her seat. "Are you mad?" Roxanne blanched. She and Potter are probably on their way to his office to tear each other's heads off. Haven't you seen what they've been saying about each other in the Prophet? Even so, Eva shrugged. She's been my hero since I was 10. I might never get the chance again. It was exceedingly rare for Eva to be the one seeking trouble, while Roxanne trailed reluctantly behind. But that was the situation they found themselves in, as Eva led the way through the castle towards the headmaster's office. They took the long way around, ducking through several secret passageways in case Ginny was prowling the wing looking for stragglers, before arriving at their destination. Can we go up, please?" Eva politely asked the stone gargoyle, which stood impassively before the entrance. "We'd like to see the headmaster, if possible, and Minister Granger." At this, the gargoyle immediately sprung to life and jumped aside to grant them access. Eva and Roxanne shared a surprised look. Was Granger the password, or had the gargoyle simply honored their request? Eva wouldn't ask questions. She led the way up the spiral staircase, Roxanne close behind. What would she say? Eva wondered. She'd dreamed of this moment for years. Meeting her heroine, the woman she'd looked up to since. Learning she was a witch. Would she be able to compose herself? Could she form coherent sentences? Ask for practical advice? She stood before the great oak door to the office, heart pounding, fighting to contain her excitement. Eva raised her fist to knock, but Roxanne stopped her. She pressed her ear lightly to the door, frowning, and Eva did the same. There were sounds emanating from inside the office. Sounds of conflict? She and Roxanne exchanged worried looks. But no, it didn't sound like struggle after all. No voices yelling at one another. No spell fire being exchanged between the two supposed public enemies. Then what was the odd, rhythmic noise they heard? Roxanne's eyes went wide as she realized it too. She grabbed Eva's wrist and gently guided her back down the staircase, tiptoeing back down to the greater castle below. Eva could not make heads or tails of this new development. But there was no mistaking that sound in her mind now. The sound of passionate lovemaking between the two great war heroes. The Prisoners of Azkaban. April 26, 2003, Hermione. Hermione shivered, pulling the covers tight to her chest and curling herself into a ball. Had her office always been this cold? She tried her best to fall back to sleep, but found herself unable to, between the biting cold and the worried thoughts racing through her brain. She cast a wordless tempest charm to check the time, seeing 4:37 flash above her head through blurry vision. Might as well start the day at this rate. She begrudgingly forced herself to her feet and shakily got dressed in the dark. Harry had not been sleeping in her bed ever since Luna's incident a few days prior. They hadn't yet spoken about it, or attempted to decipher what it could mean. But whatever her prophecy meant, it had spooked Harry, and clearly he had his own interpretation of its meaning. He will be doomed to lose his power to the one he loves. Did that mean Hermione? What power was he doomed to lose to her? It doesn't make any sense, Hermione thought bitterly. Why on earth would she want to take away any of Harry's power? He was their one, best chance at defeating Voldemort after all, and he'd spent the last 5 years building that power to face him. She had no intention of disrupting that. Surely he must know that. If he only had the courage to speak to her directly about it, she would tell him as much and reassure him that the idea was ludicrous. Hermione pondered the first half of the prophecy as she shuffled into the darkened kitchen to brew herself a cup of coffee. The Dark Lord's defeat is nigh. The one destined to defeat him will claim his hallowed prize. Was that a reference to the Deathly Hallows? She and Harry both knew that Voldemort had the Elder Wand. Did it mean Harry would take ownership of the wand? He already possessed the cloak and the ring. Owning the wand would make him the proverbial master of death. Was that the power that he was doomed to lose, perhaps? The tale of the three brothers had always struck her as a cautionary tale. Maybe it was a self-fulfilling prophecy after all, and Harry would draw more enemies in the future for his possession of such dangerous artifacts. The Enclave slowly came to life around Hermione as she sat sipping her coffee. The first early morning risers trickled into the room. A few of the older children indulged in coffee of their own, while the younger ones sat around chatting aimlessly until breakfast was ready. Harry trudged in some time later, looking tired, though he often did these days. Hermione had no idea how often he slept, if at all. Even when sharing her bed at night, she could often tell he lay wide awake, thinking about Merlin knows what. But he never complained. He went straight for the coffee pot, pouring himself a steaming cuppa before retreating to a quiet corner of the room, far away from Hermione. But she would not let him avoid her all day. She approached him before heading into the kitchen to prepare breakfast, telling him, "Don't forget we're meeting General Beckett today at noon." Harry groaned at this reminder. He clearly had little interest in coordinating efforts with the Muggle forces like Hermione and Ginny had been for months now. He didn't see the value in their support, no matter how much Hermione tried to convince him otherwise, believing his fight with Voldemort was a magical one alone. How can he so easily dismiss 98% of the world's population? A frustrated Hermione often wondered. But to his credit, he did join Hermione and Ginny at 12 on the dot to apparate to Beckett's secret hideout for the meeting. General Beckett had taken his operation underground for safety reasons since the conflict began. He was easily the most hunted Muggle on the planet, with the 50,000 galleon reward for his capture rivaled only by Harry's or Hermione's own bounties. That alone should have been reason enough for Harry to see his value. But he remained just as skeptical and withdrawn as ever as they sat down with Beckett and his top advisors for the meeting. There is a magical prison on an island in the North Sea that houses political opponents of the Dark Lord, Hermione explained, laying out a map of Britain on the table between them and drawing a red X just off of its eastern shore. "We plan on assaulting it next Friday morning." "I've never heard of it," Beckett frowned, squinting at the map. "I serve in the British Royal Navy, and there are no such islands in that area." "It's unplottable," Hermione explained, ignoring the scoff of disbelief from Harry. "It means that that non-magical folk, can't detect its presence. Your ships and planes won't be able to travel there." "Great," Beckett said dryly. "So, what are we meant to do, swim?" "We will need a distraction," Hermione went on, eliciting more groans from Beckett's advisors. "Something big, something that will keep the Ministry of Magic occupied for at least an hour." "Do you realize how many men we lost during the last distraction?" Beckett demanded of her. "We managed to destroy those fireplaces you sent us after, but at what cost? It was a suicide mission, and the place was repaired within 24 hours anyway." "But that's what your people are good for, right?" Harry drawled impatiently. You outnumber us 50-1, so losing a few thousand people isn't that big of a deal for your community, is it? My men are not mindless numbers to be sent into slaughter. Beckett roared indignantly. They have families to go home to, as do I. We cannot ask them to keep sacrificing themselves for no apparent gain. The last distraction allowed for a successful infiltration mission in the Black Tower. Hermione said softly, attempting to restore the peace. This one will give us an even greater advantage, if successful. It will allow us to build up a proper wizarding army to take on the Dark Lord and defeat him for good. But must we send more foot soldiers in to die? Beckett said in a slightly softer tone. We have considerable technological tools at our disposal, especially now that the American military has joined the fight. We can send remote drone strikes, plant explosives dash. There are magical ways to render such tactics ineffective, Ginny cut in. We need to keep constant pressure on the Ministry until we are able to complete our mission. Harry gave Ginny a grateful nod at this, which did not go unnoticed by Hermione. She had been increasingly taking Harry's side in disputes and acting more affectionate towards him, ever since he stopped sleeping in Hermione's office and spending every waking moment with her. Harry had even gifted Ginny with a magical eye recently, similar to the one Mad Eye Moody once wore, which she wore proudly in her empty socket, disconcerting all the Muggles around her. Whether Harry had made it himself or stolen it from somewhere, Hermione did not know, but she couldn't help but feel uneasy about the closer bond the two had formed recently. Beckett also did not look happy with the direction the conversation was headed, though for very different reasons. He sighed heavily and sat back in his seat, rubbing his eyes. Once this Dark Lord of yours is finished, he said, spitting out the moniker with disdain, I hope we normal folk will be fairly compensated for our efforts in the fight. I'll see to that personally, Hermione said hastily, covering up Harry's snort of amusement. Your contributions will not be forgotten, General Beckett. She wasn't sure if Beckett believed her, especially with the look of derision on Harry's face, but it quelled his protest for the time being. So the plan was set. Beckett would lead his men on yet another pointless assault on the Ministry entrance downtown, timed precisely for Harry's attack squad's arrival at Azkaban Prison. Another order meeting was called to finalize the attack strategy, though to Hermione's frustration, the plan was entirely vague and dependent on Harry's lead. Any attempts at developing contingencies or alternate angles of attack were shut down by his insistence that everyone just stay behind me and cover my back. Hermione hated going into anything underprepared, yet Harry seemed determined to do as little prep work as possible. So to assuage her feelings of inadequacy, she set about arranging the affairs of the Enclave network in case of disaster. She made a quick journey to Cambridge to meet up with George, who, to Harry's chagrin, had elected to stay behind and watch the children during the attacks. She marveled at the ingenuity of the twins' enclave, which felt far more homely and spacious than her own underground bunker in London. Over 100 children roamed free from room to room, laughing and playing without a care in the world. Many had been absorbed from several satellite enclaves, but there seemed to be no issue of overcrowding or starvation here, not with the successful joke shop providing ample resources for their young. Wards. Well, if it isn't Wildcat herself in the flesh, a voice quipped. Hermione turned to see a beaming George approaching, hand entwined with a pretty young woman. She introduced herself as Marianne, the mother of one of the children roaming free throughout the space. You're not a witch, then? Hermione asked politely. Not a magical bone in my body, Marianne smiled sheepishly. My husband threw me and my daughter out when she showed signs of it. Fred and George have been so kind and understanding throughout all of this. And she and George shared a tender kiss, surprising Hermione, but sending a warm feeling throughout her body. Such young, budding love was rare in times like these. Well, I'm glad you found each other, Hermione smiled at her. George, shall we talk logistics? Marianne left them as George led the way into his office. So, I take it Fred filled you in on the plan? Hermione asked as soon as the door shut behind them. Friday, right? George confirmed. Ginny gave me this contraption to communicate with Beckett, so I can give you lot the signal. I don't know how it works, but Marianne promised to help me. He showed Hermione the small object in his palm, a cell phone, and she stifled a laugh. The idea of a pureblood like George dating a Muggle seemed like a disaster waiting to unfold, but she could see how it might do him some good all the same. How long has that been going on anyway? Hermione asked with a smile. A few weeks now, George said, unable to hide the giddy smile on his face. We've been trying to keep it quiet, for the kids' sake, you know. But it's moving fast, can't afford to waste time when tomorrow isn't guaranteed. The sobering reminder of their dire situation brought them both quickly back down to earth, and Hermione cleared her throat. You know where all the other enclaves are, correct? She asked. When George nodded, she reached into her robe's pocket and withdrew 5 bundles of rope, setting each on the desk beside them. I've coded these port keys to take the children here in case of emergency. If we don't make it, you'll need to gather all the children here, then find some way to get them out of the country. Roger that, George said cheerily, again ignoring the bleak reality of what Hermione was suggesting. If she, Harry, and the rest failed to return from Azkaban, they would have far worse problems than caring for the Muggle-born children left behind. But it gave them both a sense of purpose, a glimmer of hope that there would still be a chance at victory someday in the future, as unlikely as that was. The rest of the week was spent fretfully going over the plan and attempting to wheedle more information out of Harry. The only things Hermione had gathered about their plan was the meeting point and time of the assault. Won't we need broomsticks? Hermione asked during one planning session, but Harry just laughed and shook his head no. She didn't know what that meant, but Harry was confident, which was good enough for everyone else. Was Hermione just being needlessly paranoid, or was there merit to her cautious approach? Thursday evening came far too quickly, and the last-minute preparations were made. After forcing herself to eat something with the other children, Hermione headed down the hallway towards her office to get some shut-eye. But before she disappeared around the corner, she caught the tail end of a hushed conversation between Ginny and Harry, pausing briefly to listen in. Can always come and stay in my room if you'd like, Ginny was saying, running an affectionate hand up Harry's arm. You don't have to sleep on that dirty floor any longer. But Harry did not appear receptive to this idea. The floor is just fine, but thanks for the offer, he said coolly. He gently pulled himself out of her grasp and walked away, leaving the redhead looking quite put out. Ginny's mismatched eyes wandered and narrowed upon Hermione, who flushed with embarrassment. She'd been caught staring. She retreated down the hall in shame, but could not help but feel some measure of satisfaction at the witnessed exchange. Hermione awoke early on the day of the planned attack, still feeling woefully underprepared but oddly at peace with the situation. They needed Harry to win the war anyway, so why not trust that he knew what he was doing? He was the true leader of the resistance now, not her, and she needed to learn how to let go of her anxiety. So she pushed her doubts to the back of her mind and committed herself to the task at hand. Harry needed her at her A-game today. At precisely 8:15, Hermione and Ginny apparat to the designated rendezvous point on the eastern coast of the Isle. Neville, Luna, Sadie, and George were already there waiting for them, shivering in the brisk morning air. Hermione wordlessly cast warming charms on everyone, earning their silent gratitude, though Ginny continued to give Hermione the cold shoulder. Just focus on the task at hand, Hermione told herself irritably. No sign of Harry, she asked aloud, glancing up and down the coastline for any sign of him. The others shook their head. He had another 5 minutes before they planned to depart, but he ought to have been here by now. Hermione checked her watch compulsively every 30 seconds. 8:20 arrived, and there was still no sign of him. Got the signal, Fred announced, revealing his vibrating armband to the group. Presumably George wore an identical one, back in the Enclave, communicating with the Muggle forces preparing to assault the Ministry. In 10 minutes they would open fire, and their window of opportunity would be open while Voldemort's forces were preoccupied. But where on earth was Harry? The wind suddenly picked up, causing the whole group to shift their weight to avoid being swept off their feet. It was like a hurricane had suddenly descended upon them, threatening to blow them all out to sea. Everyone looked around wildly in alarm. Only Hermione thought to look straight up, and there she saw them, a small army of patron uses, crackling with dangerous electricity, flying out towards the heart of the North Sea. And flying among them was Harry, looking down upon them, beckoning them upwards. "Jump!" Hermione exclaimed, and before anyone could question her, she leapt off her feet, A gust of wind caught her and carried her up into the sky. After a brief moment of fear, she steadied herself and found that she could maneuver within the pocket of wind enveloping her in midair. She rose some 100 feet up to draw level with Harry, who was looking bemused at her shaky approach. "We're a minute behind schedule," he chastised her, though the twinkle in his eye told Hermione that he was joking. Always with the flair for the dramatic, Hermione huffed with a grin. Soon after, the other 5 attack squad members rose to meet them, looking variously terrified. "All set?" Harry asked, as if it mattered. "Let's go!" And he shot off ahead of the pack, flying among his patron users at high speeds, towards open water. The others were swept along in his slipstream, each swearing and groaning loudly at the unnatural sensation of being carried by the wind itself. Hermione settled into a position that made sense to her. Head forward, knees bent at a slight angle, as though she was riding a broomstick. If she didn't look down, maybe she could trick her brain into believing it too. The British coast swiftly disappeared behind them, leaving them surrounded by water on all sides. Both the water and the air grew more choppy. Gusts of wind and rain pelted them from all sides, so that even through the warming charm Hermione felt as though her face was about to freeze off. Harry had promised that Azkaban was only a short flight from shore, which she was quietly grateful for as this method of transportation was far from comfortable. Hermione tried to distract herself by activating her sight and examining the patron uses more closely. They bore the same magical signature as a regular Patronus, though with several additional symbols floating among the currents. She recognized one of them from the Sectum Semper curse, the symbol that separated it from a standard cutting curse. Did that indicate malice of some kind? Had Harry summoned these by drawing on emotions of hatred and anger, rather than happiness? He had alluded to as much previously, but it was disconcerting nonetheless. The sky grew increasingly darker and more ominous the closer they got to the prison. Black storm clouds gathered all around them, and the waves of the sea far below grew stronger, as though drawing upon some dark source of energy nearby. And sure enough, soon, the high, black walls of Azkaban emerged through the darkness, sending a shiver down Hermione's spine. She'd seen images of the place plenty of times before, but they paled in comparison to the horrific sight before her eyes. A hellish structure on a barren rock in the middle of nowhere, containing untold horrors within. "Got the signal from George," Fred bellowed over the whipping winds from somewhere behind Hermione. "The attack has begun." "Good, because they're about to know we're coming," Harry shouted back grimly. And seconds later, Hermione felt as though she'd passed through an invisible waterfall as they crossed the ward boundary of the prison. That would surely tip off the ministry that intruders had arrived, and would undoubtedly prevent them from operating away if anything went wrong. No turning back now. Hermione just had to hope the Muggle forces would be able to distract the ministry long enough for their mission to succeed. "Get ready," Hermione bellowed. They were beginning to descend towards the rocky island. They had designated the southeastern corner of the prison to begin their assault. It was the farthest away from the main entrance, and therefore the least likely spot to be defended. Harry's patron uses swept them down towards the rock. Hermione braced herself for a hard impact, wand drawn, ready to fight. The wind deposited her roughly on the rock. She tucked into a roll, righted herself, aimed, and nothing. All 6 attackers crouched, just feet from the prison walls, wands drawn. But it was eerily quiet, save for the whipping wind and crashing waves below them. There didn't seem to be a soul around, not even a lone Dementus standing between them and the prison. Hominum revelio, Hermione thought. Her pulse of magic confirmed that there were no guards patrolling the rock nearby. Was this some kind of a trick? Harry frowned, stepping to the front of the pack. "Bombarda," he muttered. A crackling jet of red light erupted from his wand at the prison wall, but it was absorbed at once, leaving no visible damage. "Wards," he wondered aloud, examining the untouched granite edifice. "Perhaps," said Hermione, stepping forward. She had detected no active enchantments surrounding the prison, and when she reached out towards the wall, she found that she could touch it, run her hand along the rock face. Any preventative wards would have likely kept them from making contact with the prison itself. Or maybe runes built into the wall itself. Harry groaned. Clearly, he had not kept up on his ancient runes theory. "Can you decode them?" he asked, impatient. "Specialis revelio," Hermione whispered with a flourish of her wand. At once, the wall of the prison lit up with hundreds, if not thousands of symbols inset into the granite. She swore under her breath. It was a far more complicated rune network than she'd ever encountered. It would take a team of expert rune breakers days, if not weeks, to break through, by which time the Ministry would no doubt be breathing down their necks. "Well," asked Harry, "can you get around them?" "1 second," Hermione groaned, irritated. She closed her eyes and activated her sight, marveling at the complex web of magic stitched together in the wall. She still could not make heads or tails of what each individual rune did, much less what they all accomplished in conjunction with one another. But she could now identify several key choke points in the network, runes pulsing with more vibrant magic than the others, key cogs in the complex machine, connected to many more around it. She could not hope to deactivate every rune, but maybe if she selected the right few. Hermione began pulling with her magic, testing the threads of magic interstitched along the wall, seeing which ones could be budged and which resisted her touch. She focused on the thickest clusters of connections, breaking apart loose threads, slowly untangling the vast golden web before her. As each connection was severed, the rest seemed to fall apart more easily. The complexity of the runes became a weakness as much as a strength, too interdependent on one another. Hermione continued deactivating the key choke points, watching as the entire network began to fail, until suddenly she was able to completely clear away a stretch of wall just to their right. "It would do for now." "There," she panted, pointing at the exposed section of wall. Harry did not hesitate. He waved his wand and sent another blasting hex, which carved a massive hole into the granite, granting them access. Hermione released her magic with a great sigh, nearly toppling over with the effort. "You all right, Granger?" asked Harry delicately. "Yeah," Hermione nodded. She reached into her robes and withdrew a small vial of invigoration draft she'd brewed in case of emergency. She tossed it back in her throat, feeling her magic slowly returning to her as the bubbling liquid settled into her stomach. "Let's go then," Harry announced, and he led the way through the hole in the wall, his 5 cohorts close behind. The interior of the prison was just as eerily quiet as the exterior was. The high vaulted ceilings amplified their footsteps, echoing eerily through the cavernous space. They passed by row after row of empty cells, collecting dust, looking as though they hadn't been occupied in years. "Have we come for nothing?" Hermione wonders, beginning to panic. "Is there nobody here after all? Where are all the guards?" Neville whispers, voicing aloud what they were all thinking. "The Dementors have all been relocated to London, presumably." Harry muses aloud. "As for human guards? Well, I suppose we'll find out." Hominum revelio. A rush of Harry's magic pulses through the space, briefly illuminating the dark interior before plunging them back into near total darkness. "Northeast wing," Harry announces, changing course to lead them in the right direction. "Thank Merlin, there are people here." Hermione breathes a sigh of relief. But people meant conflict, so she tightened her grip on her wand, ready for action, hoping the invigoration draft continued to work quickly in her system. The entire group flinched as they rounded a corner and were met with a great roar of anger. 2 hulking security trolls stood in their path, brandishing clubs, leering down at them with malicious expressions. Hermione raised her wand, a stunning spell on the tip of her tongue, but Harry slashed his wand fiercely, and the 2 trolls instantly fell to the floor. The group cautiously approached. A rancid smell entered Hermione's nose, and she saw blood pooling around the trolls' bodies from whatever curse Harry had killed them with. "Outgrown your Expelliarmus days, have you, Potter?" Hermione quipped in an attempt to clear the air, but she could not hide the mild disgust in her tone at the gruesome sight. "We're at war, Hermione," Harry admonished her without a trace of humor. "Start acting like it." And he led the way further into the prison. The others followed, careful not to get troll blood on their shoes. They met their first human guards not long after. A shout of alarm was met by another flick of Harry's wand, sending a blast of magic down the corridor that made Hermione's neck hairs stand up on end. 2 guards lay crumpled in a heap on the floor. Fortunately, they did not bleed quite so much as the trolls. Dead, or simply stunned, Hermione wondered if Harry had spared them such a gory fate for her benefit. "We're getting closer," Harry whispered as they crept forward. They were approaching the northeast corner of the prison, and still it was quiet and still. Why was the prison so empty? There were no sounds of distant footsteps marching towards them, no alarm sounding, despite the broken runes and blasted wall. Something was definitely off about this whole experience. They reached the end of the corridor, with only a single cell door closed at the very end of the row. They could hear hushed voices inside, which went silent as the group approached. Harry crept forward and leapt in front of the cell, wand pointed inside, which he promptly lowered to the floor looking perplexed. Hermione crept alongside Harry and peered into the cell. It contained only 2 occupants, perhaps the most unlikely pair Hermione could imagine, Victor Crum and Rubeus Hagrid. "Hagrid?" Harry asked incredulously as Hermione silently unlocked and opened the cell door. "Harry," the great half-giant bellowed in jubilation. Hagrid lumbered out of the cell and enveloped Harry in a bone-crushing hug. "I knew YEA would return. I just knew it." "About damn time," Crum snarled, casually exiting the cell behind Hagrid. "Thanks, Potter Granger." He nodded cordially to them both. Hermione returned the gesture, as did the other 4 stunned attackers. "Where is everyone?" asked Harry as soon as Hagrid put him down. "Where are all the guards? All the prisoners?" "We're it," Hagrid shrugged. "They've been emptying the place fair months now, till it was just us 2 left. Reckon them put us together to keep a closer eye on us." But why you, Hagrid?" Hermione asked, dumbfounded. She could understand why Crum was still alive, but Hagrid of all people made no sense. She had been certain that all of the old guard of the Order had been killed long ago. "I suppose they needed my expertise on the Forbidden Forest," Hagrid chuckled. "Once the Carrows took over, the Centaurs and the Acromantulas and everything else, well, they ain't been happy. Let's put it that way. Keep asking me for advice on how to calm him. So why not let you keep your job at Hogwarts?" Harry asked, frowning. "'Cause I bloody well couldn't work for the Carrows, that's why." Hagrid protested. "They've been torturing students for stepping out of line, they ave. I couldn't stand by and watch it happen." "Right," Harry said slowly, glancing around the prison, looking somewhat deflated. "So you 2 were the only prisoners here? And those 2 guards were the only ones watching you?" "Indeed," Crum nodded. "Nice blokes they veer. V used to play gobstones to pass the time. I hope you did not kill them." Harry did not answer this question directly, which told Hermione all she needed to know about the guards' fates. "Well, I suppose we'd better get out of here," said Harry. "I think the main entrance is nearby. Hermione, can you check for any more runes or traps while we do one last sweep of the cells?" Sure," Hermione agreed. She turned left down the last remaining corridor, where she could see light streaming in through the high windows of the prison's main foyer. The anxiety bubbling in her stomach was slowly starting to subside as she realized just how little security and importance Azkaban held. She'd long suspected that the Black Tower had become the more crucial prison center, and this distant slab of rock was clearly being phased out of use entirely. The mission would only net them 2 allies, but at least they could get in and out cleanly. Now how are we going to justify this to Beckett? Hermione wondered to herself as she rounded the corner and pushed open the main front doors of the prison, and found herself face to face with several dozen armed ministry employees, wands drawn and pointed directly at her face. "We have you surrounded, Granger," snarled an Auror near the front of the pack. "We know Potter is with you. Drop your wand and surrender immediately." Hermione surveyed the scene. There was no way she could defeat this many witches and wizards at once, even with her enhanced affinity to magic. But she could attempt a large burst of magic to knock everyone off guard, then make a run for it back into the prison and lead the way back to the southeast corner. Hopefully, the invigoration draft had restored enough of her magic to succeed. She flexed her fingers on her wand, drawing her magic inwards, preparing to lash out with one great force. "Hermione!" The voice rang out from the crowd, causing Hermione to freeze. A figure in a sharp purple uniform pushed forward to the front of the pack, looking frightened. He had his wand pointed directly at her, but his hand was shaking. He clearly did not want to be here. Please just surrender, Hermione, Ron pleaded with her. They'll kill you otherwise, and everyone else inside. Can't do that, Weasley, Hermione said, spitting his last name as though it were a slur. He flinched at the sound. You're on the wrong side here. The Dark Lord is more powerful than you can imagine, said Ron, terrified. You can't possibly expect to beat him. Harry can, and he will, Hermione insisted. We shouldn't be fighting anymore, Ron said, sounding tired. You've seen what the Muggle savages are like. We magical folk have to stick together. Together? Hermione laughed. As you continue to hunt down the children in my care? Why aren't you sticking with them? Ron opened his mouth to respond, but another, growling voice interrupted them both. You. The voice sent chills down Hermione's spine. She turned to see Harry approaching from the prison, glaring daggers at Ron. She hadn't seen such an expression on his face before, a look of utter revulsion. Potter, muttered Ron, in a tone approaching awe. Before Hermione could register what was happening, Ron stepped in front of Hermione, as though to shield her from Harry, as though he were the bigger threat to them both. Harry Potter, Ron said in a shakier tone now, leveling his wand at Harry. Why, you are under arrest by the orders of the Ministry of Magic. Submit yourself peacefully, or we will use force. Oh, will you? Harry laughed. It was clear to everyone that he was mocking Ron. Are you going to lunge after me again, Ronnikins, like you did at the wedding? Are you going to beg me to remain your friend? Hermione studied Harry closely. He looked murderous, but he didn't dare attack while Hermione stood in the line of fire. She activated her sight, and she saw the dangerous tendrils of dark magic swirling around Harry, menacing, waiting to strike. Enough! Ron bellowed, but he lacked the conviction to sound intimidating. The war is over, Harry. These acts of terror will get you nowhere. Some of us never stopped fighting the war, Ron, Harry retorted. Some of us never forgot what side they were on. There are no more sides, Ron protested. The order is finished. You two are the only thing standing between us and a peaceful society. Can't you just end this and let the rest of us move on? Hermione could see the shock in Harry's expression at this, at hearing his once best friend buy in so easily to Voldemort's promises of peace and prosperity. Surely he must realize what a lie it was, how brutal and violent the Dark Lord's reign was and would continue to be, even if Harry and Hermione were killed. A look of resignation crossed Harry's face as he realized, at long last, that his former friend had made his decision. There was no more redeeming Ron Weasley in Harry's eyes. So be it, Harry muttered. Hermione saw it before she felt it, a single tendril of magic branching out towards her, past Ron's surprised form, wrapping itself around her and yanking her back towards the prison. Hermione struggled to remain upright, but the wordless spell tossed her to the ground unceremoniously. She reeled, looking up towards Harry, realizing what he was about to do. Harry, don't, she tried to shout, but it was too late. The second she was out of the way, Harry's magic exploded with a force Hermione had never seen before. He sent waves of white-hot fire across the crowd, engulfing dozens of witches and wizards in scorching flames. Some managed to portkey away or dive backwards into the sea before they got hit by the blast. Some screamed in terror and succumbed to the blazing heat, torching their bodies to a crisp in seconds. Others, like Ron, never knew what hit them. One moment they stared dumbfounded at the boy who lived, the next they were simply gone. Not even a trace of ash left behind by the greedy, voracious maw of the fiend fire. Hermione stared in shock at the spot where, not 10 seconds ago, her once best friend and girlhood crush had stood. Now he was gone, faster than she could blink or even comprehend what had happened. Harry extinguished the flames as fast as he'd conjured them and turned back to the group. Time to go, he announced. And before Hermione could let even exhale in shock, Harry grabbed her arm and whisked her away into the air, with Neville, Ginny, Sadie, Fred, Crum, and Hagrid close behind.